2, 1. I think we're freaking ready. Meow meow meow. Okay, yeah. So captions working on the screen like I planned. All right, it's perfect, perfect, perfect. Let me know if anything needs to change about any of this sort of stuff, guys. This is entirely experimental in terms of what we're doing. First, let's read video. Go ahead, post the links. But I think this is what Harv meant when he said he wanted like the text on Harv. This is one of the reasons why it annoyed me and why I couldn't do it like with the pre-recorded issues, because I would just want to be going back and fixing every single thing that plays up there on the freaking screen. But I mean, overall, it seems to be pretty accurate as long as I'm over here enunciating and speaking clearly. Hello, hello, hello. Meow, 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 meow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we have something new for you all. It is The Last Pawn. We are reading by Shubh Dhingra. It's an Indian writer. Dortillo the Dorito has recommended this for us. He says it's a very good book and he owns it. I was unable to find an actual copy of this book. It seems to be out of print, and so I did go ahead and just find the ebook version of it. We'll be reading on Kindle. We also have another book recommended by Japan Spitz. Japan Spitz. Go ahead and follow him on YouTube at Japan Spitz. He wanted us to read Allies, so I went ahead and picked that one up as well. We are still going to get back to Alice in Wonderland. We still have Through the Looking Glass to do, so I have a copy of that, but that's not for today. Oops, posting the links, posting the damn links. Hi, I hope you're all doing fantastic. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We love books here. We freaking love books. I freaking love books so much. I definitely have not been reading as many as I should be in recent times, but it's without a doubt there's always a special place in my heart for a good copy of a book. So good, so tasty. Yum. Announcement: we are live. People of Discord. Stupid cat. We did it. We're here. We're finally here. We're doing the damn things. I don't know if anyone's gonna show up. I don't expect anyone to show up. There's Demon Lord Kitty talking about Minecraft stuff. Demon Lord Kitty doing Minecraft stuff when we're doing book reading things. Okay, that's good. As long as she's motivated, that's the most important thing. Good with the cathedral. Japan Spitz is working on a cathedral currently. Minecraft realm. I have been monster hunting, fishing, doing stupid things that I shouldn't be doing. I should be a good minion for the Demon Lord and serving her in the realm. Did the new Helldivers patch introduce a bug or a feature? Things happening in Discord. Sorry, I'm so sorry, chat. I've been working on getting. So, what had happened is you need permission, I guess, authorization, like at least 24 hours to let your new channel know that you're gonna go live on it. And so I hadn't done that yet with the Satyen Reads channel. So by next stream, we will definitely be able to go live on Satyen Reads, Satyen Draymond 621. Nightbot, are you here? Please, please work. I made sure. There, yes, okay, perfect. Okay, so that's the new channel. That's where we'll be going live and doing the Let's Reads from. This is still the main gaming, music, whatever channel. Maybe we'll have more channels. Who knows? Who the heck knows? I don't really know. Algorithm, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's going to be the reading channel. But I can't stream from it just yet because I need to wait like 24 hours for it to get the author. Blah, blah, blah. It should just go through automatically in like 24 hours. So that's why today we're starting here on Sebastiano. Twitch, still Twitch. Nothing different there. But yeah, that's why we are here today now. and we'll get to it in just a second. Here's the picture of the cover of the book. Dortio has just discovered that it is part of a series. There's only the first book out yet right now. What Dortio says. Guess what? I just realized the last pawn is the first part. There's another part of the story in another book. I haven't been able to find any information on a second book, so maybe it hasn't been released yet. But I did see that it was part of. It's called the War Games series. Yeah, it is listed as that. But yeah, I haven't found any information on a second book. Okay, so we're live. What's going on? So that's not so important. We're fine here. Let's see. I did want to go ahead. We're just gonna go ahead and look up the author on Wikipedia, so we can get a little bit of an overview of who they are. There's nothing. They got nothing on them. That wouldn't be here. This is movies. Um, not a lot of information about this author. There's a little bit. We might just have to go by with what's on the book itself, because it seems like that's what they're giving us. Yeah. Okay. Oh damn. Okay, so we're posting we're posting the links. We gotta post to the Twitter, and and I'm just also trying to keep an eye on the subtitles, making sure everything's like decent there. Like yeah, and totally uh, uh gnarly, bro, brother. Just trying to get brother, no brother. No, okay, that's dumb. Just say it the way, write it the way that I say it, please, brother, with a D, like butter. Okay, is this the content you wanted, Harv? Harv, are you even here? Harv is not here. Okay, we're gonna get going. We're gonna get going in just a second. We're gonna read this whole book today. We're reading this entire book today. I promise. I promise you. um, reading and yapping. We also a singing channel here, guys. Reading and yapping, a lamp palm by Shubh. On bum 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 ba da 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 meow meow banana na 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 banana banana. Sorry, I love the captions. It's so stupid. Banana 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 na 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 banana na 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 banana na 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 na. Whoopsies. I'm sorry, I'm a dumb idiot. I'm a dumb, stupid idiot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I entertain myself too much. Da, 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 dum, dum. Do, 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 dum, 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 da, da, dum. Da, 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 dum, dum, da, dum, da, 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 dum. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, dee, dee. Okay, so we're perfect. That link works. Take you to the YouTube page. Perfect, perfect. Dee, 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 dee. Da, 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 dum. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. I suppose I should let Instagram know as well because I did post there that we would be going live. Okay, and we'll post it to a story because that way we can post a link, and that way I can send you over here to Sebastiano, and then next time we can send you to Satyen Reads once that one's up and ready to go. Perfect, perfect. Meow, meow. Ooh, hello. It's a get all right, so we got stuff from Japan. We can deal with that later, though. Okay, so this one's fine having the old link, but for the new one, add to story, since story is the only place that you're able to add a link to click off into other places. So there are better ways to do this. Please let me know because I would love to learn. Reading meow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's always has to. It has to be cat themed. It has to have meow. It has to say nya. Okay. 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 Hold on. This is super important. This is always super important. Choice. Music choice is always super important. We just go with the same. I mean, this is a good song, honestly. I'll just go. Called Last Cigarette. Krzysztof's A. Jenkzak. You can see the information here on the link. Yep, that's perfect. That's perfectly perfect. Share it to my story. posting this one. What if, okay, just for today, we're going to edit the post and get you guys to the right place. Hopefully, anyone clicks on this. Okay, hopefully, they're one. Okay, Satyen Draymond needs to be there because that's going to be the main channel. Okay. Now, YouTube. Okay, sorry. Distracted by freaking Instagram. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're ready. We're here. We're doing the damn things. We are going to start reading the book now. All of this has just been going on the screen this entire time. All my stupid yapping. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm a bit embarrassed, honestly. Okay, so my battery charge on my phone isn't where I should have left it. We probably should have charged this, but we'll see how far we can get because I would rather have it up here in my face instead of having to look over there at the laptop screen. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, we start at the beginning. That's where we start. The Last Pawn by Shubh Dhingra. Okay, chat. We are here. We are ready. We are doing the things. It's all a pawn by Shreve. Okay, chat. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading. The Last Pawn by Shubh Dhingra. The Last Pawn by Shubh Dhingra. See, it's this is so annoying. This is why I couldn't do it. I had to be heavily edited for the Alice in Wonderland video because you can only control so much of this right here, and it's probably not going to let me get this down properly here on the screen. The Last Pawn by Shubh Dhingra. The last pawn comes out, but his shoulder, the last pawn comes out. Okay, forget it. We're moving on. We're moving on with the damn thing. Hello, 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 and welcome. We are finally ready to begin. Here, have some tea for you and for me. I brewed us some tasty, tasty rose petal tea. Isn't it so good and so tasty? It's not super hot right now because I've been sitting here for a minute. Luckily for me, but it should be right. So good, so tasty. All right, everybody, we are finally here doing the damn things. I think this is the culmination of everything we've been working towards, right? We should. It's meant probably has been meant to be a live reading sort of thing. I just wanted to be a bit more professional with doing some edits in the last one, but that's not what you guys want. That's not what Harv has asked for. Harv, where the frick are you? I think hopefully if we send him a Discord invite, he'll get it. But I don't know. He's never usually on Discord, honestly. But he is one of the ones who has been the like heavy supporter of us going forward with this channel. Harvey, Harvey, Harvey. I think this is the right link, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, look at that freaking screenshot. That thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail. So good. Just what we wanted. Just exactly what we wanted. Okay. All right. I had to wash my hair today, so it's down. Meow meow meow. Possibly, potentially, we'll be doing some Minecraft later. Don't know how long this. Demon Lord Kitty has been working in the realm on a big build, and it's gonna look amazing, chat. It's gonna look freaking amazing. So I need to go back and do more Minecrafting. We definitely have major orders we need to do in the Helldivers universe. Monster Hunter, I think I've reached a place where I'm perfectly fine. You know, just waiting for the next updates and everything that's gonna come out. It's supposed to be some new features added in addition to the monsters and whatever else is coming. So looking forward to that. And then reading. We just love reading. What else do I have here? I also got Flatland. I checked out Flatland. I'm definitely gonna be reading this one for the channel. Good mathematical book. And then just whatever else. I mean, depending on how this one goes too, because I don't know like how this is gonna work in terms of copyright and this is why I'm sort of just here yapping, so we can say like, oh, okay, we're just not reading the book and like making money. Well, I'm not making any money off this. We're not free. We don't have any ads on YouTube. It's Twitch. So I don't know. As long as I'm not monetized, I think that there shouldn't be any issue with copyright claims. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out because, like I said, this book is not public domain just yet. It came out in when did it come out? 2017, I believe it was. Yeah, it calls it book one of the copyright 2017 Shubh Dhingra. All right, the tiny little bit of information we can get about the author here on Google Books. Shubh Dhingra was born in New Delhi, October 1996, and had a keen. Why is it only showing me like that tiny little? Give me more! Damn it! It's like cutting off like a portion of it, and I can't even make the browser any bigger. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Google Books. Oh, there we go. Okay. Shubh Dhingra was born in New Delhi, India on the 23rd of October 1996 and had a keen interest in writing since childhood. He started pursuing a career in writing at the age of 18 alongside his studies and got his first novel, The Last Pawn, published at the age of 20. He mainly writes mystery thrillers and is currently working on the Curtain of Light series and The Curse of the Black Apple. Also, the author is working on several poem collections and anthologies. The Curtain of Light demo. Interesting. This is what the Curtain of Light. Ever heard of the Hindu epic Ramayana? Are you acquainted with the Norse legend of Atlantis? Do you know of the American myth of Cibola? Three different tales from diverse cultures, all protecting one secret. Three different tales, which alone seem nothing more than bedtime stories, but woven together become the map to uncharted territories and undiscovered treasures. But most of all, three clues in three diverse regions, separated by geography but connected by time passed on through generations, to help us discover one lost truth. Why everything happens the way it happens. Why there are solar eclipses. Why there are only 12 months and also coincidentally 12 sun signs. Why continents drift. Why Earth behaves like a magnet. Every answer hidden behind the connection between these broken links. Note only first chapters of the complete book coming at the end of 2016 are provided here. Okay, this is a demo book. I see. Interesting. So yeah, he seems to be like an interesting writer. Dortio gives us this recommendation. He says it's a really good book. I'm sure he's looking forward to the second book now that he knows it. That's first few chapters. Okay. But I think that's all that Google is going to be giving us about this author. He's more relatively new, so yeah, there's not too much on him. 20 years old in 2017. Mm-hmm. Originally published 2014, but this version is from 2017. So he's like what? 29, 30 years old almost. Mm-mm-mm. Page count 198 pages, paperback form. Um, okay, and here's the synopsis of this book before we get going. Every person isn't given the choice of how he wants to live. Sometimes it's a calling he just cannot ignore, a burden that he must bear for the betterment of others. Just like every coin has two sides, and only one of them can stay in sight at a given time. Sometimes what meets the eye is not really the truth. Such was Jonathan's life. He lived all his life thinking he was a normal orphan teenager, but everything transformed when he receives a letter from his parents, which brings up some buried nightmares from his childhood. The subsequent terrorist attack on his school further reveals hidden truths about his past, and one after the other, weird things start happening to him. First, he got hit by a bullet. Still, nothing happened to him. Then he got stabbed by a knife, and the wound somehow miraculously healed in just a fortnight. A fortnight is 2 weeks. And most of all, he starts having odd hallucinations and dreams about his past, which ultimately revealed world's biggest conspiracy cover-up: the fact that every major terrorist attack around the world had a pattern and was not just random attempt to strike terror in people, but part of a grand scheme to cause the next world war. And also, he too unknowingly played a major role in all of these attacks. Very interesting book that Tortilla has given us for sure. So I'm looking forward to this. It seems to get pretty positive reviews over there on the Amazon. They say read this book. It's like got a 4 star. I mean, it doesn't get a lot of reviews, but I mean, for what it is, like I guess maybe like the author's friends going and ranking it. Um, okay, but that's all that. Okay, I think that's all we can take care of in terms of like laying down some foundations and groundwork. The Last Pawn, Book One of the War Games Saga by Shubh Dhingra. For everybody who supported me, for my family, and most of all for my late grandfather, Narshing Das Dhingra. I hope he's watching me from the stars, blessing me and feeling proud of me. I'm sure he is, as long as you're doing your best. So this was published first edition 2016, copyright 2017 by Falcon Publishing. Blah blah blah. I can't reproduce do except the brief quotations. Blah blah blah. This is what I'm saying. Like I don't know exactly what's gonna happen with copyright in terms of this. We're looking at about 41 chapters. About 2 hours in this book is what it's telling me. So we'll see how quickly we can get through this. We're just gonna read everything, honestly. La 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 la. Just watching all the closed captioning on the screen. It didn't take a lot to figure it out, but yeah, like it was a little bit of work getting it done. So yeah, seeing all your hard work pay off does feel good, right? So we've read this. Born in New Delhi, writer of thrillers, working on yeah. So this is exactly the same thing that Google tells us about the author. Acknowledgements. It is often said that writing is a profession in which a person often gets lonely, has to struggle a lot, but what is often said is not always the truth. A lot of people joined hands with me to make this book possible, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all of them. My father, Gurbash Lal Dhingra, my mother, Rimpi Dhingra, and my sister, Yuvika Dhingra, and all of my friends who supported me at every step and advised me through all aspects of the book. Every person who made the process of writing this book easy by motivating, pushing, and encouraging me with their positive influence through the years long process of writing this book. Also, I would like to thank my publishers, my editors, and cover designers for their assistance. I would like to thank all the readers for putting their faith in me and my book. And last, I would like to bow before the God, as I believe this story is a blessing from Him, which has made me a better and more open person. From the writer himself. Okay, and we are ready. Here we are. We're at chapter 1, The Letter of Mysteries. Let's go ahead and take one last drink, and then we're going to just dive into it. Here's to you. Here's to me. Here's to now. Meow, 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 meow. Mm-mm-mm. All right, here we go. The Last Pawn, Chapter 1, The Letter of Mysteries. Look, I never wanted any part of what happened with me. I never asked for it. It just happened, and I unwillingly became a part of it. I simply had no say. My name is Jonathan Blaze, and I have a story to tell. A story about my life, but most of all, I have a truth to confess. A truth with a truth which has the potential to bring our entire system crumbling down. A truth that must be guarded against coming out, but at the same time must be kept alive. A truth that shall always remain concealed in these pages. The truth that I am a terrorist. I still remember how excited I was that day. Each and every detail has been imprinted in my mind. It was the 1st of December 2008, my 18th birthday. Every time I recall the date, a chill starts to run up my spine. The events of the day were a jinx that brought me nothing other than misery, and those memories now haunt me every night as my biggest fears and horrors. I woke up early that morning with every fiber of my body reeking of excitement, for I had finally reached adulthood. I could feel a certain freshness and energy from within. My cheek muscles were tightened, creating a big smile on my face. Electricity ran through my limbs, and I felt like jumping up and down on my bed until the mattress got tired and gave up. As much as I wanted all the things that any other normal teenager of my age did, there was something I wanted more badly than shiny new cars or expensive gadgets. A gesture of love, the letter from my parents that they used to send me every year on my birth anniversary. But little did I know that the words scribbled on the piece of paper were capable of reducing my world to ashes. Even today, I often look back at my life before I opened that sealed envelope from my parents that day and wonder where I would have ended up and how my life would have turned out if I hadn't read that letter. Before that, as well, I had faced many ups and downs in my life and had gone through a lot of setbacks, but none were comparable to the one this letter was about to bring me. Ooh, lots of secrets. My parents couldn't keep me for some my parents couldn't keep me for some personal reasons, and so right after my birth, they left me to live with my foster parents, the Swifts. Every month they transferred a fairly huge amount into my bank account for my education, care and medications for asthma, which I was suffering from since birth. For 2 years I lived with my foster parents in Los Angeles, but I suppose fate had its own plans as they died in a gas explosion and I was the sole survivor. For my care, I was sent to St. George Humanity Orphanage, New York. My life was as simple as it could get. The money from my parents was put to good use for my studies at St. Peter's High School, Manhattan. The orphanage life wasn't any less struggling as I wasn't able to fully recover from the trauma of my foster family's death. Since the gas explosion, I started having nightmares about buildings exploding in a similar fashion and people screaming. I could hear shouts for help and cries of children as soon as I closed my eyes. On the contrary, as soon as I opened them up, I could see ghosts and spirits around me. Initial few months with these bad dreams and voices in my head were miserable, though, were miserably tough. Quite often, I saw these ghosts while in school, and while sleeping at night, bad dreams frightened me so much that I continuously shouted for hours, which obviously made me the freak of the neighborhood. Children hated me, and nobody so much as liked to look at me. Luckily, with time, the ghosts and spirits started to get along with me better. They helped me with my homework, reminded me errands, entertained me, and sometimes even whispered answers to me during exams. I'd found in them what I could not find in other children, friends. Oh, that's interesting. He starts talking to the voices. The doctors claim that going through such a traumatic phase at such a young age can make one delusional and make him imagine things that may help him handle his trauma. In my case, my loneliness, thus, I was having hallucinations about ghost friends who took care of me just like my real parents and my foster family would have. On the other hand, in that gas explosion, my lungs got bruised and my asthma got even worse. Now it was impossible for me to run even 100 meters without losing my breath, and I couldn't even get through half a day without my asthma inhaler. So naturally, the only thing I ever looked forward to was my birthday card from my parents, as it was the only thing that reminded me of my life before the accident. Moreover, I knew nothing about my real parents, not even their names. I received the first card when I turned 5. It simply said, "Dear son, first of all, happy birthday. We just wanted to tell you how much we love you because facing everything life had to throw at us without the source of our strength, that is you, has been the most excruciating curse of our life. But our road was only ours to walk. We just want to ask you one thing: to always keep your anger at bay, to always do what you know is right, because you are better than any of us. We understand that there are questions lurking in your mind, but we as your parents need your trust and more time. Your parents who love you more your parents who love you more than anything." Pretty nice letter. But yeah, all the secrets, everything, all the mysteries about his life that, like, I guess we're about to learn and find out. The letter was the reason I held my ground and put up with all the hatred of other children and bullies. Every time I lost my patience and wanted to fight them, I thought about that letter and stopped myself. In subsequent letters, they asked me to wait till the right time, to wait till I was ready for the answers, and promised me to tell me everything: their name, what they do, and most importantly, why they couldn't be there for me on my 18th birthday. And so my restlessness to get hands on that letter was natural. The morning I woke up that morning, I woke up early, rubbing my eyes. There was my ghost friend and caretaker standing next to my bed, waking me up. I called her Lisa. She looked like a fairly tall maiden with blonde hair falling up to her chest, and she was wearing a very pretty white gown. The usual ghostly golden glow surrounded her from head to toe like the blanket of light around a candle flame. Her face was totally blank with no nose, eyes, or lips. Oh, creepy. Her cheeks and chin outlines were vague and blurred, and it wasn't possible to recognize her, but one could easily tell she must have been a very beautiful lady. That's so creepy. Harvey, hi, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Today, this is the book that we're reading today, The Last Pawn, Shubh Dhingra. I hope everything is to your liking. Let us know if there's anything that we can do better here. Like I said, first run. This is all entirely experimental. I also have my hair down today. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you. Here we are at chapter one. If we can, we are gonna get to. This isn't a book by an Indian writer, but we have this one. Japan recommended it as well. Allies. We might just have to do it next time. It's saying that this is going to be about a 2 hour read, so I won't subject you to having to listen to two things twice. Maybe we'll go and like find some little poems and we'll read some of those to like fluff it up a bit, add a little bit more. But I don't, yeah, maybe not two whole books all in one go. But thank you for stopping by, Harvey. We appreciate you. Lisa woke me up and wished me in her soothing and sweet voice, "Good morning, Jonathan." She placed her hand on my forehead. "Happy birthday." I cleared my throat and slowly rose from the bed. "Thank you," I replied, yawning. Excuse me. I got a couple air bubbles trapped right there. There it is. The room was pretty dark because it was too early in the morning. There wasn't much furniture except an old bed, one wooden chair that made creaking sounds even under slightest load, and a table with scratches running throughout its surface, along with cracked mirror hanging on the right wall. There's probably like there's a few like grammatical errors that here and there. It was just like part of like why I'm getting thrown off. Also because I haven't read this. This is the first time read, so yeah, I don't. It's not fresh in my mind. You know, it's just getting etched in there. But with a cracked mirror hanging on the right wall is probably what they meant. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. We get the meaning. I could see my face very clearly in the mirror. My nose seemed smaller than normal, and along with my fair complexion, shape made me look an oblong face shape made me look a bit childish. My black hair were all entangled and were covering my entire forehead. My black pajama and gray sweatshirt, too, were dirty. There were old curtains with partly faded colors hanging onto the window on the left wall. The floor, too, made creaking sounds while walking. In other words, my room was nothing less than a dump yard. I was just rubbing my eyes when I heard the tipping sound of water drops falling on the floor. When I looked around, I discovered that the ceiling was dripping and the floor was all wet with water, which symbolized it was raining outside. I slowly stepped down from the bed. The wet floor felt cold under my feet, and a shiver ran throughout my body. I carefully walked to the window, trying not to slip, and pushed aside the curtains. The weather was as rough as it could get. The sky was still dark, and not much could be seen through the blanket of fog. Clouds were roaring, thunder striking, and the wind was gushing so fast and loud that curtains fluttered under its effect. The chilly winds and raindrops falling on my face felt cold enough to make me shiver in order to maintain my body temperature. It felt soothing on my skin. A lot of the descriptions and stuff that to make you shiver to maintain my body temperature. That's that's pretty funny. I guess it's like adding like more words and all that, but is it really necessary to make me shiver in order to maintain my body temperature? Yeah, it felt soothing on my skin. The weather exponentially multiplied. I shouldn't be judging though. Obviously, the good job writing a book. You're doing fantastic. You're doing amazing. You're doing the damn things. Good job. The weather exponentially multiplied my excitement, but I had little idea that in fact these winds were trying to warn me about the storm coming my way. A storm in his life. It's about to get rough, y'all. "Jonathan," Lisa called from behind, "you're getting late." Suddenly remembered about the letter and rushed to freshen up before going down to collect my present. As soon as I was ready, I hurried down the stairs and in my hurry almost tripped when I heard my friend Paul, the ghost as I call him, Shout from below. Jonathan, be careful. He too seemed pretty similar to Lisa in terms of age, and seemed to have been a tall, strong, and handsome-looking man with short, dark hair. He was wearing his usual black trousers and a white shirt, along with a black long coat. But again, he had similarly vague and blurred facial features and lacked any lips, nose, or eyes that made it impossible to recognize him. When I reached down the stairs, it's interesting though. Like, he's who are these people that he's having visions of? Like the synopsis is telling us that maybe that he has like some strange powers, but is he really talking to the dead? Possibly interesting. And that's why, like, why isn't he able to see their features? What did he do to them? What did he do? When I reached down the stairs, he patted me on the back and said, "Haven't I told you 100 times to take it easy on the stairs?" I passed him a huge smile and started to walk towards the orphanage's common room, where everybody's mail was kept, when Paul called me from behind. "Jonathan!" I quickly turned back. "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Paul," I smilingly replied, and once again began to walk. Outside the common room was kept a big jute basket with dozens of letters and various other children residing in the orphanage. But in one glimpse, I found the one from my parents. It was sealed in a red envelope, just like every year. Jute. I want to look up that word because I don't know what it means. And that's one of the amazing things about reading is you learn new things. Damn it! If you don't know what something means, look it up. Go look it up. There's no shame in looking things up and increasing your knowledge. All right, all right, good. Now that we know. A rough fiber made from the stems of tropical old world plants used for making twine and rope and woven in sacking or matting. So yeah, it's a style of the type of the rope, the fabric that they weave into the basket itself. There's also the other meaning for it, a member of a Germanic people that may have come from Jutland, and according to the Venerable Bede, joined the Angles and Saxons in invading Britain in the 5th century, settling in a region including Kent and the Isle of Wight. Used a lot more in the 1900s, has been not used as much in common current era. Glossy fiber of either of two Asian plants, Corchus olithorius and C. capsularis. The Indian family used chiefly for sacking burlap and twine, a plant producing jute. So yeah, there's that definition, and then there's the definition of it's a bunch of people who invaded England, Germanic people who invaded England. I can post links, so here's what that plant looks like. Oh damn. Stupid link. Okay, we need a shorter link, Google. We need a shorter link here. Come on. Right, we'll give you Walmart link. That's not gonna work. That's gonna be just as long. How do we get short links to post in YouTube chat? This is my show, guys. I'm sorry, but I get distracted. This is one reason why it had to be heavily edited last time. Meow 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 meow. I'm on Twitter. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I found it. I found the one. I did it. I did it, chat. I did it. There you go. That's what jute leaves are. Okay, back to it. With a bold marker, my name was written on the envelope. As soon as I laid my hands on it, a certain satisfaction filled my veins. I forgot everything, opened it, and started reading. But it was totally different from what I had imagined. Therein, it was written, Dear son, happy birthday. Today you've turned 18, which marks the beginning of a new era in your life. You have suffered in the absence of truth too long and have burnt in its fire. You've been here bearing the pain which was not yours to bear for so long, and have been carrying the weight which was not yours to carry for too long. And now you deserve the light of truth. Ooh, Satyen. Satyen means a light, Lord of Light. Satyen is about me. But as your parents, we must warn you that it won't fill the hole in your chest, but will merely bring you more agony and pain. For that truth has so much power that it can reduce everything you have known to ashes, and thus you must learn to wield it first. The path of truth you seek is covered with thorns, and we can merely give you directions, but traveling on it is your job. The knowledge you seek can't stay in one place because that power in wrong hands can cause unmeasurable damage, and so you must discover it yourself by proving your worth. So remember that we never left you. We have always kept a watch on you and showed you the right path, and we shall always be there for you whenever you need us, in your dreams and in your thoughts. We shall always live on in your decisions and in the ghosts of your buried past. I shall live on in your thoughts and dreams. In times of need, standing with you, I will be. When you see yourself, you shall see me. Also, always follow your conscience and believe what your heart believes. Always look for the truth beyond what you see, because there is more to the world than what meets the eye. And what meets the eye is nothing more than a myth, for we believe that you are made for something magnificent. We believe that you are an essential part of something huge and that you are the final piece of an incomplete puzzle. You and only you are the answer to every mystery and riddle of yours. Then there's the numbers 1109200184630407117N 740125W. Goodbye, Jonathan Blaze. Your parents, Billy and Gregory Jackson. They named him Blaze, but their last name was Jackson. That's so strange. These guys are so weird. Jonathan Blaze. What a name, y'all. What a name. But it seems like those are coordinates of some sort, right? There's the something something north and the blah 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 west. That latitude, longitude. After I finished reading the letter, the world started spinning around me, and every memory of mine started to build up in my head, as if they were all committed to tearing my head to shreds. I had no idea what it meant or what was going on. I had no idea what my parents wanted to tell me, and no matter how much I tried to understand it, not one single word made any sense to me. It seemed to me that the sequence written in the letter 110920001084630407117 and 740125W was meant to tell me that there was something really important I ought to know, but it didn't ring any bell. On the other hand, every syllable written in that letter was as if shouting and trying to tell me that either everything in those letters was false or everything in my head was a lie. Even the last names of my parents and that of mine agreed with my theory. After all, how could the last name of the son of Mr. Billy Jackson and Mrs. Gregory Jackson be Blaze? I got it. I nailed it. What a question to ask, right? Nice. I'm amazing. Chapter 2, The Dream on Fire. It had been 2 days since my birthday, and no matter how much I tried to stop thinking about the words written in the letter, they were not ready to leave me in peace. Every once in a while, they popped in my head and started to ache. Since I read that letter, I didn't feel like eating or drinking, so I felt dizzy and weak. I had not even stepped out of my room since then. My nightmares were continuously getting worse from the past 2 days, and now blackouts too were becoming a common phenomenon. Most of the time, I didn't even realize that I got unconscious and slipped into some terrifying dream. In the light of the recent events, I really wanted some distraction to divert my mind away from the real issues, and so I was very eagerly waiting for the educational visit the school was taking us on to the World Trade Center the following day, and I was really hoping that it might help me in setting my mind away from the matter and might bring me some relief. Oh my God, they're going to the World Trade Center. This is the rebuilt. So he was the one that caused these terror attacks. Remember, we read the synopsis. He caused these terrorist attacks, so he's gonna have some sort of like flashback when he gets over there. Right? That night too, I saw the same frightening dream I always had. In my dream, there was a burning fire. The color of the flames altered between red, yellow, and orange. All of a sudden, the flames started rising further, and the fire started burning more intensely. Strange voices of people shouting and children crying started coming out of the blazing flames. "Help us!" Woman's wail came from within the fire. Her call was full of pain and helplessness. Just then, a flash of light came, and nothing was visible for a moment. Suddenly, I heard an explosion loud enough to give anybody goosebumps, followed by another similar blast after every few seconds for the next few minutes. As soon as the explosion stopped, the flash of light too passed and my visibility returned. I saw that now the fire had extinguished and there was in the same spot there in the same spot was left behind a puddle of thick red boiling blood instead of ash and soot. Ooh, that's creepy. What? Blood, a big puddle of blood and it's all coagulated and gross and noise and gross and disgusting. The dream was so disturbing that I quickly rose from my bed, trembling and frightened. I was shaken from inside and was sweating out of fear. I was panting badly and struggling for some air. I tried to tame up my thoughts, but the heart shaking voices from my dreams still echoed in my ears. My breathing was getting heavier in the moments. I looked around for my asthma inhaler, but couldn't find it anywhere. By now, my body had started to turn cold and blue, and I was gasping for air so badly that I doubted I would survive much longer. Sorry, I forgot to mute notifications. Whoopsies. No time to worry about that now. uh, 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 uh. My eyesight was getting blurry, and my head felt too heavy due to suffocation. I tried to get up and go to the chest of drawers for my emergency medications, but I was too weak. I felt as if my body was paralyzed. My legs felt too numb and refused to move. I, somewhere inside, knew that I was trying to get up in vain because every time after these dreams, I got so horrified that I lost most of my control over my body. Every part of my body felt like an anchor, and moving my body in such condition felt like moving a mountain. After continuous struggling, I somehow managed to push my body with the support of my hands, leaving every muscle of my arms in extremely excruciating pain. I felt like releasing all the suffering out in the form of a long, loud, pain filled shout, but I stopped myself. Before my arms gave up, I quickly rolled down from the bed and hit the hard wooden floor. The fall sent a wave of shock and pain throughout my body. My back had turned completely sore, and due to bumping my head on the floor, I was feeling all the more befuddled. Now the whole world seemed to be shaking. My eyelids felt even heavier, and it was nothing less than a challenge to keep them open. I was about to quit trying when I was about to quit trying when luckily I noticed my asthma inhaler fall in Valkyrie live on Twitch. 2 o'clock? Is it 2 o'clock? Yes. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, hold on. Now, all right. We're raise stands over here for sure. Valkyrie live on Twitch. Mario Party, then Repo, multi streaming on YouTube. Meow meow meow. You can find her on YouTube as well. All right, that's the plug. What else? Oh, I forgot to do the other ones. We got. I did all of the commands. I moved all the commands over. All right. The recommendation books. Come on, Nightbot. I believe in you. I don't want to do it too quick. And we see which one Nightbot actually fulfills. Okay, so yeah, Japan's bits happened too quickly. Have to wait a second. Yeah, yeah, it only recognized. Unless that link isn't working, it should be working. Japan. Spell it. Oh wait, I didn't even move it over here. Oh no, that is that. Okay, there. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, okay. Okay, it should work now. There we go. Three, two, one. Come on, Nightbot. I believe in you. I believe in you. Please, please don't. Ah, you're embarrassing me. Okay, didn't work. But there it is. Okay, let's see how quickly we can get things to happen in quick. Server commands other than slash me are blocked. What do you mean? What? What? Okay, that's interesting. That one doesn't work. I think I need to put slash me before the word. Three, two, one. Come on, Nightbot. Come on. Don't. Oh no. See that one works. What the heck? What the frick, Nightbot? You're messing with me. You are. Okay. I think that's what. Okay. There was a slash me before this one, but I deleted it. Okay. Okay. So it should work. Success, right? Please, 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 Nightbot, please. Butthole, please. There. Oh yeah. It only shows up with the slash me though. That's dumb. Oh, probably because there's the slash in like the little emoticon itself. Huh? That probably throws it all off. Okay, I got this. I know how we can fix this thing. If we put slash now, that does that work? I think it's gonna break it again. Oh, yeah, okay. That's good enough. That's fine. Or potentially. All right, let's see if this. What if we just put the first slash just do that. Let's see. This would be more acceptable to me, honestly. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're going with that. All right, back to it. Sorry, chat. The fall sent a wave of shock and pain throughout my body. My back had turned completely sore, and due to bumping my head on the floor, I was feeling all the more befuddled. Now the whole world seemed to be shaking. My eyelids felt even heavier, and it was nothing less than a challenge to keep them open. I was about to quit trying when luckily I noticed my asthma inhaler fallen on the floor. Oh, it's a Harv Discord message. My eyelids felt even heavier, and it was nothing less than a challenge to keep them open. I was about to quit trying when luckily I noticed my asthma inhaler fallen on the floor a few meters away. A few meters away. Editor! I gathered all my strength and started to drag myself towards it with my elbows. With every push, I gave to my body an intense pain due to the strain grasp. With every push, I gave to my body an intense pain due to the strain grasped my biceps. My eyes had turned moist due to the pain. As soon as I got hold of the inhaler, I put it in my mouth and started taking deep breaths. Gradually, my breathing stabilized and I took a sigh of relief. I once again could see the reddish tint return to my skin and my dizziness started to slowly fade away. I quietly laid there, absolutely still, trying to sidetrack my thoughts. After a while, when I had calmed myself enough, I slowly got up. I picked up the table clock and kept it beside my bed. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, even the thought of going back to sleep terrified me, and even more horrified I was by the thought of being alone. Paul, I shrieked out of fear. Lisa, where are you? Why do you not show up? I shouted, smashing the clock onto the floor, shattering its glass into tiny little pieces out of anger, and then broke into tears. Where do you always disappear after I wake up from my terrifying dreams and desperately need your support? I waited for either of them to break their silence and answer my questions. I wanted them to come to me and tell me that I was not alone, but it didn't happen. I sat down on the floor and spent the next 2 hours crying. I was still so shaken that even the slightest noise, such as the wind outside the room or the tipping sound of water dripping from the tap in the bathroom, gave me shivers of terror, and the worry of any such thing happening with me in public at the World Trade Center added to the terror. Yep, not going to be a fun day, huh? When it was time, I reluctantly got ready for the field trip. All my excitement and hopes for the day were now washed out. All I wanted now was to avoid creating any scene. When I reached the school, I saw that all the other children had already assembled there, and I was late. I could overhear the conversation of all the other children about me. I think he wants to go on the field trip with his ghost friends, some boy mocked from the crowd, and everybody broke into laughter. I stood there silently with my head bowed down with embarrassment. Till now, I had stayed strong and bore the loathing of everybody else by thinking about my parents and the answers they promised me in that letter. A promise they didn't keep, and answers that I didn't find, but now I had nothing to look forward to. I had lost all hope. I felt like a tree that held the soil tightly in its roots and fought with every storm to remain intact. But all of a sudden, the very soil it relied on to keep itself strong became loose, and it lost everything it stood for in a landslide. I looked around and found everybody laughing. I could see the hatred for me in every single eye. I quickly turned and ran towards the bus, which was supposed to take us on the trip, and sat in the last seat, silently trying to keep myself together. While sitting in the bus alone, the tiredness due to the incomplete sleep of the previous night started to take over me, and I didn't even realize when I slipped into a short nap and had another dream. This time I found myself in the middle of a backyard and grand by a grand white house, and there were colorful flowers growing by the side of the wooden fence, and warm, soothing spring breeze carried their mesmerizing fragrance in all directions. The sun was about to set, and the reddish orange sky looked breathtaking. I was busy enjoying the beauty of the place when a little boy and little girl, both of them about 3 to 4 years old, came running out of the house laughing. Their laughs were full of playfulness. The boy was about 2.5 feet tall and was wearing black shorts along with a yellow round neck t shirt having white horizontal stripes. His dark brown hair fell down onto his forehead. The girl, on the other hand, was wearing a pink frock and was just slightly shorter than the boy. She had rosy cheeks and short blonde hair up to her shoulders. Their laughs reminded me of the happiness I had in my life back when I was their age. A part of me felt jealous for that they had everything I didn't, everything that I held most dear and lost, while on the contrary, I also felt glad on seeing them so happy and wished that they did not lose it like I did, as they made me feel closer to my good memories. Both the children were busy playing in the garden when suddenly a woman came rushing out of the house and kneeled down on one knee in front of the two little children. She was a tall, lean lady with fair skin and long blonde hair falling to her hips. She was wearing a red robe with brown stockings and black slippers. She looked panicked, and the clouds of tension were showing on her face in the form of deep creases on her forehead. Her eyes were wet and her hands were shaking. With her shaking hands, she tightly hugged both the children, and with a voice full of pain and panic, she wailed, "Run away, kids! Please, run away!" "It's not safe for you here," she said, taking hold of the wrists of both children and gave their palms into each other's hand. "Promise me you will always take care of each other." "What happened?" the girl inquired in an innocent tone. "Why do you look so worried?" The lady stared at the girl with tears in her eyes as if she wanted to paint a picture of her in her eyes. The innocence and love in the question seemed to have filled her heart. Her lips were trembling from the suffering her spirit was going through. With her shaking hand, she pulled the little girl close to herself and kissed her on the forehead. She quickly wiped her eyes with her hands and turned towards the boy, ignoring the question. "Just promise me you will take care of her." "But mother, what happened?" the girl asked again, this time louder and more concerned tone. Before she could answer the question, the boy interrupted. "Aunt Helda, it is time." The lady placed both her palms on his cheeks and nodded, trying to stop crying. "Both of you," she said, running her hands just across the cheeks of both children. Just before she could complete her sentence, came the sound of breaking of glass from the inside of the house. "Go, I'll buy you more time." Just then it became all white, followed by a loud explosion. Kaboom! The roar of the blast increased my pulse. My heart seemed to have been beating at double the frequency than it usually did. When the shaking boom, when the shaking boom passed, my heartbeat steadied to some extent, but I could still hear a man shouting, "No, help her! Save her! Please save her!" After that, in one instant, my nap broke and I woke up. My arms were stretched out as if I was calling somebody. Everybody else was looking at me like I was some statue in the museum up for display. It was only then I realized that it was me screaming for help in my sleep all along. I, with a lot of embarrassment and clumsiness, looked across the people staring at me. Their stern facial expressions clearly displayed that they considered me a freak. I could feel their hatred for me in the very air. I slowly put down my arm and quietly lied back in my seat. Just then, I saw Cecile sitting 2 rows ahead of me. She was lean and fair and was just a few inches shorter than me. She had her long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail and was wearing a gray shirt with a white shirt and a gray blazer, and she looked like the most pretty girl you could ever lay your eyes on. But as much as my eyes praised her beauty, my heart hated even her glimpse because she was not only the prettiest girl I had ever met, she also was the most rude, cold, and stone hearted girl I had ever come across. Oh, poor guy. She's so pretty, but she's such a jerk. She was the primary reason why nobody talked to me. Damn, in the first place. I had become the outcast because she made me one. Everybody considered me a freak because she made me look like one. For some unknown reason, she hated me right from the beginning and always tried to keep her distance from me. When I tried to ask her what the matter was and why she hated me so much, she ignored my inquiry and didn't feed me any answers. Moreover, just because of her personal grudge against me, she convinced everybody else as well into not talking to me and ignoring me. She was the one who sowed the seed of hatred for me in the hearts of others and gave me this weed of loneliness. Man, that friggin' sucks. All because of you, poor Cecile. Oh my god. I wonder, she probably knows like something about his past or something, huh? That's probably what it is. He probably has little bits of truth somewhere locked up in her mind. But she's using them for the wrong things. Why does he deserve your hatred? Why? Shouldn't you be helping him to adjust whatever past traumas there are that he's dealing with? Maybe, possibly. No, they're too young. They don't realize these things. Every time I looked at her, I could feel my spirit burning with her hatred, but for the first time since I knew her, in her mesmerizing blue eyes, I could see sympathy for me and not hate. Oh, there, see? There it is. Her facial expressions clearly showed that she was worried for me. From creases on her forehead to twitched cheeks and tightened lips, I could see every sign of worry on her face. Thus, considering our past history and differences, I was more surprised and confused than pleased, because getting care and sympathy from somebody like Cecile, of all people, was weird, even by my standards. This guy, poor guy. On the other hand, all that recent events and turns in my life proved what prove all that recent events and turns in my life proved was that planning your life or expecting anything from that it is a fool's job because it always finds a way of giving you shocks. In my opinion, fate deserves the prestigious Shocker of the Year award, of the year, of the century, of the millennia, of all of existence. Right? Fate will come at and go turn everything upon its head. Right? Also, compared to all of the stuff that was going on in my life, Cecile shouldn't have been much of a big deal, but it still seemed to be, as no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get her out of my mind. I just lied back silently in my seat, wondering about what was going on with her. Just then, a voice disturbed my train of thought. We've reached. I quickly gathered my conscience. The confusion seemed to be grilling my mind. I simply could not understand why Cecile's reaction mattered to me so much that I kept thinking about it throughout the journey. I took another quick look at Cecile. She still looked concerned, and so the awkwardness of the situation exponentially multiplied. I no longer wanted this trip. Nothing was going as planned, and I had a gut feeling that my day was going to get worse. I reluctantly got down from the bus. The sun was right above my head, and the skin was burning under the direct sun rays. The hot air felt suffocating. I should mute these. No. Too late now. Just then, I saw the marvelous World Trade Center. The building was so tall that I had to crane up my neck to see the top of the edifice. At the first sight of the building, attention gripped me. I felt as if something was pulling me back. Something was asking me to stop, not to go in there, as if something didn't want me there. Before we go in, remember we are here to learn and not cause trouble, so you must follow all the rules and be careful on this trip. Dr. Dickens, our teacher in charge of the outing, instructed all the students gathered around the bus, and then he started walking towards the building entrance, while all the others walked behind him. No part of mine wanted to follow them, but I had no option, so I reluctantly lifted my foot to walk. But as soon as I took my first step, I started feeling dizzy. My heart started pounding with extreme force. The next moment, strange voices started to echo in my mind. First, I heard a shrill voice say, "The World Trade Center is gone. Apocalypse is here," another voice said in a serious tone, followed by another bulky man's voice. "War comes to America." After that, there was immense silence. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. Gradually, my eyesight started to blur. Within seconds, I could see nothing. There was mere darkness. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and into the darkness slowly started appearing random red colored numbers, as if somebody was writing on the blackboard with blood. Initially, none of it made sense, but after some time, I understood what they meant. Those randomly scribbled numbers together formed the same census set of digits that was there in the letter from my parents. 1109200108463040711 North or N 740125W. The red hot numbers had dense gray smoke along with hot cinder particles rising from them, and every single second I saw those digits in front of my eyes, I felt a throbbing agony. My intestines seemed to be burning as well along with those digits. I felt caged behind the bars of suffering. I wanted to wake up and escape from it, but I was helpless. Suddenly I felt an extreme shock through my chest, as if I was having a heart attack. Under its effect, my eyes opened in an instant, and I woke up. I discovered now that I was lying on my bed in my room. There was Paul and Lisa standing beside my bed. Though I couldn't see clearly the worry due to their blank faces, I knew from their body language that they were disturbed. My spirit could feel the worry affecting their aura. I tried to get up, but my body was in so much pain that I couldn't even move. As I scanned the room, I found the same two children from my dream in the bus sitting on the floor in one corner of the room. They had the same innocent on their faces, the same gleam in their eyes, and the same laugh on their lips from that dream. But as much as I was glad to see them, I was freaked out as well, because seeing them also reminded me of the disturbing explosion that the dream in the bus concluded with. Paul, I shouted with all my strength. Who are these children, and how did they get here? My voice was breaking out in panic. Jonathan, there are no children in the room, Lisa interrupted in a calming tone. Lisa's reply made my head spin with confusion. What do you mean? Can't you see them both right there in the corner? I insisted, pointing towards them. Lisa and Paul looked back towards the direction my finger was pointing, and after a quick look, both of them looked back towards me. Jonathan, Lisa said in a firmer tone, in order to make herself clear this time, there's nobody there. You're in shock, Paul added. Just close your eyes and rest. I nodded in agreement. Maybe you're right. As soon as I shut my eyelids, I heard the little boy's voice. It is time. I instantly got up and saw towards the corner where I saw them, but this time there really was nobody. My jaw dropped down and my whole world seemed to shake. Where did they go? I screamed out of panic. What is happening to me? Calm down, Lisa said, coming towards me. Everything will be all right. But before I could react, I heard a soft and soothing womanly voice from behind. Your hallucinations are getting stronger, and your talking to yourself is getting more frequent. As I looked back at the source of the voice, I found that in the dark corner besides the wall was sitting Cecile. When did you get here? I asked, but Lisa interrupted. She was here all along. She came and stood right beside me. You lost consciousness a week ago on your trip, and you were unconscious since then. She has been here since, taking care of you, Paul added. I guess your ghost caretaker must have given you the answer, said Cecile in a cynical tone. I don't need your sympathy, I shouted at her, as loudly as my throat allowed me to. I can. Shut up and listen carefully, Cecile cut me mid sentence. Your hallucinations are getting a lot stronger and your condition a lot worse. She slowly walked toward my bedside. You must learn to control your outbursts, or it would be difficult to keep you hidden. Her statement left me with nothing to say. I understood not one bit of it. What do you mean? I sc- What do you mean? I screamed at the inquiry. Cecile passed me a stern look. Cannot answer that question, she said, while moving her soft hand across my hair. And then she walked out of the room, leaving me in suspense. Jonathan, let her go, Lisa said in her soft, soothing voice. You need rest. Go to sleep. Okay, I said, nodding, and then I crossed my fingers, hoping I didn't see any other disturbing nightmare. Closed my eyes and went to sleep. And here we are, chapter 3, The Voice. I guess the finger crossing trick worked because for the first time in weeks, I had a sleep that really was tight. All my body pain, tiredness, stress, everything was gone. And so I was full of energy and ready for action. I quickly got ready to start the day. I was surprised that Paul and Lisa were nowhere to be seen, which is quite unusual, but as I was getting late for school, I didn't spend much time looking for them and left. It had been quite a long time since I had last gone to my school, so when I saw my school building after such a long time, it felt a little odd. It was an all red 3-story building with garden having vast varieties of flowers on the front and a playground behind in the main building. As soon as I entered the school, as soon as I entered the school building, all eyes turned towards me. Everybody in the entire corridor kept aside whatever work they were doing and started staring at me. It seemed that the other day I had made an even bigger mark than I thought. There was hatred and rejection in their gaze. Though I was used to people treating me like this, such hatred of others was something I had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. This time it seemed unbearable. Their gaze seemed like hundreds of tons of weights determined to bring me to my knees. At the end of the corridor, I saw Cecile standing. She was still looking toward the roof. She evidently was trying to ignore me. I ran to her and stood before her. Cecile, what happened, Jonathan? She questioned me very calmly. Are you seeing what you have made me? Do you understand what pain you have caused me? I screamed at her with all my anger. I know you hate me, so stop showing me this fake concern, this false sympathy. I turned away and with brisk steps rushed away. Throughout the day, I sat in the school garden in front of the building. The pleasant smell of flowers floated in the air, and the warm breeze kissed my face and blew my hair. The soothing chirping of the birds filled my ears, but nothing calmed me. All I could do was wonder what was going on with Cecile. We both never liked each other, but I also could not change the fact that she helped me at the World Trade Center and had stayed at my bedside in order to take care of me. I no longer knew for sure if she really was as bad as I considered her to be. I no longer had the slightest of idea whether to hate her or not. It is possible she just turned everybody against me out of panic and is truly guilty of it and really wants to help. I tried to assure myself and help my mind reach a valid conclusion about her in order to rid myself of the miserable confusion that had been squeezing the strength and the will out of me. Also, I never even gave her a chance to explain. Maybe anybody else would have done the same and told others about my disorder out of panic, I thought to myself. There's no harm in trying to talk to Cecile once. But now it was almost dark and the weather had turned chilly. The comforting warm breeze was now replaced by freezing winds. My body was shivering and my face was numb from the cold. My nose was running, and every time a gust of wind came, I felt like sneezing. I got up and started to rush back to the orphanage when I saw Cecile sitting on the opposite end of the garden. She looked devastated and had teary eyes. Her cheeks were red from crying, and her sobbing could easily be heard even from across the garden. Suddenly, I started feeling heavy hearted, as if I had a pile of rocks under my chest. The guilt was weighing me down. I could see in her eyes how much I had hurt her. I wanted to go and talk to her, apologize to her, to clear things up, but I stopped myself. Just a few hours ago, I had said to her a lot of things I shouldn't have said, and so I felt that it wasn't the right time for any conversation. I'm sorry, Cecile. I am really, really sorry, I spoke to myself in an inaudible tone. Tomorrow, I'm going to set things right, and I hope you too will forgive me. I quietly walked out of the garden, hoping Cecile wouldn't notice me. By the time I reached my room, I didn't have even an ounce of strength. Out of tiredness, I straight away lied down on the bed, with my arms and legs spread wide. Before I even realized I was fast asleep, and as usual in my sleep, I saw a dream. This time I saw a small, distant green light blinking in the dark like a lighthouse in the middle of an ocean. Nothing else could be seen. From the direction of the glowing light, a girl's soft voice filled with innocence could be repeatedly heard. Promise me you will always trust me. It is all I need. All night long throughout the dream, I saw the same green light and repeatedly heard the same sorrow filled request of the girl. I woke up the next morning and found Lisa sitting right next to my bedside. Good morning, she whispered in her sweet voice, placing her palm over my chest. You look a lot better now. But I'm not, I replied sarcastically, rubbing my eyes. I have no idea how I will confront Cecile today. Lisa got up as if my reply offended her. You will find a way, my dear. Just remember, I am proud of you for setting your personal ego aside and doing the right thing. After that, Lisa did her ghostly thing and, just like smoke, disappeared into nothing. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her or ask her for any more assistance or encouragement. That day, I went to school early so that I could talk to Cecile, but when I reached there, she was nowhere to be seen. I looked everywhere, checked every corner of the school premises, but couldn't find her. I at last, tired of my vain attempts of finding Cecile, left the school building and went out in the open to catch some air when I saw Cecile leaning along the wall right beside the door of the building. Her lips pressed against each other and her raised eyebrows clearly showed that she was in some deep thought. I cheerfully approached her. Cecile, I've been looking for you. She instantly snapped out of her thinking and turned her attention towards me. Jonathan, she panicked. Look, she spoke with a lot of attitude. I'm not in a mood to fight right now, so please leave me alone. Cecile turned and started to run away. No, you are thinking it the wrong way, I screamed from behind in order to explain. I just want to apologize for yesterday and talk. Cecile didn't pay any attention to me and kept running, so I started to run behind her, calling, Cecile, I'm really sorry for everything. Just let me explain. But even after my repeated apologies, my continuous repenting from a mistake, she didn't stop. Clearly, she was intentionally ignoring me. I felt all the more guilty for my actions. How come I have been such a big jerk lately? My inner self seemed to be questioning me again and again. I should have thought before acting so rashly. Yep, better to be kind, chat. Definitely. By the time I turned my attention back to Cecile, she was running pretty fast and had gained a lot on me, and was now entering the school playground, so I sped up in order to catch her. When I reached the playground, I found Cecile standing in the center of the field with her arms crossed. Her fair skin glowed under the direct sunlight, and her long golden hair, tied back in a ponytail, flew due to the hot loo, mm, in, loo. The wind blowing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bathroom or toilet. Gambling card game from the 19th century. What? Mm, That just might be a typo on its own. Old card game winner reach. Obligate contribute to a new pool toilet, but that's British. Yep, I don't know exactly what they meant there, but that's what it says. LOO. Her fair skin glowed under the direct sunlight, and her long golden hair, tied back in a ponytail, flew due to the hot loo. She held her brown overcoat tightly around her waist to keep it from blowing. I quickly took a quick look around, all around. Nobody could be seen anywhere. There stood merely the two soccer goal posts on either side of the ground. The fine green grass, too, seemed to be dancing on the beats of the blowing air. I won't get a better opportunity to talk to her, I thought. I quickly ran to her and stood before her calmly. I took a deep breath in order to gather my courage and kept my palms on her shoulder. I have been looking for you all day. Cecile's face turned grim. Jonathan, I have been hiding from you. Cecile was trying to avoid eye contact with me. Look, Cecile, I understand why you have been ignoring me, and I'm really boom. Before I finished, I heard an explosion. I could feel a sudden surge in the air, and the ground trembled due to the explosion. My ear had turned numb, and I had them covered tightly with my hands. I was finding it difficult to maintain ballast. Cecile was thrown onto the ground. When I turned, I found that the school building's roof was blown to pieces from one corner. Blazing flames, along with orange cinder, rose from the spot, and gray smoke cloud mushroomed the sky from the newly formed hole. Someone blew up the school building. What the heck? When I turned, I found that the school building, from the new formed hole. Shouting and screaming could be heard from inside the building. His name's Jonathan Blaze. He's the one that did it. He did it in his sleep. He's the pyromaniac. He's the guy. He's the guy. Officers. Shouting and screaming could be heard from inside the building. Hearing those wails, the voices of shouting and crying of people from my dream freshened in my mind. Before the picnic freshened in my mind, I was shaken beyond all limits. I quickly helped Cecile get up. We should go help others. Jonathan, you must not go into the building. Cecile sounded panicked and worried, but I didn't stop. I just couldn't abandon the rest, no matter how much differences I had with them. Jonathan, you must stay hidden, Cecile once again shouted to try to stop me. They are armed men. That stopped me at once. I turned towards her. What? You know who did this? Cecile went quiet for a moment and after a pause nodded. Yes. The ground seemed to be shaking beneath me. How? Before Cecile could answer, I heard the deafening sound of gunfire from the building. What the heck? I couldn't resist myself any further and ran as fast as I could to help the rest. While running towards the building entrance along the building's outside walls, I spotted an open window and got a view of what was going on inside. I saw a score of pretty bulky guys wearing shabby looking green sweaters and torsos. Their clothes were dirty and creased. All five of them had their faces covered with black masks, and only their angry red eyes were visible. I could clearly see the thirst for blood in each of those five sets of eyes. They had a belt of grenades hanging around their waists, and each of them had a machine gun in their hands. All the students and faculty of the school were down on their knees, and their hands were raised in the air. They were all trembling with fear, and their lips muttered in prayers. You are all our hostages, I overheard one of the masked men scream in his terrorizing thick voice. If you don't cooperate, you won't live either. My voice seemed to be boiling in my veins, and I wanted to save all the people stuck inside, but I didn't have the slightest idea how. Just then I heard Cecile whispering to me, Get low. I was so involved in my thoughts that I didn't even notice her all this time, and now she was sitting down on her knees just a few meters away from me. She crawled to me on her knees and hands. While crawling, Cecile looked like a cute little kitten who just learnt to walk. Jonathan, I'm sorry. I did a terrible mistake by letting you go to the World Trade Center. I didn't quite understand what Cecile was trying to convey. She held my hand tightly. Promise me you'll always trust me. It is all that I need. It's what the girl said in his dream. When Cecile said those words, my jaw dropped to my feet because not only the sentence, but the way she spoke it, the tone, everything was exactly identical to that of the girl's voice from my previous night's dream. Suddenly, there seemed to be an extra dimension to Cecile's personality. How did you? I'm sorry, Jonathan. Cecile hit me in the back of my neck. It is necessary. She knocked him out. What? Whack. When Cecile hit my neck, I felt a mild sting. I quickly threw my hands on my neck to check what caused, and I realized there was a dart sticking to my neck. Oh, okay. I thought she just like karate chopped him, but no, she actually used tranquilizer. Don't worry, you'll be fine. It will just make you unconscious, she added. One day, you'll understand. My eyelids started to feel heavy, and my thoughts started to feel clouded. My muscles got more and more numb. My leg refused to carry my weight. But before I knew it, I was lying motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. As soon as I got unconscious, once again my dreams found their way in my sleep. Mm-mm. Chapter 4 Hope Shall Prevail. Gonna take a quick pee break. Be right back. 2 seconds. I shall return. This is an interesting book. I'm liking what we're doing so far. And we return. Here we are. Meow, 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 meow. So good, so good. Uh, 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 uh. Yep. And we drink more. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Milk, what the heck? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Sorry, sorry. We just get in Ray chat. Oh, my sub expired. There we go. And we're back. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. Here we are. Chapter 4, Hope Shall Prevail. We're about 23% through the book, page 39 of 197. Okay, we're just getting an idea of how long this is. Definitely going to finish this today. Well, there's like 40 chapters. Yeah. We're at an hour and 30 so far, but that's also with me and my dumb interruptions as well. But yeah, going by this could probably gonna be a few hours. Probably gonna be a few hours. Do 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 meow 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 dum da 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 dum dum da dum da dum da da dum dee 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 dim bim bim da 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 dum. And it's starting to decay, but I'm still here. Lost everything, everything. I know that it will fall, the crumbling wall. And it's all that is left of me. It seems like we're in withdrawal, but so are they all. And it's all that is left of me. I'll write your name in the stone and read it alone. And it's all that is left of me. Your love songs cover this home, but nobody knows. And it's all that is left to me. And in the temple divine, can't tell the writing from vines, but then we know just what they'll say. Here's to the mightier kind, take Al and Cope and combine, but then they started to decay. But I'm still here, lost everything, everything. I know that it will fall, the crumbling wall. And it's all that is left of me. It seems like we're in withdrawal, but so are they all. And it's all that is left of me. You're like that. I'll write your name in the stone and read it alone. And it's all that is left of me. Your love songs cover this home, but nobody knows. And it's all that is left to me. Dee, 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 dee. Good kid, good kid. Everything, everything. Dee, 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 dee. Bee, 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 dee, 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 dee. Bee, dee, 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 bee, bee, dee, bee, dee, 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 bee, bee, dee, bee, dee, 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 bee, dee, dee, bee, dee, dee, dee. Bam, 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 bam. Bum 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 bee dee 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 beam beam bee dee 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 bum bum. That feeling cuts deep when you realize how infinite it all is. We know it. Humanity knows it. Yet here we are, caught in the same old fight. Rugged plains, this against that. No excuse holds up. Not when the sky is watching. We're primates, sure. Not too long ago, survival was the goal. Eat, run, hit. But the night has changed. Infinity burns cold and clear, daring us to look up. We're either cowards, blind, or both too terrified to step into it. Our toes grip the dirt, trembling, as if infinity might swallow us whole. Where's that from? I don't know. We can give it a repost, though. Miku. Okay, you're good to go. What about you, other Miku? Man, I don't have our Miku emotes for YouTube. I don't have any sort of partnership with them. Kind of sucks. Twitch emotes on Twitch. Get Mikumon. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Chapter 4. Hope shall prevail. This time I found myself standing in an old dungeon. A layer of dust covered the floor, as if the place hadn't been cleaned for years. The walls and the roof had spider webs at every other spot. The only light in the room was what entered the room from the little window of the size of a man's palm in the center of one of the walls, and along the opposite wall, under the spotlight of the illuminating beam, sat an old man. His face had a big scar just underneath his right eye. His cheeks were sunken, and his pale lips trembled from weakness. His long, dense white beard fell up to his chest. The clothes he wore were old, drenched in blood, and torn to shreds, clearly showing off most of his body. His entire back was red with blood. Scars and wounds that ran like zigzag lines covered his body. The scars on his body looked fresh compared to the one under his eye. Lying there, he was babbling the same words again and again. Hope shall prevail. His voice was feeble and filled with pain, and anybody could tell that for him, speaking required a lot of effort. Just then, a door opened up behind me, and two men entered the dungeon laughing. How is our friend today? They both were wearing the exact same clothes the men who attacked my school wore green sweaters, along with green torso, black leather boots, and black masks. The two masked men slowly walked towards the old man, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the empty room. As they both neared the weak old man, his face turned more and more bluer from fright, and his already skinny body trembled. They were extre- they with extreme force dragged the wounded man into the center of the dungeon. Then the two men removed the rags that covered his body, revealing the scars, cuts, and wounds, along with burn marks at numerous spots on his body and limbs. Time for your medicine, shrieked one of the two men, producing a whip from inside his sweater. It is cold, isn't it? Let's warm you up. The other one took out a whip in a similar fashion, and then ruthlessly started hitting the old man with it. Your suffering won't protect him. So tell us where he is, or you'll bear the consequences. The first man warned, and then your suffering won't protect him. You know that, so tell us where he is, or you'll bear the consequences, the first man warned, and then he too started the rain of brutal hits on that old man. Seeing that old man getting tortured so brutally was too much to take. I could feel my heart climb up my throat. As much as I wanted to help him, to protect him, to do the right thing, I knew it was a dream, and I was nothing more than a reflection of my thoughts in there. I was no better than a gush of air. Lash after lash after lash the old man took, and I could do nothing but stare at him while he was being beaten to pulp. I tried everything to protect him, but never before had I felt so helpless. In my sleep I shouted, I wailed, I cried for an ounce of humility, but never before I felt more weak. I knew it was merely a dream, but the cruelty that I was witnessing could overwhelm even the most stone hearted person, and every time the whip touched the old man's flesh, my heart ached. For every scar he got, I too screamed in my sleep, shared his pain, and I too shed his tear. He's an empath. He's over there feeling bad. Try anything, you monsters, but I won't let you succeed. The old man's challenge angered the two masked men further, and they started whipping his scarred, bare body with even more force. The sound of leather striking flesh echoed through the dungeon so loudly that every brick forming the four walls and roof and the floor of the room would have cried, but the poor man didn't even utter a word, asking for pity or expressing his pain. He quietly bore the pain with his lips glued together and his eyelids shut tightly. Instead, he kept on babbling the same dialect from before. Hope shall prevail. Enraged from the defeat against his will and persistence, one of the brutal masked men threw his whip onto the floor. Enough, he shouted. Bring the other one as well. The very next moment, the dungeon's door opened, and from outside, an old woman was brought in forcefully by another man. She had long grayish hair, and wrinkles covered her face. Blood ran down her face from a wound on her forehead. Her hands and legs were full of bruises, cuts, and scars. Her clothes were red with blood like the old man's, and it was evident that she too was tortured in a similar fashion. The masked man who brought her tossed her onto the ground and retreated back out of the room, shutting the door with immense force. Look who we have here, the first man said, lifting his whip from the floor. He went over to her and kneeled down on one knee beside her. Are you ready for today's lesson? He looked up at his companion, who jerked his neck, instructing him to carry it forward. The other masked man followed the instructions and resumed their vicious act of devil on the helpless old lady. Her shouts filled the room, her blood stained the floor, but I could do nothing. Watching her suffer, the old man struggled to get up and help her, but he was too weak to do so. Leave her, he managed a furious shriek, but the lashing didn't stop. Leave her or you'll do what? The brutal monster shrieked back, landing an even harder blow than before onto the back of the old woman. Please, leave her! The fury was now replaced with helplessness. The masked man stopped and gave him a taunting look for a second, then resumed their wicked deed. I'm sorry I brought this on you, my love. You did what was necessary to protect him, so don't mourn for me, she assured him, trying to hide her pain and remain strong. The important thing is that he is safe. The man nodded. His pride and strength seemed to have returned. These shall be watching over him. This infuriated the two brutal men. Where is he? The couple didn't feed them any reply. Instead, they kept the chorus. They instead they in chorus spoke the same sentence and kept on repeating it again and again. Hope shall prevail. Never give up hope, chat. Hey Harvey, are you enjoying? I hope you're enjoying. Like I said, please give me any feedback. Let me know anything that I can do better. Yeah, we're just gonna go make it through this book. That's for today. But yeah, thank you. All the commands should be the same as the ones on Twitch. Oh, let me give you a mod. You're not mod here, are you? can do all. We'll give you managing moderator ability. Okay, perfect. I know we can trust you. Mm-mm-mm. Here's another book that we got for reading too, called Allies, if you're interested, by Alan Gratz. He had to get to the seawall. Would he be hit with a hail of German bullets when he stepped out from behind the tank? Dee didn't know and didn't have time to figure it out. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaped out. Bullets whizzed, motors exploded. Behind Dee, something big blew up near the water. Medic! Medic! He heard a soldier scream. Dee ignored them all and ran. Very interesting right there, yep. Hope you're having a fantastic one. Here we are, chapter 5, Pending Promise. When I gained back my consciousness, I was very much panicked after my last dream. My face was wet with tears and my eyes were moist. I was extremely disturbed, and so I took. There's Japan. So I took deep breaths and started looking around to calm my nerves. I found myself sitting in a wooden chair in a very dark room. I could see nothing other than darkness. The very air was suffocating and filled with humidity. The room was hot enough to make it feel like a furnace. My clothes were soaked in sweat, making it irritating and uncomfortable to sit in them. My black leather jacket and blue denim jeans were stinking, and brown boots were all ruined. I could feel the sweat run down my cheeks. So, in order to wipe it off my face, I tried to bring my hand to my face, but I found them to be tied to the chair with jute ropes. That's right, freaking Cecile went and drugged us. She tranked us. Damn it. I could feel the sweat run down my cheeks, so in order to wipe it off my face, I tried to bring my hand to my face, but I found them to be tied to editors to wipe my face, so I have to bring my hand to my face. Not to say that I'm the best writer ever, but that's a little bit too much of repeating of my face. But I found them to be tied to the chair with jute ropes. Panic gripped my thoughts. I tried to recall how I got there, but I couldn't remember anything except my last dream. I rocked the chair as hard as I could to break free of the bonds. I continuously struggled to untie my hands, but the knot was extremely tight. Suddenly, from my vigorous attempts to break free, one of the legs of the chair broke, and the whole chair tumbled, and with me tied to it. My head smacked against the hard concrete, and my cheeks were rubbing against its rough surface. I screamed out of pain, and my wails bounced across the walls of the dark room, making my voice echo. Instantly, a door opened from behind, and in the room entered a lean, tall lady. I couldn't exactly make out her face in the dark, but she did look familiar. It's probably Cecile's mom. I see you're awake. You're asleep for the last 2 days. Man, this guy gets knocked the frick out. A week, 2 days? Man, poor guy. Her voice was firm and strong. Who are you, and what do you want from me? I asked her in an annoyed tone. Jonathan, I'm your friend and benefactor, and I only want what is best for you. Look, please be clear about what you mean, I said, struggling to get up. You must be confused. Jonathan, I know everything about you, your dreams, and that letter from your parents. I've been watching you very closely. I know that you just had another very disturbing nightmare, but you need to calm down. It was clear that the anxiety wasn't going to help, so I took her advice and tried to focus on the pleasant and peaceful things. She clapped her hands and the lights turned on. As soon as the place was lit enough to make out the surrounding, I took a quick look around. It was a small room with no furniture except one more wooden chair along with the broken chair that I was tied to, and the wooden table kept between the two. A mantelpiece hung on one of the walls. The paint on the wall was faded to such an extent that it was impossible to make out what color it used to be. The floor was plain gray concrete, and the whole room evidently hadn't been cleaned in years. The lady was standing in front of me, facing the opposite side, wearing a white blazer. Her hands were in the pocket of her black trousers. Her complexion, from what I could make out from the little part of the back of her neck visible to me, seemed to be white as ice. Her long blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, fell up to her shoulders. How, how do you know so much about me? My voice reeked of confusion and doubt. Jonathan, I know you don't remember how you got here, and neither do you know why you have been brought here, but I assure you each question of yours will be answered in time. For now, you must understand that we have much more in common than you realize, she added, turning towards me. As soon as I got a glimpse of her face, everything became clear. The first look at her face reminded me of the attack on the school, my last conversation with Cecile, how she knocked me unconscious, as that lady was none other than Cecile herself. She is taking the competition of Shocker of the Year award way too seriously, I thought to myself. Why did you bring me here? I screamed as loud as I could. Jonathan, I did not have time to explain everything, and so I had to abduct you, she cleared her throat. It was the only way to save you. This freaking girl, Cecile. Oh my god. And it's funny that he didn't recognize her all at once. But I guess, yeah, just being in the delirium of like waking up and having that dream. Yeah, okay. Okay. Look, the things haven't been good. Look, the things haven't been good between us. I said and did a lot of things to you that I shouldn't have, but you need to understand that I had no other option. Cecile turned down her tone and tried to assure me. She slowly walked towards me, kneeled down next to me, and untied my hands. My wrists were badly bruised due to the struggling from before. There was mild bleeding from several cuts due to the jute rope, and I could feel a sting like pain throughout my hands and wrists. Jonathan, I know you're confused, but before I answer any of your questions, you must answer the one I asked you. Cecile's voice had turned softer. What? Then she held my hands and asked me in an emotional tone, with her eyes gleaming with hope. Do you trust me? Cecile's question refreshed the memory of the girl's voice from my dream, asking me to promise her to always trust her, and then how Cecile had asked for the exact same promise from me in the exact same manner before she hit me with a dart and made me unconscious. Cecile's question made me all the more confused. I threw my hands around my head. I had no idea what was going on, nor did I feel like I was at all in control of my life. Jonathan, do you trust me or not? Cecile once again threw the question at me, but I still didn't have an answer. Deep inside, I knew that things were a lot more complicated than they appeared to be. So part of me wanted to say yes, but also I couldn't deny that she had kidnapped me and tied to a chair, which made it really difficult to trust her. Out of my frustration, I shouted, "I don't know what." Before I could finish, the lights went out, and the room once again became completely dark. I know that is too much to digest, so take your time and think wisely before you answer. Cecile's voice pulsated throughout the room. Her tone was firm and somewhat frightening. We have drugged you, and within a few minutes, you will once again fall asleep. I hope that once you wake up, you will have an answer. How is he going to have an answer if he's unconscious and unable to think about these things? Is this dreams? The dreams are what are going to be guiding his decision here? Just then, I heard the door being slammed closed. I understood she had left, and I was once again all alone in that dark room. Chapter 6, The Voice in the Burning House. Instantly after Cecile walked out of the room, the effect of the drug kicked in just as Cecile told me. I started to feel exhausted and my body felt weak. My eyes started to feel heavy. Even the slightest movement required tremendous effort, and so I didn't even realize when I fell asleep and slipped into a dream. In my dream, I once again saw the same two children from my dream on the bus. They were standing on the street, watching their house burn to ashes. Their clothes were caked with soot and ash. Large tears of sorrow filled their eyes. Their faces had random black marks from the soot like a stain on a piece of cloth, and they were mildly sweating due to the heat from the burning house. The boy had a serious burn mark on his right elbow and a fresh wound with slight bleeding on his forehead. Seeing those two innocent children who should have been playing and living and creating sweet childhood memories suffer in such a manner made me feel helpless. Instead of dreams, their eyes were filled with tears. Their dream freshened my own nightmares. Mom, the little girl managed with a lot of difficulty. Her voice came out shriller than usual, as if the sorrow was choking her. Mom, she screamed again with all her strength. The boy tightly held the girl's hand. I'm truly sorry for this. He started wiping her tears. But what happened? The girl was desperately trying to keep her eyes dry, but failed so far. How did this happen? I have no idea, but I know Aunt Helda will be all right, the boy reassured her. But he was trying to avoid eye contact. He too was shivering out of fear, and his voice too cracked from panic. It was clear that he himself was as shaken as the girl was, but for the sake of a vulnerable girl who just lost her mother, he had to act strong. I knew the pain of losing everything I loved, everyone I cared for, the pain of loneliness, and so I could tell what they were going through. Now we have to stick together. You are all I have left, he said. The girl nodded his, the girl nodded her head and tightly hugged the boy. Just promise me you'll always trust me. It's all I need. Those last words and the way that girl spoke them gave me goosebumps. Many things became clear, but one thing that I now knew for sure was that Cecile definitely had some connection to my dreams, and those children as well. When I woke up, I once again found myself tied to a wooden chair like the last time, but this time Cecile was sitting right in front of me. She still had her usual attitude, but this time those harsh expressions were accompanied by a lively and welcoming smile on her face, which she was trying to hide. I hope you must have thought through wisely and made a decision, she said. Though she sounded firm, I could sense a certain excitement in her voice. My last dream had freshened my agonizing bad memories of the past, and my limbs being tied to a chair for no apparent reason only added to my frustration. Cecile, why am I tied to this chair? I asked firmly. How can you expect me to trust you this way? Jonathan, I did what I had to do, she politely answered, trying to assure me. I could sense some fear in her voice as if she was about to lose something that mattered to her a lot. All I can tell you for now is that there is a valid reason behind it. I was still very confused, but the one thing that was absolutely clear was that when Cecile told me she knew everything about me and my dreams, she was telling the truth. And if anybody could help me in understanding what they meant, it was her. I figured I had no choice other than trusting her, and no matter how much risk there was in it, with my dreams and hallucinations getting much more stronger, I wasn't any better. One moment I decided I wasn't any better. So in that one moment, I decided to go with my instincts and play a gamble. He was told to follow his instincts. Remember? Mhm. Look, I don't know how you know about my dreams, but right now you have got me concerned, and I have no other option than following you. So yes, I am ready to trust you. I said in a tone that lacked any confidence whatsoever. Hearing my answer, she took a sigh of relief. But I could no longer see any of the excitement on her face that she had when I woke up, and so I could easily tell that my response was underwhelming for her, and she was disappointed, though I had no idea why. Moreover, her lips were tightly pressed against each other, clearly showing that she was trying to bottle up the disappointment and was trying to avoid eye contact as an attempt to hide her disappointment from me. Now untie me, I said in a serious tone. Yeah, give me a minute, she gasped, and then she brought out a knife out. And then she brought a knife out of her pocket and started cutting my bonds. When my hands were free, I found them to be in a condition even worse than before. The cut was still bleeding, and the bruises had worsened as well. The flesh was all swollen, and my wrist was badly sprained. Every muscle of my body was in extreme pain. When I tried to stand up, my legs refused to carry me, and I was about to end up on the floor when Cecile caught me and stood me up. Probably I hurt myself the other day while I was trying to break free of my bonds, I said to Cecile. Maybe you are right, she replied in a discomforted tone. What? Maybe you're right. She knows exactly what happened. Oh my god. Gaslighting, gaslighting. Come, I'll show you to your room. What? He had a room this whole time? Oh my god. I was in no condition to walk myself, and so I had to take her support. Kept my one hand on her shoulder, and with tiny steps walked with her through a long, dark corridor. The corridor was so dark that there was next to zero visibility, and it was impossible to make out any of the details. All I could tell was that the floor was extremely old and made of wood due to the screeching sounds it made under our weight. Cecile stopped near a door at the end of the corridor. The door was too old and had undergone serious termite damage. It had a rusted copper colored doorknob. Use what little time we have left and get some rest, Cecile said, gently twisting the doorknob and opening the door. I got the room cleaned. I hope you like it. Considering the condition of the corridor and the door, I didn't expect much from the room either, but surprisingly, it turned out to be pretty lavishly furnished. There was a grand king size bed with heavy handcrafted flower designs on the backrest of the bed. A circular teak finished table rested by the corner, and there was an antique looking wardrobe by the wall near the bed. On the opposite wall was a wooden shelf, and a plain mustard carpet covered the floor. Gather as much of your strength as possible, as we can't stay here for long, she instructed. I will send for you at noon. Until then, just make yourself comfortable. Before I could ask her anything about why we have to leave or where we were going, she simply walked away, leaving me in suspense. After she left, I had nothing to do, so so I as told, simply lied down on the bed and waited for further instructions. One sec. Yeah, yeah, always barking at the mailman. All right, chapter 7. Off to Brazil. Off to Brazil, man. We're going all over the place in this book. Do, 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 do. New York. That's where the orphanage was. New York. Some of these chapters are just really short. So I mean, there's 42 chapters, but like yeah, we'll probably get through this at a decent pace. Oh my god. End update info potentially coming to Minecraft. Oh, this is Waddle, so I mean he's just over here speculating things. But he usually has a pretty good idea of things coming down the pipe in terms of Minecraft. Chapter 7. Off to Brazil. At noon, that's actually more distracting than I thought. At noon, a stout old man came to my room. He was wearing a black suit along with black leather shoes, perfectly polished. Not a speck of dirt could be seen anywhere on them. He had short gray hair combed sideways. Spotting wrinkles on his face was as easy as spotting wet rocks on a riverbank due to his extremely fair skin tone. It's time to leave, sir. Your luggage has already been packed and is already in the vehicle. He spoke in an extremely humble tone. Madame Cecile is waiting for you. I'm here to escort you to her. I'm sorry, who exactly are you? Stephen, he replied in a tone even humbler than before. Madame Cecile's butler. And Stephen, where exactly will I be going with Madame Cecile? I asked him in a similarly polite and humble tone. My apologies, sir, but I do not have the authority to give you that information. But I can surely, but I can. So, dyslexia. I do not have the authority to give you that information, but I surely can assure. That's what's throwing me off. Surely can assure you that it is for the greater good of everybody, including your own. Now, please follow me. I will take you to Madame Cecile. Stephen led me through the same long, creepy corridor, and this time it was lit enough to make out the surroundings. But still, the light was so dim that one had to walk very carefully in order to avoid tripping. A few old paintings hung on the side walls of the corridor. As I had guessed, the floor of the corridor was made out of wood and was in terrible condition due to termite damage and screeching sounds it made under Stephen's and my weight added to the creepiness of the corridor. That's a repetition. He told us about the termite damage and the creaking sounds. Once again, I am not a writer. This is just things that I'm noticing. Stephen stopped near a door at the other end of the corridor. Madame Cecile will meet you inside, he said, opening the door. When I entered the room, I found it to be pretty similar to my room. There was an exact same bed by the wall, antique wardrobe near it, round coffee table in the corner, a shelf on the wall, and mustard carpet on the floor. In addition to that, there was a sofa set that kept along the shelf. In addition to that, there was a sofa set kept along the shelf with Cecile sitting on it. I hope you must have rested enough, because we are about to leave, she said as soon as I entered the room. Yes, but you promised me some answers, and I am not leaving without them, I replied in an annoyed voice. Something I was expecting, but as it is clear that you still don't trust me completely, so you are not ready for them, Cecile said, something. Cecile said, taking out something from the pocket of a bag kept. Something I was expecting, but as it is clear that you still don't trust me completely, so you are not ready for them, Cecile said, taking out something from that pocket of a bag kept near her on the sofa. For now, you will have to make do with it, she said, showing me a small black pocket diary. This diary contains the answer to every single question of yours, but you will not be able to read it until you are ready. She tossed the diary towards me. I simply caught it and examined it very carefully, but couldn't find anything unusual about it. It was just a normal diary with a hard cardboard cover along with a black plastic lamination. Inside the diary were written some random phone numbers. We cannot stay here any longer, Cecile interrupted my train of thought. And at least tell me at least tell me where exactly we are going. Brazil, she answered. Why Brazil? You will know, she replied back very casually, and then left the room, while I again did the only thing I could. I followed her. Chapter 8. One more attack. Oh no! More attacks! Cecile took me out to the garage. In the garage was parked a truck. On first glance, the condition of the vehicle seemed to be good, with just minor scratches on the hood of the truck. Cecile quickly went over to the truck and, while occupying the driver's seat, said to me, "Climb aboard." "Why are we going by road?" Cecile leaned out of the window and screamed back, "Those attackers can track us if we travel by air or rail. Now hurry up." That's by air or rail, but they can't track a car. That's interesting. That's an interesting choice too. But maybe there's gonna be an exciting like chase scene or something like that. Yeah, maybe this is like all planned out. Obviously, it's all planned out. The author is writing this. Yep. Okay. We'll just keep on going, keep on trucking, as it were. I hope you're ready for it because there aren't going to be much rest stops either, Cecile added in her firm voice. I, as told, occupied the passenger seat. Take me wherever you want to, and after all, what difference does my opinion make? I said, trying to sound sarcastic. If you consider your opinion right now, you won't live to express it the next time, she replied in order to counter my sarcastic comments. Throughout the journey, I tried to concentrate on my memories, but it did no good. I kept on wondering what connection I had with Cecile of Brazil or the attack on our school, but in vain. Cecile sensed my words and broke the silence. I'm getting very tired. Why don't you drive for a few hours? I gently nodded and took the driver's seat. For 2 days, that's some new information. So, okay, they both know how to drive. All right. It was his 18th birthday, maybe like what, a month ago or so. He was passed out for like a week, probably less than, well, yeah, like maybe 2 to 3 weeks. He's now legally able to be an adult in the United States. They were in New York driving to Brazil. What? Okay. We're putting the pieces together here. I gently nodded and took the driver's seat. For 2 days, we traveled in similar fashion by taking turns on the wheel, and the journey was going smooth. Where's the butler? Why isn't he taking a turn? As planned, there were no necessary rest stops, no unnecessary rest stops, and the only places we stopped at were restaurants to keep our bellies filled and our colons clean. We were only a few miles away from the Brazilian border when the unexpected happened. Took a couple of days to drive there. New York to Brazil is not possible to lack a road. How did they get there? Physically and legally impossible. You would need to drive 250 miles on no road at all through the jungle. In all likelihood, you wouldn't make it. There's no guarantee the trees would be even wide enough to let you go through. You need a chainsaw to illegally cut down trees in a national park. How did they get there? Okay, this is raising too many questions. I need to just move on. I just need to move on from any of these. Okay, they drove to Brazil. They did it. They did the damn thing. Okay, moving on. We're moving on. Suspending our disbelief, chat. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should never have started down this rabbit hole. Damn. Reset. I gently nodded and took the driver's seat. For 2 days, we traveled in a similar fashion by taking turns on the wheel. The journey was. Oh, actually, we don't know exactly where they were because they kidnapped him, right? Okay. So wherever they are was a 2 day trip to Brazil. I'm asking the wrong questions to Google. Well, you gotta keep on moving. We gotta keep on moving. Okay, wait. One last question. Still mm, 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 mm. It would be to the Brazilian border. So they were in Colombia, maybe. Sorry, we cannot calculate the direction. Let's pick someplace on border. Can't even map out these freaking. So I guess that's why they took a truck. Okay, so at least that makes sense. They're driving through a lot of forest, and they were probably like in Colombia or something. Honestly. All right, all right, all right, all right. This is actually gonna take more research in order to actually get to feasible conclusions here. I'm just wasting time. All right, back to it. Back to it. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But how did they drive to Brazil? They were in New York. The orphanage was in New York for sure. And but then he got kidnapped by Cecile, and so wherever Cecile took them, it was a 2 day drive away from Brazil. All right, that's the story that we're at so far, chat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The wheels are turning. The wheels of fate are turning. For 2 days, we traveled in a similar fashion by taking turns on the wheel, and the journey was going smooth. As planned, there were no unnecessary rest stops, and the only places we stopped at were restaurants to keep our bellies filled and our colons clean. We were only a few miles away from the Brazilian border when the unexpected happened. From nowhere, a helicopter came and started hovering over our truck. The loud roaring of its blades pierced through the winds made it difficult to hear even one's own voice. Both Cecile's and my hair danced to the rhythm of air, and the dust and sand levitated in a rotary motion from the fast-moving winds due to the helicopter's blades. They have found us, Cecile sounded tensed. Two well-built and strong-looking men wearing a black jacket and green torso came out of the helicopter. Pull over your truck and surrender, or we will have to kill you, one of them warned us over a megaphone. My skin was turning blue from panic, and mine seemed to have uh, seized work under pressure. What disturbed me all the more was that I didn't even know what these people were after, why these people were after us. This is your last warning. Pull over your truck. But Cecile once again ignored the warning and kept on driving. I took a quick look at her. Her face was stoned, her lips pressed together, and her eyes full of determination to find a way to lose the helicopter. Cecile, what is going on? Jonathan, there's no chance we can surrender. There's too much at stake here. Too much at stake. What I wonder what's going on. And this is only book one. Book one of the Oh, Harvey, you're back. YouTube stream for once. Harvey, do you prefer that I stream on YouTube or should I stick with Twitch? Because I could go back. I've been considering going back and doing just YouTube streams. But it's also pretty decent being able to do YouTube the Twitch stream and then just do the VOD over to YouTube. So I don't know. Maybe we might get more views on YouTube though. Honestly, it's a little easier to find smaller creators. Mm, I think you just prefer YouTube, huh? Maybe we'll just do switching back and forth. Mm, the dual streaming just seemed to cause me to have like lower quality. That's all that happened there. So it's either or. I don't think we can do both, honestly. While Cecile and I were having the discussion, suddenly we heard a bumping sound from the back of the truck. Both of us saw the side mirrors and found that a rope ladder was hanging down from the helicopter, and one man was climbing down onto the truck's roof using it while the other was already standing on the truck's roof. Cecile's skin, too, was turning pale from tension. Sweat collected on her forehead, and I could tell she had no idea how to evade those men and this situation. By now, both the masked men were standing on the truck's roof with their terrifying big guns. Jonathan, go knock out those jerks, Cecile said in a commanding tone. Not a good time for kidding, I replied under the impression that she was messing around with me. Do I look like I'm joking? You can do this. Don't be afraid. They won't be able to harm you. Now go up and finish the job before they finish us. What the heck? Is he like some sort of Superman? That's right. Like his wounds healing instantly, but they weren't healing instantly. Well, these ones that he got, he was trapped by Cecile. So that's also something to be questioning here. There's so many mysteries happening. But is he like trained? Is he a trained master martial artist or something? He's gonna go and knock out these guys really quickly. Let's find out. But I tried to protest once it was clear that she was serious. We have no other option, so trust me, I know what I am doing. Cecile's statement freaked me out. After all, I was just a normal teenager and had no chance against those armed guys. Hurry up, we don't have much time. I guess I was backed up in a corner. I had no other choice, so I very carefully put my body out through the window and pulled myself up. Every second leaning out the window felt like riding a roller coaster without seatbelts, and while trying to climb onto the roof of the truck, I had the feeling that I was heading straight into the lion's den. Once I was onto the roof, I found it difficult to keep my balance. Moreover, the chilly winds felt like slaps on my face, and the air fluttered in my ears, making it difficult to hear. The wind in my eyes made it difficult to see as well. When the two of them saw me, they stopped firing. Here you are, said one of them. For several minutes, they stood there absolutely still, staring at me like a predator stares at its prey, while I was trying not to get any further frightened by it. They both slowly started to walk towards me. With every step they took towards me, my heart climbed further and further up into my throat. I had no idea what to do when suddenly the climate started getting foggy. The fog got denser and denser until there was zero visibility. It was impossible to see anything, but I could still hear gunfire and the sound of the helicopter hovering above my head. I thought they stopped firing at him. What's going on? Chapter 9, The Baby Given Up. So this is about him because he's an orphan and he got sent to the orphanage. When the fog cleared, I found myself in a grand room. What? I understood that I had turned unconscious and was dreaming. Okay. Oh, so he got knocked out by the fog, or maybe he lost himself to like some sort of like anger in the fog, and he's gonna wake up, and the two armed men are gonna be like destroyed, decimated, completely dismantled. Hmm. When the fog cleared, I found myself in a grand room. I understood that I had turned unconscious and was dreaming. The walls of the room had royal brown wallpaper, giving the complete room a rich look, and the shining white Italian marble made up the flooring of the room. There was a big ivory bed by the wall just next to me, and two armchairs along with a coffee table alongside the bed. Behind the armchairs were beige colored crepe curtains with a glass window. Through the window was visible a beautiful view of the magnificent city of Paris, with the marvelous Eiffel Tower standing in the middle of the city, giving the whole city its identity. Interesting. Now they're in Paris. What the heck? In the center of the room, there was a pram with a newborn baby sleeping in it. His rosy lips had an innocent smile on them, as if he was having a pleasant dream. He held a white pawn from the game of chess. The last pawn! Uh, in his tiny, soft baby hands so tightly that it seemed it was his favorite toy. Suddenly, the door of the room slammed open, and a tall, lean lady dressed in a white gown rushed in, crying. Her long blonde hair fell up to her neck. She had her face covered with both her hands in order to hide her tears. I cannot do it, she cried, though I still couldn't see her face as she was facing the opposite direction, but her voice sounded familiar. Just then, another man followed her into the room. It's probably Lisa and Paul. It is necessary. We have no other option. He was wearing a white shirt with black pants and a black coat. His short brownish black hair were neatly combed sideways. The man ran over to the lady and hugged her tightly from behind. I couldn't see his face properly either because of my view being restricted by the lady, but I could tell he had extremely handsome facial structure with high cheekbones, strong jawline, and a fair complexion. My love, my dear wife, it must be done. It is the only way our son will survive. He attempted to consort his wife, but couldn't keep his emotions sealed for long either, and he too broke into tears. Wails of the couple echoed through the room. They were both were trying their best to keep their sorrow bottled up for the sake of each other, but were unable to do so. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room's door, and I found another man standing there. He was wearing a similar black coat, pants, and white shirt, with a black bow tie. His oily black hair were combed back. There was a tiny scar above his lips, and one or two wrinkles could be seen on his otherwise well structured oval face. Don't worry, I will take care of him. I will never let your absence prick him, said the second man. You know that, don't you? I know, Robert, but we just wanted to see our son grow up, to see him learn to walk, to hear him call our names, to feel his gentle touch when he would have grasped our fingers with his tiny hands, the lady. But the important thing is that he will grow up, and even though you won't be able to see him, he will be able to see you. Even if you won't have your son, you will have his parents, Robert tried to assure the couple. Robert, never let our absence make him feel alone. From now on, our son is your liability, and raise him as your own, the helpless father requested. First man raised his sleeping the first man raised his sleeping son from the pram. His hands were shaking at the last touch of his son before they parted. He gently kissed him on the forehead with his trembling lips and then handed the baby over to his wife. She looked at him for a minute. Her teary eyes clearly wanted to capture that last moment of hers with her son. The way she held onto her son, I could tell her hands wanted to memorize that touch, and her heart wanted to store that memory forever. With a very heavy voice, she managed, I'm sorry we brought this on you, my son. Just be better than we were. And then, very reluctantly, she handed him to Robert. Robert then held the couple's hands and said, I am really sorry it turned out this way. Just take care of yourselves. From the stern look on his face, I could tell that it was hard enough for him as well. I could tell he didn't want to take away an innocent child from his parents. His eyes gave away the fact that he very well understood the pain of losing a son, and so without saying anything else, he one by one hugged them both and simply rushed out of the room. As soon as the Robert, as soon as the Robert left the room, the lady fell on her knees. Control your emotions, my love. We must stay firm and learn to bear this pain. It is our biggest curse. You should sleep and have some rest. He sat down next to her and wiped her tears, giving me the first proper glimpse of their faces. And only now did I realize that I had seen the couple in my dreams before as well. When I saw their faces, I felt as if my whole body was paralyzed. I could not move, I could not speak. Even though I knew it was just a dream, I felt an irresistible urge to go forth and comfort the couple, to share their pain, to share their misery. The only thing I wanted was to help them, for they had suffered so much, both physically and as well as emotionally. After all, they were the same man and woman who I saw getting tortured so mercilessly. And it was his parents. It was them the whole time. And that's why it's probably Lisa and Paul, because that's why he doesn't remember their faces. He was too young. Chapter 10, The Bullet Wound. When my dream collapsed and I woke up, I found myself lying in a bed in a perky looking room. There wasn't much furniture except a wooden bed in the center of the room, two chairs along with a coffee table in the left corner, and a cupboard along the right wall. Cecile was sitting by my side. She was half asleep. Cecile, I called, smiling. Yes, she answered in her sleep. I didn't want to wake her up. I understood she must have stayed at my bedside the whole time and must not have slept even once, so I was very carefully and quiet. And so I v- Even once, so I very carefully and quietly got up, trying not to cause her even the slightest disturbance, and went out. What I didn't understand was what made me so important for her, but it felt good to have somebody caring for the first time in my life. I had no idea what happened back there on the roof of the truck either, and how I got here. I guess I had a new point to add to the list of things that I didn't know. When you lost consciousness, I thought it would be better if we rested, so I rented a room in this motel. Moreover, those men would still be looking for us, so it was best to lay low for a while. A voice came from behind me. As I turned, I found Cecile standing there, leaning towards the wall. She sounded a little tired, and her hair were messed up, but she still had that wide smile on her face. Also, your knee seems to be so much better, she added. What do you mean? I asked in a confused tone. Nothing, she replied back. Forget it. Now that she pointed it out, I realized that my left knee indeed was a little sore, but what I didn't understand was how she got to know about it. How did you. You should eat something, Cecile said, trying to change the subject. First things first. Now tell me, how did you know about the soreness in my knee? What happened to my knee? We'll talk about it over dinner, and this time no dodging the question, I promise. She replied, gesturing towards the table in the corner. Grab a seat, I'll get the food, she said with a wide smile. Cecile went out of the room and returned a minute later with a white chinaware bowl covered with a red cloth and a pair of similar white plates along with other cutlery. You're gonna love the food, Cecile said, removing the lids from the bowls. It's your favorite. Steak. Help yourself. How do you know I like? Sorry, stupid question, I said. Indeed, she replied in a cynical manner, and then we broke the silence with laughter. We together had a fine dinner, the finest I had in a very long time, and it felt good. We ate, we shared, we talked, and even for that little time, I forgot every misery of mine. For the first time in a very long time, I felt happy. Now, coming to the serious part, Cecile said. What do you mean? I asked. About that attack on us while we were heading to Brazil. Cecile once again filled the air with tension. Oh, yeah, the secrets. My voice was filled with disappointment. I was having a good time after such a long time that I didn't want it to ever end. But also, I was eager to unravel the mysteries that had haunted me for so long. Jonathan, when we were attacked by the people in the helicopter while we were going to Brazil in the truck, you and you went to confront those men. You got shot. What do you mean? I asked with confusion. I mean, you were shot with a gun, she said calmly, stuffing a piece of steak in her mouth. How long was I out then? I asked with panic. A few hours, maybe. A few hours, maybe 12. Why? Cecile had a wicked smile on her face. She was clearly enjoying keeping me in suspense. What a jerk. Freaking Cecile, man. We're getting to the answers, but what do you mean? 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 Why? And yes, just to clear that up, I am not messing with you, she added. Suddenly, it all became a little more unclear. It did not make any sense from any angle. I had no agonizing pain from getting shot, and practically it was impossible for any bullet wound to heal in a few hours or even a few days. Don't worry, slowly it will all fall into place, Cecile said, wiping her hands with a napkin. Is he an alien? He must be an alien. Suddenly, I remembered our conversation from before the dinner. Did I get hit in my left knee? She interrupted. I instantly rolled up my pants, but to my surprise, there was no wound. It seemed to have disappeared overnight. There was also no pain except a little soreness. Nothing made sense at all. New questions were beginning to take birth in my mind. Why don't I remember anything about the incidents? And yes, the huge one. How did that bullet wound heal so fast? Chapter 11. This is it, chat. This is the chapter title. This is it. Chapter 11. I am a killer. Ah. Shocked Pikachu face. Oh my god. The following night, I saw a dream again. Initially, I could see nothing in the dream due to the extreme fog, but gradually the fog started to clear, and I saw two men who attacked us wearing the same black jacket and green torso standing on the truck's rooftop. There was a helicopter hovering behind them. On the other end of the roof was me standing. My legs were shaking, my hands were trembling, my skin seemed to be going pale from fear. For once, I understood that this dream of mine was a vision of the incidents of that same night we were attacked during our journey to Brazil. The two attackers were staring at me like wild animals when one of the two men pointed a finger towards me. Where will you run now, kid? He clearly enjoyed toying with me. I could see the expression on my face change from those of fear to terror. The fear induced trembling, too, was becoming many times more fierce. The attacker, with a vicious smile on his face, kept down his finger and pointed his gun at me. The second guy, too, followed his lead and raised his sidearm, pointing towards me, and then they both opened fire at me. Bullet after bullet left their guns with the objective to pierce my flesh, but what I saw after that was as surprising as it could get. Instead of lying on the roof of the truck in a pile of blood, I was still standing erect with every drop of my blood still in my veins. One after the other, bullets came and went, but it made no difference. Guess what? None of those bullets even touched me, I saw myself tell the shooters with an evil smile on my face. It seemed extremely surprising and moreover odd, but from what I had just saw in the dream, it seemed as if really every single bullet fired at me that night on that truck's roof missed its mark, though I couldn't understand how. All I could do was wonder what the aim of the shooters was. That horrible. All I could do was wonder whether the aim of the shooters was that horrible, or my luck was great, though both options seem highly unlikely. Be careful. Try not to attract too much attention by shooting at him in public. The pilot of the helicopter screamed at his two allies firing at me. Anyways, it wasn't working. Now it's my turn, I saw myself interrupt. My voice now reeked of confidence. I could understand how all of a sudden all my fear had vanished. Oh, I couldn't understand how all of a sudden my fear had vanished. The shaking too had halted. Instead, now there was a big, wicked smile covering my lips, intended to taunt the soldiers. I was gazing at the two shooters like a hungry, like I was gazing at the two shooters like a hungry shark gazes at its prey. When I saw myself react to being shot at in such a manner, I was even more shocked because in any such situation, any normal person would have fainted out of fright. But I was doing the exact opposite thing by openly challenging the attackers, which surely didn't sound like me. It felt like I was possessed by somebody else, but this theory again was not any less unlikely than watching the sunrise in the middle of the night. How confused I was, how confused I was could no longer be explained in words. Questions hurled inside my mind like ants hurl inside an anthill. Okay then, show us what you can do, kid, said one of the two attackers. His tone made it evident that he felt insulted by my challenge. Both of them produced one knife from the pocket in their torso and charged towards me. You got it. The smile on my face was getting bigger and bigger. One of them tried to stab me with a knife in the belly, but I managed to dodge it with a backstep. I tightly held his hand in which he was holding the knife with my one hand, and with the other hand landed a heavy blow in his face, pushing him back, crying in pain. Then the other one swung his knife in front of my face, but I once again successfully dodged it by leaning back a little. Another swing from the right, and then another came from the front, but somehow I dodged both of them by ducking. Then another attempt came from the left, but this time I blocked it by gripping his wrist. I applied all my strength and broke his wrist with a cracking sound. He, out of pain, dropped his knife. I got a hold of the knife and while it was in midair, turned and threw it at the other attacker, who had recovered from the blow in the face and was coming to stab me from the back. The knife hit him right in the middle of his forehead, splattering red blood onto my face and clothes. He died instantly and fell down onto the roof. Blood continued to gush out of the wound, and in a matter of seconds he was lying in a pool of blood. His face was covered with blood, and the clothes were all drenched in it. Meanwhile, the first man, too, had recovered from his pain and had taken out his gun with his other hand. He was standing just an arm's length away from me. He already had the gun pointing towards my head and just had to press the trigger. But before he could shoot, I quickly landed a blow to his chest and with my other hand immediately tried to push the gun away in order to disturb his aim. He struggled to point the gun back towards me, but I resisted him with all my strength, and so in panic, he pressed the trigger, hitting me in my left knee. My trousers instantly developed red stains. Ah! I screamed in pain and fell down onto the roof. I was lying down, screaming in intense agony, while he slowly headed towards me with the gun in his hand. But I don't know how I could still see even the slightest sign of fear. I don't know how I still couldn't see even the slightest sign of fear on my face. Instead, the confident, vicious smile on my face still refused to die. As soon as the masked man came and stood over my head and started to raise his gun to fire at me, I got hold of the gun from the pocket of this partner's corpse lying on my side and managed 3 shots right through his heart before he could manage any through mine. The sudden shot left him awestruck, and the gun fell down from his hands. He pressed both his hands against the wound desperately, trying to stop the pain and bleeding, but in vain. In a matter of seconds, he fell down and slammed against the metallic roof of the truck. After some time, I saw myself slowly get up and drag myself to the dead bodies of both the masked attackers and unmask them one by one. As soon as I removed their masks in the dream and got the first glimpse of their faces, my body fell down, lifeless like a corpse. There was no movement whatsoever. I understood that at this very moment, that night I slipped into my dream of the couple in Paris. Also, now I knew for sure that I had seen both the attackers before as well. I recognized them from their furious red eyes. They were among the 5 gunmen who blasted my school building. So they're still on the hunt for him. They're still chasing him down to Brazil. Interesting. And so if this is recollections of the past, then that means his dream of Paris is probably a recollection of the past too. Like it was him as a baby. But how is baby him able to do any of these things, like surviving and all that, right? Okay, plenty more questions that need to be answered. Paul, Paul and Lisa, those are his parents, probably. We're just stretching my voice, chat. Just stretching it a little bit. Mew 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 mew. That feels good. Yep. No, no, no. See, I say in da though, but no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Na banana 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 beam 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 beam. Beam 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 beam. Chapter 12: The Destiny of My Dreams. Gonna need some more tea, chat. Let's see. We're at about 2 hours. We're at chapter 12. Well, this is a short one. Okay, I'm going, but I'm gonna go in a couple of chapters and start some more hot water brewing. So good. Don't forget to stretch. Chapter 12: The Destiny of My Dreams. When I woke up, I found myself in the truck with Cecile sitting by my side in the driver's seat. It was early in the morning and the sun wasn't even completely up in the sky. The reddish orange sky looked grand and the air seemed refreshing. How did I get here? The attackers are still looking for us, so we cannot stay at the same place for long, she replied in a humble tone. Moreover, you had gone so deep in your dreams that I wasn't able to awaken you. I wasn't paying much attention to Cecile anyway. I was still hung up on what I just saw. The dream had left me with even more questions and none of the answers. Why were those crazy people after us? How a feeble little teenage boy like me was able to beat those mean-looking men, or even stand toe to toe against all of them? And the biggest of all, why not even a single bullet of dozens fired upon me hit me? On one hand, my list of questions that I needed to be answered was getting bigger and bigger, and on the other hand, in the name of answers, I had nothing. Cecile immediately picked up on my confusion. What are you thinking? I just dreamt about what happened the other night when we were attacked. It makes no sense. My frustration bursted out on her. Jonathan, I wish I could tell you anything, but believe me, I cannot. I got all the more frustrated. Look, my life is getting more and more complicated every second, and only you know why, but you are not ready to tell me anything. Jonathan, I cannot. Try to understand. It is for your own good, she tried to calm me down. Whatever, I replied. At least tell me what my dreams are all about and why they mean so and what they mean so I can have a little bit of peace of mind. Puzzled, Cecile said. What do you mean? My enquiry seemed to cause her a little discomfort, but she quickly got over it. You see, Jonathan, every dream of yours was meant to lead you to your destiny, an unfinished task that you must complete, she said. That made no sense to me whatsoever. But on thinking about it, I realized that even my parents in their letter had told me something similar. What destiny? That I don't know, she replied in a serious tone. But I guess we'll soon find out. Chapter 13: My Birthplace. In Brazil? You born in Brazil? Thankfully, the rest of the journey went pretty smoothly. The weather too was great. Calming breeze and beautiful landscape during our journey was the only thing that kept me from going nuts. What exactly is this place you're taking me to? You'll see, Cecile politely replied. It took us another few hours to reach the Brazilian capital, Rio de Janeiro. As soon as we entered the city, I started to feel a weird kind of excitement. My gut rumbled and my heart pumped harder than normal. My complete body felt a lot more energetic than usual. As Cecile drove through the streets of the city, my energy levels elevated further. For some unknown reason, every single street, every single turn seemed familiar, and though I knew it was impossible, I had a feeling that I had been there before. While I was lost in my thoughts, Cecile suddenly stopped the truck. We're here. There was a massive villa in front of the truck. The villa was beautiful, and no matter how much I tried to hide my amazements from getting reflected in my face, I couldn't do so. It was a place one could only dream of living in. Come on, your answers await you, Cecile said, smiling at me. As we approached the magnificent thank you, Japan. As we approached the magnificent entrance of the building, my heart felt tons lighter. It seemed as if the burden had been weighing me down all this time had vanished. When I saw the white painted wooden gates of the building, I felt a twinge in my gut. Steele pushed open the gate. Welcome. As soon as I set my first foot in the premises, I felt a chill run down my spine. I had felt a very similar feeling before at the World Trade Center, but this time the sensation was opposite. This time I felt something was pulling me in, something was waiting for me in there. An aura of excitement seemed to cover me like a blanket. The place was as beautiful from inside as it was from outside. A grand staircase in the middle of the hall, handsomely carved pillars all over the place, paintings, antiques, and exquisite handcrafts added to its beauty. The floor was made up of shining white marble, curtains of Egyptian cotton covered the windows, and there a shimmering glass chandelier on the wooden polished ceiling. The white sofa and ivory dining set kept the center of the hall to The white sofa and ivory dining set kept in the center of the hall too gave the place a royal feel. Truly speaking, I wasn't expecting this sort of place, but where exactly are we? I asked Cecile. Cecile came towards me, held my hand, and very warmly answered, "Your birthplace." It was enough to make me stop talking, to convince me that the risks we took and the hardships we bore to get here had paid off, and now for the first time I felt that the answer that I'd always sought for were close. This place has been waiting for your return for almost 6 years now. I took an oath last time I was here that I wouldn't return here without you. I kept my hand on her shoulder, and you fulfilled your oath. Steele took a deep breath and said, Jonathan, it's just that. But for some reason, she stopped in between and then went upstairs, crying. I followed her to a room where she stood sobbing. The room had a single wooden bed. The polish on the plywood had faded. A wooden cupboard with similarly faded polish rested right beside the bed, along with the table. A television set was kept on the trolley in front of the bed. There was a chest of drawers by the wall on the left with a music system kept on it. A plain red carpet covered the entire floor while the walls were and ceilings were beige in the color that though the paint seemed to have washed out over the years. And a plain red carpet covered the entire floor while the walls and ceilings were beige in the color though were beige in the color. Yeah. A plain red carpet covered the entire floor, while the walls and ceiling were beige in the color, though the paint seemed to have washed out over the years. I went forth to comfort Cecile, but before I could do anything, she said, Jonathan, last time when I was here, I was hoping that the next time we would be here would be free, our lives would be only ours to live, and we will come here, not for hiding, but be returning to our home. I went to her and wiped off her tears with my hands and hugged her as tightly as I could. What's the matter? I tried to console her. At least tell me, maybe I'll be able to help. No, you cannot, her voice cracked from the overwhelming moment she was going through. At least, not right now. I'll be fine, she added, trying to bring herself back together. I just don't know what to talk about. I just don't want to talk about it right now. Sure thing, I passed her a big smile. Get some sleep and we'll talk about it whenever you are comfortable. When I was about to leave the room, she called from behind. Jonathan, she still looked terrified. Will you stay here with me for a while? I turned towards her. Why not? I'll not leave you until you want me to. Cecile passed me a cheerful smile and lied down on her bed while I quietly sat in a chair by her bedside. It didn't take her long to fall asleep, and I too was tired. I didn't realize either when I fell asleep, right there in the chair. That night as well, I had a dream. In my dream, I found myself in the middle of a grand room. There were silk curtains on the windows, and the floor was made of wood. Shining teak finished cabinet was kept in the corner, and matching nightstand and rest of three corners with stuffed toys kept on them. In the center of the room lay a big circular bed. There was a little boy sitting on it, but I could not see his face as he faced the other side. He had a fresh cut on his left elbow with mild bleeding, and he was crying from the pain. Continuous cries echoed through the room. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man in a black long coat entered the room. He looked somewhat familiar. He had a half bald head and a fair complexion, with light wrinkles on his face. What happened, my child? The man asked. The little boy showed him his elbow. Oh, a cut, the man said, heading towards the little boy. And what did I tell you? Getting hurt teaches us. A smile covered the boy's face, and he completed the statement smilingly. To bear hardships and carry on. After that, it all faded away until all I could see was a bright white light. And then my dream was over. Stephen and Next morning, somebody's loud shrieks woke me up. Steven, Steven! Freaking Japan. Steven, Steven, he was calling. I got up, rubbing my eyes when I heard Cecile's voice. Steven, he will be extremely happy that you remember him, even though those memories are blurry in your mind. When I looked towards the door, there was Cecile standing leaning on it. What do you mean? I questioned. You have been shouting his name in your sleep all night. You mean it was I who was shrieking? It felt a little disturbing, but it wasn't hard to digest at all. Yes, a cute little smile started to form on Cecile's face. But why would I call for your butler here in my sleep? Don't worry, she came and sat next to me. It means the decision to bring you here was right. Your memory seemed to be coming back, she added. I was intrigued by what Cecile said. But why Stephen? I inquired. What link does he have with me? I barely know him. I have met him just once, I continued. Cecile's smile widened. She gently placed her palm over my shoulder. The truth is that you know him since you were a little child. He used to be your parents' butler, and he has served your family for over 30 years now. She tried to sound convincing. After your foster parents died, he brought you up. He took care of you, raised you, loved you, and nurtured you. To him, you were the son he never had, and to you, he was the father you never got. You both completed each other. That is why when I met him the other day, he seemed so depressed and disappointed. That is why when I met him the other day, he seemed so depressed and disappointed. I threw my hands around my head. He was sad because I didn't recognize him, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Cecile took a deep sigh. That day, he once again felt alone and incomplete. You meant the world to him. Jonathan, of us all, he loved you the most, maybe even more than your real parents, Cecile said in a polite tone. And when he lost you, he snapped from the inside. What do you mean by lost? I interrupted. And how could Stephen have raised me? I was sent to the orphanage after my foster parents' death. I grew up there and had been living there ever since, I continued. Who said you wounded up? Who said you wounded up at the orphanage after your foster parents' death? Cecile's question, uh, counter question. Cecile's counter question confused me. I very well remembered spending my whole life at the orphanage. Every memory of living there was clearer than a crystal in my mind. Cecile held my hands and took a deep breath. Jonathan, you were at the orphanage just for the purpose of hiding from the people after you. And that too only for a week and not for years, she said, and then left the room. For a week? He's only been there for a week? It was the most shocking thing I had ever heard. All of a sudden, my complete world turned topsy turvy. I had no idea how to respond. All I could do was stare at her awestruck and think, this girl seriously deserves the Shocker of the Year award. He's trying to hand out that award to somebody, Shocker of the Year. He was there to hide from the chasers, and he was only there for a week and not for years, even though he recalls being there ever since the early childhood days. Somebody has gone and messed with his memories. Somebody's messed with his memories, chat. The technology, they have the power. They also have the ability to make him a cold-blooded killer, apparently, because he has that alternate personality where he can go and take out two armed men on top of a truck, flying down the road at probably like 50 miles per hour. Or something like that, right? Let's go. We're gonna make some more tea really quickly. We're at chapter 15. We're doing some pretty good progress here. My opinion. And yeah. Dream becomes a reality. Reality. Chapter 15. My dream becomes a reality. Yep. Okay. We're just taking a look at the captionings. Dum dum da 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 be da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum down down da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da dum Meow, 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 meow. We're just waiting for water to boil, chat. I don't want to forget it. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Freaking Japan decides to go live today. I've been asking him when he's going live. He goes live today while we're reading books. Oh my god, Japan. Oh my god. Everyone go follow Japan Spit. Japan Spit's on YouTube. Do 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 do. Come on, Nightbot, don't screw me. Come on, Nightbot. Ah, please, please. What the hell? Embarrassing me. But it got there. It took it a minute, but it got there. Man, we can't switch over to do Helldivers 2 right now. We're busy in the middle of a book. Maybe we could do part two. Do you guys want to do part two? Do another stream, the reading stream. I think I want to get through this whole book today because I know we can. But I'm also tempted to go play some Helldivers with Japan. This chapter is like 2 pages long, if that. Very shortly, we'll be halfway through this book. So we yes, let's we are staying the course, and we're gonna finish this book today. That way, we can do another book next time instead of having to come back and finish this one up. Mm-mm-mm. But as I've said, since this is just like stream of consciousness, whatever heck happens, happens. Stream. I'm just doing whatever. It's wasting time since I'm waiting for water to brew. No big deal. Luck, brother. Da 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 dum. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. What the heck? Hold on. Look at this meme. Look at this PlayStation refusing to remaster games that need it, like Gravity Rush 2 or Bloodborne, but agreeing to remaster their overused franchises, making it unnecessary. Yep, that's the one. We love Gravity Rush. We love Gravity Rush. Gravity Rush 2. Go catch our latest stream of it on Twitch. Twitch slash Satyen621. We'll do that plug. Here we go. Here's our socials. Go click like, follow us on Instagram, Twitch. I put the new link for the new Satyen Reads YouTube up, and also we have our Discord. If you want to join, all of those available there. I think in Japan. We're brewing tea right now, chat. I'm gonna go grab the water in just a second. Why you ain't been going to work? And I just wanna know, like this. You can't take care of you like this. Now you're lost in the heat of it all, lost in the heat of it all. Girl, you know you're lost. Lost in the thrill of it all, lost in the thrill of it all. Amsterdam, Brazil, and New York. Meow. Los Angeles, India, lost on a train, lost. Cream silk shirts, and it's Versace, man, it's Versace. Any type of way, so I can go to work like a new girl, not new girl, not new girl. And I don't really wish, I don't really know what's home. Have I ever let you get caught? Let you get caught? Lost in the heat of it all. Lost in the heat of it all. Now you know you're lost. Lost in the thrill of it all. Lost in the thrill of it all. Miami, Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain. Lost. Los Angeles, India, lost on a train. She gonna know. Can't believe it. Can't believe I got her out here cooking dough. I promise you, whipping meals up for a family of her own, someday. Nothing wrong. No, nothing wrong with a lie, with a lie. Nothing wrong, nothing wrong. Another plane ride through the sky. You and I, just you and I. Lost in the heat of it all, lost in the heat of it all. Girl, you know you're lost. Lost in the thrill of it all. Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain, lost, Los Angeles, India, lost on a train, lost, All right, and we're back. This that I've been snacking on. And I don't usually go for these kind of things, but I was like, why the hell not? Dark chocolate espresso. These favorite days from the Targets. There's a boycott on Target happening right now. 40 days or something. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Now, coffee's all right in my opinion. Not the best. I always go for a cup of tea, but it goes really well with dark chocolate. Honestly, mm-mm-mm-mm. Maybe it's good for a little bit of extra energy too. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. The bitterness of the espresso beans and the sweet but bitterness of the dark chocolate mix really well. Mm-hmm. Just don't give me a cup of it. I mean, I'll drink it, but don't waste it. Don't waste it on me, on this stupid cat who just wants some tea. Mm. Meow 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 meow. And we're stuck in the middle of this. You're not finishing this stream until we finish this book chat. I swear, we're getting through it. We're pretty close to halfway through at this point. 3 hours. Okay, not too bad. It's about 40 chapters. We're at almost at chapter 20. Chapters, not all of them are very long, honestly. Yeah, making very good progress. I'm just gonna keep on repeating. Meow 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 meow. I like watching the text scroll by as well. It's so weird. So weird. Meow 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 meow. Dortio says no meowing, no meowing, no meow. Well, mountains. It doesn't even say Dortio. 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 Tortilla. Dortio. Door. Okay, so we got there. Dortio, but Dortio. Oh, it did it. Dorito. No, it didn't do it. So it's Dortio the Dorito, but so it got Dorito, but not Dortio. Dortio. Dirtio. Dirtier. Dortio. The Dorito. There we go. You stupid closed captioning. I mean, it's fantastic for what it is, but I mean, just for like my sanity. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the heck? The things you decide to decide that I said. Overall, I have pretty good enunciation because it captures everything like 80% of the time. Yep, yep, about 80% of the time. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got to get back to the book. Enough screwing around. Enough lollygagging. Meow 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 meow. So he was only in that orphanage for a week or a month? What? What the heck? He has all those memories of existing there for all that time? What is going on here, man? What a wild book. Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Da-da-dum, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Do we need a slash me? Social. There's that slash me. Check us out. But what if, can we get away without having the slash me? I'm pretty sure we can. So just on my part. Please don't come back with that message. They're only accepting. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh God, why am I so horrible at setting these things up? Freaking Japan. Sorry, he's over here on my screen. Freaking Japan. Oh my God. As you can see, he only kills. Oh, they got him. Oh, no. Killed himself? Wait, what? Not gonna try to kill these guys like he tries to kill me every single. This is why I'm just molding over this. I'm always the target over here. Look at him being a good squad member. Everybody, look at him. Go watch Japan Spits right now live on YouTube. Being a good squad member and not just murdering me every 10 seconds. So upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Freaking Japan. All right, we're almost ready. A little more tea. Bananum, 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 dee 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 dee, lost in the banana nanum. Dee 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 dee, dee 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 dee, banana. Dee 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 dee, doo 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 doo, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Dee 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 dee, da-da-dum, meow, meow, meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow la 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 la. Doo 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 doo. Meow 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 meow. Damn, yum 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 yum. Yeah, 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 yum yum now now. Meow meow. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's so funny. It's so freaking funny. Freaking frick, freaking frick. See, it's freak, not frick. Frick, frick, frick. See, we can't get it to say frick though. It says Rick, frick, frick, frick. Oh, it did it for like a second. It freaking did it. Oh my god. Goddamn closed captions. Silent scream of the human skin. Oh, so like the reaction that your skin sends to your brain to say, "Hey, that freaking hurts." Dun-dun-dum, dun-dun-dum, dun-dun-dum. Dee-dee-deem, dee-deem, dee-deem. Thank you for liking my posts and my reels. Thank you, Tamagotchi Trader. You're amazing. See which ones they liked. New gorillas in 2025. What? The April issues of Lesson Rocks out on March 19th. We'll have some Gorillas news by Damon. Affirming in the cover, you will see new content this year. Amazing! We love the Gorillas, everybody. Well, I do. I freaking love the Gorillas. You don't have to, but I'm representing for sure. Yes, so good, so good. That's a great announcement there. Tamagotchi Trader, you could have definitely liked my new post about the Satyen Reach channel, but okay, we'll take what we can get. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How long have I been away from reading at this point? Probably like 15 minutes. Yeah, 3:13. Okay, we're back to it. Here we go. Okay, chapter 15. My dream becomes my reality. After Cecile left, I sat there wondering how could my life be so twisted. There had to be an explanation of whatever was happening, and I, with all my wit, was trying to find it when I suddenly realized that the man from my previous dream did resemble a lot to Stephen. He had the exact same facial features, except just that in my dream he looked much younger with lesser wrinkles and a fuller head. It seemed too much to take on at once, and so in order to divert my thoughts, I quickly started to look around when I noticed the same teak cabinet from my previous dream in the corner of the room. I quickly turned to see the other three corners as well, and from what I discovered, I was left speechless. There were the exact same matching nightstands in the other three corners as well, just like I saw in my previous dream. On noticing carefully, I realized that the bed I was sleeping on too was the one from my dream. I gave one quick look to the wooden flooring of the room, and I was sure it was the exact same room from my dream. From that very moment, it hit me, and the gears of my mind started rotating. All broken links started making patterns. One thing that was clear as glass was that Cecile was telling the truth. I had felt a connection so great with this mansion that I did not need any other evidence to prove that this is where I belonged. This was my home, which also meant that the boy I saw crying in this very room in my dream was me, and the man who came to cheer him up was Stephen. But that also meant that I really had lived in that very mansion with Stephen during my childhood, and not at the orphanage. I got so cranked up that I could not think straight. In just a few moments, all my memories were reduced to nothing, and my whole past life now seemed to be just an illusion. Chapter 16. The Girl's Voice. One sec, one sec. I'm just restarting the app. Nothing major, but sometimes it's good to restart things, give them updates. Yeah, I like that better. All right. Chapter 16. Girl's Voice. That makes it all okay. I spent the rest of the day locked up inside my room. I didn't even step down from my bed the whole day. I didn't want to talk to or see anybody. Until late night, I just kept lying still in my bed without a word. Due to the pressure my mind was going through, I didn't even realize when I fell asleep. The night didn't disappoint in terms of surprises either, and I slipped into a dream. The last few days, my life had taken so much turns that now it was driving me crazy. My last few dreams had given rise to so many questions in my mind, so in this one, I was hoping to find some answers. This time, I saw the same two children from my dream in the bus standing outside their burning house. Promise me that you'll always trust me. It's all I need, the girl's voice cracked from the overflowing sorrow of her loss and the shock from the terrifying incident she witnessed. I instantly understood that this dream was a sequel, one that complemented my previous dream having the same two children where the girl had requested the boy to make that same promise, to always trust her before that dream ended. Promise me, the girl said again. The boy looked at the little girl and took a deep breath. You know, I. Before he could finish, a dart hit him in the back of his shoulder, and he started to find it difficult to keep his balance. He was struggling to keep standing and was fighting to keep his eyes open. Within seconds, he fell down on the ground, barely conscious. As soon as his body struck the ground, three men, each of them having muscular build like those of the professional wrestlers, came rushing from behind. All three were wearing the same full sleeves, plain skin fit black turtleneck t-shirt, a pair of black trousers, and a black leather boots. Black leather gloves covered their hands, and a black woolen monkey cap hid their faces, and black shades did the same for their eyes. Not even an inch of their skin was visible in their black Not even an inch of their skin was visible in their all black attire. All three came and stood absolutely still by the boy. Leave him alone. Why are you after us? The girl screamed at the top of her voice. Suddenly, another man walked in from behind the other three men. He was wearing a dark gray suit with white loafers, a white silk shirt, and a red tie. He too wore similar black monkey cap in order to hide his face. Good job, he patted one of the three men in black standing there. All of you. Thank you, sir, the three of them replied together. It was clear that the three of them were working for him. The man in the man in gray suit then slowly walked towards the boy while he lied helpless on the ground. With every step he took towards him, fear on the girl's face increased. The terror and anger clearly showed on her face. What do you want? Cecile cried. Her cry was filled with helplessness from the uncertainty she was feeling. Uncertainty about her fate and the fate of her friend lying down in front of her, equally helpless. Uncertainty about what those men were about to do with him. Quiet, the man in the gray suit screamed. His loud tone and high pitch clearly showed he was furious. Not another word, rookie. Rookie, the girl murmured. Only one person calls me rookie. The little girl's anger got replaced by surprise. She had no idea what was going on, and all she did was stand there, absolutely still struck with awe. The man in gray kneeled down next to the boy. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Uncle, the boy managed with all his strength. Is that you? When the girl held him, her face turned stone cold. So it is you. The girl's voice was now filled with sorrow. You both need to pretend you don't recognize me, he whispered. Jonathan is not safe here, and we're taking him someplace where he will be away from danger. The little girl wiped her tears away. Promise me, he'll be fine. I promise, my dear. Listen, champ, whatever you do, never forget your medicines. He placed a small packet in his hands. Take him, he instructed his three minions. The man in gray suit then turned towards the little girl, and once again, with a voice filled with fake attitude, said, Tell him goodbye if you must. You might not see him again. The little girl quickly ran to the boy and kissed him on his cheek. We'll meet soon, she said, going back. While she was going back, the little boy, with all his strength, managed the words, Cecile, I trust you with my life, and will always do so. The little girl turned with her eyes full of tears of joy. I know. Goodbye, Jonathan, and take care of yourself. After that, my dream got over, and I woke up. So now he's ready for the answers because he remembers that he's always going to trust Cecile forever. And so now she can finally reveal all these things. This is why she's been so mad because she came and she found him and he had no idea who the heck she was, right? Must be bittersweet for her, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Although she didn't have to go and like make everybody his enemy. It seemed like, just maybe possibly just sort of happened, like he was speculating. Maybe, like she didn't intend for it to happen and it just did because she was so hurt by him not remembering her. But I mean, how could he? What? There's so many things happening here. Hmm. Chapter 17, The Photographs. I woke up with a wide smile on my face. I could feel a happiness surging inside me, a joy that I had never felt before. The joy of knowing that somebody loves me, cares for me, and needs me. All my life, I had nobody to call my own, and it hurt waking up every day knowing that I was all alone. But the last few days I spent with Cecile were the best moments of my life. She understood what I was going through, and if somebody made me feel not alone, it was Cecile. I'd grown extremely affectionate of her, and whatever doubts I had about her were gone. My last dream had wiped them clean. I ran to Cecile's room. She was lying down in her bed and looked somewhat tensed. She was so indulged in her own thoughts that she didn't notice me. Cecile, I went forth and sat on the bed next to her. She turned her attention to me. I laughed. I hugged her as tightly as I could. I promised to always trust you with my life, didn't I? I remember, I held her hand. I'm sorry for not doing this sooner, but I completely trust you now. Instantly, all her tension vanished, and a big smile covered her face. She too threw her arms around me out of joy. In that one moment, I knew I really could trust her with my life and follow her blindfolded. Jonathan, you remember me, she said, her voice filled with joy. It's such a relief. Yes, I do, but if you don't let me go, you will choke me to death. I tried to lighten her mood with a little bit of sarcasm. Yeah, sorry, she said, letting me go, and we both started laughing. It was the best laugh I had in years. I hadn't felt this happy and light-hearted in ages. It felt as if a burden had been unloaded off my chest, and from how loud and heartily Cecile was laughing, I could say the same for her as well. Jonathan, now I'm free to tell you why I didn't let anyone even come close to you at the orphanage, or why I had to tied you, or why I had tied you to the chair when I abducted you. She interrupted my train of thought. Her tone had suddenly turned serious. How is she doing all this? Yeah, she's abducting him. Like, I mean, maybe he's not like a big guy, honestly, but like, yeah, she's just dragging him all over the place. She dragged him back into the truck so that they could get going from the rest stop. And maybe she's a super soldier too, because it seems like he's some sort of super soldier. Apparently, he is so the synopsis tells us that he's a terrorist. But yeah, so he has to have some sort of ability. Has that super regenerative. Like he regrew his kneecap back after they shot it. Is she like the same? Is she part of the same super soldier club that he's part of? Just as capable of destroying armed men as he is. I wonder. Her rock solid expression radiated tension, and it took me less than a second to get affected by it as well. The smile on on my face too vanished. Instead, my lips were now tightly pressed together from nervousness and anticipation about what Cecile was going to say. She slowly walked to the chest of drawers nearby, and from the top drawer took out a bunch of photographs. Have a look. As I went through them, my smile faded away, and with every single photo, I viewed my eyebrows knitted together a little more, my expression hardened a little more. The first photograph was of my room at the orphanage. The same curtains, same mirror, same bed, but not one thing was like I remembered it. My dump yard room now seemed much more like the devil's playground. The curtains were burning with reddish yellow flames high enough to reach any average person's waist. Bed sheets and pillows were torn to shreds. The mirror that used to hang on the wall was lying on the floor in pieces, and four legs of the chair were lying about 5 meters away from its body. Did the men in masks who attacked us do this? Cecile fed me no reply. She just gave me a blank look. After a small pause, she said, "Have a look at the next one." I nodded and turned my attention to the second photograph. As soon as I saw the second photograph, my jaw dropped down. In the photograph, I was lying on my bed, sleeping while the curtains were ablaze, and the shattered glass, as well as the broken chair, were there lying on the floor. You were present in your room while all of it happened, Cecile cleared. How is this possible? I lost my cool. My head had started to ache. Cannot be. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. How could I be sleeping so soundly while my room was being destroyed? Go ahead, look at the next one, Cecile said. You'll understand. In the photograph, there was a broken wooden shelf, a broken wooden table, and two broken wooden chairs lying on the gray concrete floor. I could not make out the color of the walls due to the faded pattern. They spelled color right over here. CLOUR, not CLOR. It's CLOUR. But see, look, even thinking closed captioning over here, spelling it wrong. Color, 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 color. Color, 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 color. Kolar, Kolar. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Call Lori. Call Kolor. Call Lori. Call. Kolar colon. I could not make out the color of the walls due to the faded paint. In addition to the destroyed furniture, there were two men lying on the floor unconscious. One of them wore a blue sweater and black pants, while all the other wore a white shirt and brown pants. Faces of either of them weren't clear in the photograph. A third man was also lying unconscious by the wall, wearing a black leather jacket, blue denim jeans, and a brown boots. Couldn't make out his face from the photograph either. What are you trying to tell me? Look closely. You know this place. Cecile pointed her fingers at the third man lying by the wall. And you know this person. As Cecile asked me to, I carefully analyzed the photograph. And on closer look, I realized that this photograph was of the room where I was held captive by Cecile after the attack on our school. But I didn't recognize the man by the wall. Who is he? You'll see, she said casually. She, you'll see, she very casually dodged the question. The time is right. It better not be Steven. He better not have killed Steven, but was there time for that? I don't think so, right? Steven told him to go out to the truck. I don't think he did that. Okay. But I don't remember waking up and finding the room in such condition, neither at the orphanage nor where you kept me, I pointed out to Cecile in a surprised tone. That's because when you woke up, the room wasn't in such a condition. Her tone was clear as crystal. I had the room cleaned up and all the stuff replaced with a new one before you woke up, she added. But how did this happen? I asked her. You'll find it out tonight in your dream, she replied. What? You'll see, Cecile said. Okay, at least tell me who did all of this. Cecile sat near me and smilingly said, You. When I heard her say that I did all when I heard her say that I did all that, my eyes widened. I guess I got the answer to my previous day's question. Now I did now I did know what else could get Cecilia Ward other than the shock she had given me the other day. Now I have some errands to run, so I'll see you later, Cecile said while getting up, and then she left. So she knows what's gonna happen in his dreams. That's interesting too. Like how does she know this information? What is it that caused her to know these things? Chapter 18. My Night Diaries. I spent the rest of the day alone wandering around the mansion, and before I knew it, a whole day passed in just checking out more than a dozen bedrooms in it. The kitchen was no less bigger than that of the famous restaurant. The backyard was full of more varieties of flowers and plants than I could count on my fingers. Ooh, nice. We love a pretty garden. Pose combined. The paintings and antiques kept in every other corner of every room and of the grand mansion were exquisite. That night, when I fell asleep, Cecile's predictions turned out to be correct, and I saw a dream. In my dream, I saw my room at the orphanage. There was my bed in the middle of the room, curtains by the window, mirror on the walls, chairs in every corner. Everything was just the way I remembered it. There was no movement in the room other than the curtains dancing to the rhythm of the winds gushing in the room from the open window. The room was so silent that it felt disturbing. Suddenly, the door opened, and I saw myself entering the room. My clothes were all dirty, and my hair messed up. I looked tired and drained, and my eyes were already half shut out of sleepiness. Without any delay, I jumped in the bed, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was fast asleep. Within minutes, my snoring sound filled the room. I was sleeping absolutely still, without even slightest of movement, when suddenly I saw myself rise from the bed, shouting and screaming and grunting at the top of my voice. I got down from the bed and, without any apparent reason, started tearing the bed sheets apart. I could not understand what I was trying to do and why I was behaving like that. When the bed sheets were no better than rags, I saw myself toss them to the floor and walk towards the chair in the center of the room. I then, with both my hands, picked up one of the chairs and started smashing it on the ground until all of its legs broke off. With a fierce shout, I picked up the other one and, with all my power, threw it to a mirror on the wall. As soon as the chair hit the mirror shattered into tiny bits. I ran over to the chair and smashed it with both my hands, with my full strength, as if the chair was my biggest enemy, and the only thing that drove me was the lust for that enemy's blood. With a few hits, I managed to break the chair, but in the process, I got multiple cuts from the broken mirror lying there, and my hands were bleeding badly. But still, I could not even see the slightest realization of pain on my face, as if I wasn't feeling any of it. The only thing that could be seen on my face was ferocious hatred that I never knew I had. It felt as if the person I was seeing wasn't me at all. I could not have seen even I could not see even a trace of myself in him. All I saw was a monster. The way I was shouting, it felt as if some demon had possessed me. When the chair was in pieces, I walked to the chest of drawers, screaming and shouting at the top of my voice, and from one of the drawers took out a matchbox and paper, went over to the window, and with a single pull broke the curtain rod. I lit one matchstick and burnt the curtains with the help of the paper. Moreover, everything I witnessed didn't make sense, as I had no memory of doing any of it. But when I paid closer attention, it started to get a bit clear. I found that my eyes were still closed. Also, on observing calmly, I discovered that I could hear snoring as well, and so it was evident that I was sleepwalking. Interesting. What the heck? Suddenly, in an instant, it all became dark. I could see nothing, but I could still hear the same terrifying screams. After a few seconds, the lights turned on, and I saw that I was now in the room where Cecile had kept me. I found myself sitting in a chair, shouting and recklessly rocking the chair. I was wearing black leather jacket, blue denim jeans, and brown boots. I felt that I had seen those clothes somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where. I noticed that my hands were not tied. Also, this time as well, my eyes were closed, and I could hear my light snores, which confirmed that I was fast asleep. He's the guy from the other dream. The door of the room opened, and two well built, strong looking guys entered the room. One of them wore a blue sweater and black pants, while the other wore a white shirt and brown pants. I instantly recognized them from their clothes. They were the same two men I saw lying unconscious on the floor in the photograph that Cecile showed me. Their faces, which I failed to see clearly in the photograph, were now visible so clearly that I could swear it wasn't just a dream. The one in the blue sweater and black pants had fair-skinned, square-jawed face. His wide brown eyes and brownish black hair tied back in a man bun made him look rugged. On the other hand, the other one had a bit tan complexion with a well-defined jawline. He had a small scar right above his lips that made him look somewhat dangerous. They both came at me and held me tightly in an attempt to control me. Remember, you are not meant to harm him, a girl's voice, which I very well knew came from outside the room. It was Cecile. The men nodded and turned back their attention to the task at hand. One of them held my right arm and the other my left arm, and they were trying to make me sit, but I was uncontrollable. I, with a single pull, brought both my arms together and in the process slammed their bodies together. Damn, that guy's freaking strong. Then, with a push, I threw one of them towards the wall and he hit the mantelpiece. I then picked up the table and slammed it onto the head of the other. He instantly fell down with immense pain. Who murdered these guys? I picked the chair and slowly walked towards the first man, trying to get up, and I hit him with it. He too fell on his knees, wailing out of pain, and within a few moments turned unconscious. As soon as he lost consciousness, to my surprise, I saw myself start to walk towards the wall. I seemed much calmer now. I sat down, leaning against the wall, very peacefully, and showed no movement. My snoring could still be heard, which clearly showed I was still asleep. But on seeing myself lying on the ground, leaning against the wall in that leather jacket, blue jeans, and brown boots, I remembered where I had seen the clothes I was wearing in that dream before. I also understood why Cecile had said to me that I knew the third man in the photograph she showed to me. Those clothes were worn by that third man in the photograph, which meant the third man leaning against the wall in the photograph was actually me. After that, my dream ended, and after what I saw, it was clear, above all, that Cecile was telling the truth, and it really was me who destroyed my room. But one thing that still wasn't clear was that even if she got all the stuff in my room replaced before I woke up in order to hide from me what I did in my sleep, where did all those cuts from the glass go overnight? She just let him murder those guys? They were over there. They went in there to restrain him, and he just wrecked the heck out of them. Bam, bam, ba-na-na-na-na-dum. Dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dim, da-na-dum, da-na-na-na-na-na-dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dim-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dim, 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 dum, da-na-na-dum, da-da-dum, dee-dee-dim, 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 dee-dee-dim. Now you're lost in the phenomenon. Chapter 19, My Vision. When I woke up, I found Cecile sitting right next to me. It was you, wasn't it? She asked, smiling. Yes, my voice was shrill and feeble out of shock. But how is this possible? I don't remember doing any of it. One other thing that was bugging me inside was that how did Cecile know which dream I would get next? Yep, there's the questions. It was practically impossible for anybody to predict which dream a person would see. I was thinking as hard as I could, but the more I thought about it, the more confused I got. It all felt like an endless loophole with no way out. Lines of worry started to form on my forehead, and frustration started to take over me. What is happening to me? I bursted out. My tone was filled with anger and desperation. Jonathan, Cecile tried to say something, but before she could, I showed her my palm, gesturing her to stop. Suddenly, I realized that my dreams became more common after my 18th birthday when I received a letter from my parents, and so I started connecting the dots. You told me I was at the orphanage merely for a week, I stated, and as I had been unconscious for a lot of days after the field trip to the World Trade Center, so it means that when I got the letter from my parents, I had not been living at the orphanage since long, am I right? Yes, she reciprocated for my seriousness. In fact, the day you received that letter was your first day at the orphanage. You had been shifted there just 6 hours prior to your receiving that letter, she added. Though on some level I knew that, but still it came as a huge shock. Then it also means that everything I did in my sleep was done after my receiving that letter. Yes, she said, nodding her head. You did that on the following night. Sleeper agent. Something in the letter triggered him to go ahead and take on his task, which is to destroy the World Trade Center. Oh my god, I don't know what's happening here. This means that there was something about that letter which made me like this, I remembered. No, Jonathan, it was in you. The letter just triggered it, she answered boldly and clearly. It has been in you all along. She came over to me, kept my hands on my eyes, and whispered, Close your eyes and concentrate. Just try to find the answers. I did as she asked me to do, and once again she turned out to be correct. As soon as I closed my eyes, I started having a vision. Initially, it was blurry like a car's windshield on a foggy day, but gradually it became better, and in no time I could see clearly. Once my vision was clear enough to see properly, I found myself in a dark room. The moon was shining outside the windows, and its cool silver glow was the only light in the room. There were two little children of age about 3 to 4 years, one boy and one girl sleeping in their bed. I had a good idea who the two little children were, but I couldn't be sure due to the dark environment. A wooden rocking chair was kept near the bed. There was a complete silence in the room except for the ticking sound from a clock hung over the bed. All of a sudden, the clock made a ding sound which marked midnight. As soon as the clock struck 12, the boy started shouting and rocking the bed, just like I did in my previous dream. I immediately became sure, as I had thought, the boy was me and the girl was Cecile. My little self's terrifying screams, grunts, and growls filled the entire room. The boy knocked the night lamp kept at the table beside the bed on the floor with a hit, and he started jumping on the floor. The screaming woke little Cecile sleeping beside him. My monsterly behavior terrified her. The fright made her shiver. Her whole body froze from terror. Help, mommy! The girl shouted out of fear and started crying. Tears as big as the biggest of pearls rolled down her chubby cheeks, and her face turned red. Hearing her shouts, Aunt Helda entered the room. She looked tall and lean, just like I saw her in my dream the last time. Only this time her hair were tied up in a ribbon, and she was wearing a white satin nightrobe. Her eyes looked dreary, and her face was dull from tiredness. Nothing to fear, my girl, she rushed to comfort the little girl. Mom, what is wrong with Jonathan? She asked. Nothing, Cecile. Jonathan is just afraid like you. That is why he's breaking things out of panic. She kissed Cecile on the forehead, and they both went out of the room, shutting the door while I was left there alone, still acting like a nocturnal monster. What the heck? They just leave him there, making a freaking mess. What? I guess there was nothing else they could do for him, though, right? Gradually, it all started to become dark until there was zero visibility for a moment. And then once again, slowly, the visibility returned. When I could see again, I found the scene had shifted. This time, once again, I was there in the room, alone, screaming and grunting. I was lying in a big round bed. There were silk curtains on the windows and a wooden floor. A shining teak finished cabinet was kept in the corner, and matching nightstands and the rest of the three corners were stuffed with stuffed toys kept on them. I immediately recognized the place. It was my bedroom in that mansion. Suddenly, the door opened and a man in a black suit entered the room. He was half bald with a wrinkled face I knew very well. Stephen's face. He looked exactly the same. Even his clothes were the same, and his hair combed sideways in identical fashion. He came over to me and held me with both his hands and said, "Wake up, my boy. You need to control yourself." He vigorously shook me to wake me, to get me under control, but I kept on screaming. Before I could see any further, I felt a splash on my face and my vision ended. When I opened my eyes, I found Cecile sitting in front of me with a half-empty glass of water in her hand and all my clothes all drenched in water. Why did you do that? I questioned her, wiping my face. You were in there for too long, she explained. If you had kept on going any longer, you could have lost control once again. What do you mean? I mean, you could have started to sleepwalk like the way you saw yourself do in your dreams. So you found anything new? Cecile asked me. You were right, I plainly answered. I used to sleepwalk since my childhood. It had nothing to do with the letter. My whole life I was told that there was something extremely wrong with me, and this vision just gave me the proof of that, and I was extremely terrified after I saw the extent of it. I don't know what is happening or what is about to happen, nor do I know why all this is happening. I felt completely helpless. Jonathan, with time everything will be clear, she consoled me. Just remember, I am with you. Now I understand why you didn't let anybody come near me and why you had to tie me after you abducted me, I said. I was a threat to everybody around me. I was so shaken that no matter how hard Cecile tried to console and comfort me, it was useless. I could have seriously hurt somebody. Cecile took my palm and kept her hand in it. Yes, I could see pity in her eyes, but that's not it. Interactions with other people could easily have given you the idea that you had not been living at the orphanage for as long as you initially thought you had been, she added. Also, we could not risk drawing the attention of the people at the orphanage towards ourselves. Cecile pulled me towards herself and kissed me on the cheek. Don't be so hard on yourself. It would all eventually make sense. Just get ready and come down for breakfast. She passed me a big, lively smile. I'll be waiting for you. After that, she got up and walked out of the room, while I was left alone, praying to thee for only one thing: normal day with a little more laughs and fewer shocks. Not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. Sorry, buddy. I can't see your life getting any easier from here on, especially now that you have answers to questions, which raise even more questions that you need answers to. Now you're lost in the middle of it all, lost in the heat of it all. You know you're lost, lost in the thrill of it all, lost in the thrill of it all. Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain, lost. Los Angeles, Tokyo, no to the train, na na na. Los Angeles, Indian, la 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 train, na 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 na. Da 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 da, Sachi, da 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 da, da 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 da. Bum 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 bum, ba da dum, ba da dum, da 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 da. I don't ever get lost in the heat of it all, lost in the heat of it all. Girl, you know you're lost, lost in the thrill of it all, lost in the thrill of Tokyo pain, la 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 la. In Angeles, India, lost in the train, la 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 la. Closed captioning doesn't even know what the heck to do. Can't believe I got her out here cooking dough. I promise you to be with meals up for a family of her own. Someday, nothing wrong. With a line, in your line, with a line, nothing wrong, with another train ride, with another sharp plane ride through the sky. Just you and I'm lost in the heat of it all, lost in the heat of it all. Girl, you know you're lost, lost in the thrill of it all, lost in the thrill. Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain, lost. Los Angeles, India, lost on a train, lost, na na na. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. You know you're lost. Lost in the thrill of it all. Lost in the thrill of it all. Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain. La. Los Angeles, India, lost on a train. La. Da 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 dee 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 dee. Bum 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 ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, dee-dee-dum, dum, dum, da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, dee-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Dee-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, dum-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Dum-dum, dee. Dee 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 dee. Deem dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dum. Yeah, yeah, da, yeah, da, da, da. Dum, da, dum, da, dum, da, dum. Da, 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 dum, da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum, da, da, dum, da, dum, da, da, dum, da, da, dum. Dee, da, da, dum, da, da, dum, da, 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 dum, da, da, dum. Da, dum, da, da, dum. In the sky when you and I of it all, lost in the heat of it all. Well, you know you're lost. Lost in the heat of it all, lost in the thrill of it all. Miami, Amsterdam, Tokyo, Spain, la. Los Angeles, India, lost on a train, la, da, da, dum, da, dum, dum, da, dum. No, 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 da, 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 meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, da, 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 dum, da, da, dum, da, dum, da, dum, da, da, dum. Meow, 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 meow. Chapter 20. My parents' photograph. After the morning full of surprises, I was hoping that the rest of the day would be normal and peaceful, but truthfully, even I didn't believe I was going to get it, and guess what? I was right. I quickly freshened up, took a nice hot shower, and went down for breakfast. I found Cecile waiting for me downstairs in the hall. She was sitting in one of the 6 chairs on the round ivory dining table. 2 plates of white chinaware were all set along with shining silver cutlery. 2 bowls were kept in the middle of the table, along with 2 transparent glass jugs. One of them had milk and the other had water. I quickly went forth and sat next to Cecile. Cecile passed me a huge smile. You do like pancakes and cheese sandwiches, don't you? Of course I do, I nodded with an equally whelming smile. Why do you even bother asking? We both had a fine meal. The sandwiches and pancakes were one of the best I had ever tasted. The breakfast proved to be a mood lightening, and I felt much relaxed, but as soon as I was done, Cecile interrupted. Jonathan, I need to talk to you about something important. Tension gripped me to my bones once again. I hope you understand it is very important and cannot wait, she explained. It's about your sleepwalking problem. Everything I saw myself do in my dreams started flashing before my eyes. I was very disturbed by the fact that in my sleep I became some sort of a zombie who didn't feel anything, didn't know anything, and just kept on shouting and breaking stuff like some mindless beast.
Cecile saw with pitiful, comforting eyes. Jonathan, now that you know what's happening, it's time that you know why it's happening. My ears popped all at popped at once from the hope of finally finding some long-awaited answers. Jonathan, before you landed at the orphanage, you had been declared insane by 4 different psychiatrists, and they all claimed that you had multiple personality syndrome. She took a deep breath and continued after a short pause. That is how I convinced everybody to keep their distance from you. What Cecile told me pulled the ground from beneath my feet. I very well knew that my medical condition was not fine. Doctors had told me about my depression and post traumatic stress I was going through, but multiple personality syndrome was something unexpected. I never thought about it even in my wildest dreams. That means I really am mentally unstable and a threat to everybody else. No, Jonathan, you are one of a kind. You are nothing less than exquisite. In fact, you are not a threat, but the last hope of peace. Cecile, what are you talking about? Whatever she was trying to say from was going from above my head. Jonathan, you were not mad before. Yes, I know that, I interrupted. It began after the accident with my foster parents. No, she corrected. My face turned blank from her reaction. Your madness didn't begin. Instead, you were made like this, intentionally. Super soldier, I told you. Shock made my skin cold. Lump formed in my throat, making me unable to speak. Jonathan, hand me the diary I gave you, and I will prove it to you, she added. She quickly recovered from the shock. Oh, I quickly recovered from the shock and as instructed, brought the diary from my room and handed it over to her. Cecile from the diary took out a photograph and kept it on the table facing down. Here's a photograph of your parents. They will explain the rest to you. Only then will you understand that everything that has happened to you, including your unstable mental condition, your sleepwalking, and you having multiple personality syndrome, was not a coincidence, but part of this plan that we must execute. A plan they must execute. In chapter 21, I've known my parents. Meku. Two, one. Dee, 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 dee. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum. Dee, 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 deem, dee, dee, deem, dee, dee, deem, dee, 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 deem. Dee, 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 deem. That should be it. Please, please. Oh, come on, Meku. There we go. We do also have that chat command. I know it's mine, mine. Come on, chatbot. I believe in you. Chatbot, you can do it. Unless it's the other way. Is it the other way? Oh yeah, it probably is. Do it. No, stupid chatbot. There it is. You're so slow over on YouTube, chatbot. Why? I wonder why. Chapter 21. I've known my parents. I sat there absolutely still, staring at the photograph. The statement Cecile made about my parents explaining to me about my mental condition not being a coincidence didn't make any sense to me. What are you talking about? I nervously asked. You just have to look at the photograph and everything will fall into place. I always wanted to know more about my parents, but never got a chance to learn anything about them. And now, when their answers lied in front of me, I felt nervous. My hands felt heavy and refused to obey me. With all my courage, I picked up the photograph and had a look. As soon as I looked at the photograph, I developed goosebumps. I immediately recognized the faces of both of them. I had seen them in my dreams before. It was a photograph of the man and the woman whom I saw being tortured in my dream. They both had a big smile spread across their face and looked happy. The man's blue suit, along with his white silk shirt, complemented his strong jawline, high cheekbones, and black hair combed backwards, and made him look extremely handsome. The woman, too, looked ravishing in the red satin dress with her blonde hair falling up to her chest. How? I was rendered completely speechless. This means that the man and the woman who I saw being tortured were my parents, and those brutal torturers were actually seeking me. And the little infant boy I had seen them hand over to Robert was me, I continued. Yes, you were not safe with your parents. I couldn't even believe it. I felt even more helpless. I had seen my parents suffer so much, and they did everything for my sake. I saw them being treated worse than the animals, and I could do nothing. I had seen them endure the biggest pain for a parent, the pain of parting from their child, just so I could stay safe. Huge tears formed beneath my eyes and slowly rolled down my cheek, and at last fell onto my parents' picture. I felt guilty for everything they had to endure because of me. I wanted to apologize to them for everything that happened with them, and most of all, to thank them for everything they did for me, every sacrifice they made for me. Jonathan, your parents are here to talk to you, Cecile interrupted my train of thought. Her tone was serious and her body language stiff. When I heard her say that, hope started to run loose in my veins, but somewhere inside, even I knew that it was rootless. If what I saw in my dream was right, then my parents were somewhere in a prison, getting lashed, or most likely dead. Don't give me false and meaningless hope, I said to Cecile in an annoyed tone, and stood up from the table to go to my room, as I wanted to stay alone for a while. While I was going, Cecile shouted from behind, Jonathan, it's not meaningless hope I'm giving you. There's meaning in every word of the statement I just said, and so is there a hidden meaning behind the words of the letter you received from your parents. So try to remember what your parents had written in the letter. I quickly brought the letter out of my t-shirt's chest pocket where I always kept the letter in order to keep the one memory of my parents I had close to my heart. Started to read it. There was there in the letter as well was written something similar to what Cecilia was trying to say. Remember that we never left you. We have always kept a watch on you and showed you the right path, and we shall always be there for you whenever you need us, in your dreams and in your thoughts. We shall always live on in your decisions and in the ghosts of your buried past. I shall live in your thoughts and dreams. In times of need, standing with you, I will be. When you see yourself, you shall see me. Also, I recalled that Robert too had said to my parents when they had handed me over to him, that even if they won't be able to see me, I would be able to see them. Even if they would not have their son, I would have my parents. Cecile, I'm in no mood for riddles, so be clear about what you want to say, I said, turning towards Cecile. We'll explain it to you. Suddenly, another very known voice came from behind. When I turned, there stood my old friends, Lisa and Paul. I knew it. I knew it. It was them. It was them the whole time. But so are they like AI programmed into his brain? How is he able to see them when they were definitely being tortured somewhere far and away? Are they actually ghosts? What the heck? What is happening here? This book is wild. Chapter 22, My True Identity. We have about 100 pages left, chat, just so you know. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, da-da-dum. Dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dim, 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 dee-dee-dim. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Bam, ba-dum, ba-dum-dum-dum. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Dim, dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Doo 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 doo. Dee, 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 dee. Na, 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 na. Do, 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 do. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Deem, dee, 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 dee. Na, 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 na. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Man, wild, wild, wild. That's so cool. That's so cool. Earn the home cape inspired by a Minecraft movie. Just watch Minecraft content on Twitch and you earn the cape. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. Oh my god. All right, that's enough of that for now. Forget it. I won't. That nope, no. Chapter 22: My true identity. When I saw Lisa and Paul, I got surprised to my core. It was totally uncalled for, something I'd never imagined. After all, I had known Paul and Lisa all my life. Paul and Lisa came and stood in front of me. They were exactly like I last saw them. Same glowing, ghostly golden glow surrounding them. Same hair, same clothes. Lisa, just like always, looked fairly tall in her white gown, and her blonde hair were falling up to her chest, while Paul's muscular build, short dark hair, and his usual black trousers, along with a white shirt and black long coat, made him look fairly handsome. Their faces still had vaguely formed, blurry facial structures with no eyes, no nose, no lips, no ears, like before. Look at the photograph carefully, Paul spoke in his usual coarse tone. Memorize everything about the faces of your parents in the photograph. I did not get what they wanted to prove by making me stare at my parents' photograph, but I did it anyway. I analyzed every aspect of my parents' faces, my mother's deep blue eyes, rosy red lips, fair cheeks, pointy chin, and the cute tiny nose that was imprinted in my mind. I painted a picture of my father's square face, brown eyes, dark hair, pointy nose in my mind as well. What do you want me to do now? I turned my attention back to Paul and Lisa, and to my surprise, their faces seemed different. They were much clearer. Gradually, their facial structures started getting further clearer, and within moments, I could see their faces as clearly as I could see mine in a mirror. Next, their facial features started forming. First the eyes, then the nose, and the ears, and finally the lips appeared on their so far blank faces. As soon as the development of the facial features was done, I recognized them in an instant. They were the man and the woman from my dream. They were my parents. Jonathan, we were always with you to show you the right path, Lisa said to me. Our real names are Billy and Gregory Jackson, just like yours. Okay. Our real names are Billy and Gregory Jackson. It's just like yours is not Jonathan Blaze, but Benjamin Jackson, Paul said to me. Then why did you hide it from me all this time? We had our reasons, my son. One day you'll understand, Lisa answered. Her voice, just like always, felt comforting and soothing. A tear dropped from my eye down to the floor. Jonathan, this is the last time you will see us, and after that, we won't be able to help you any further. The time is very less, and your path very long. Our sole purpose was to guide you to your next clue, Lisa said to me. Then in chorus, they both said, Place where the fates stand true shall bring you to the next clue. Sitting atop what you have learned, it shall guide you to where your world once burnt. Live long and prosper, Lisa said. My son, may you live long and prosper. Okay. My son, may you get all the happiness in the world, Paul added. After that, there was a blinding flash of lights. When the flash passed, both Paul and Lisa had vanished. What are they? Are they ghosts? Is he an alien? What's happening here, man? I'm so confused. Yay, yay. The unresolved riddle. Give me one second. Na 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 na. Ba da 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 dum da 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 dum ba da dum dee 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 dee. Chapter 23: The Unsolved Riddle. My parents just vanished away, and I just stood there absolutely still. I didn't even get a chance to talk to them, to share with them what a son shares with his parents, to love them and getting loved by them. Jonathan, what did they tell you? Cecile asked me, but I was in no condition to answer. Suddenly, noise of gunfire and explosions filled the air. People were shouting outside on the roads. They're here. We must leave, or it will be over. So tell me what your parents told you, Cecile asked again, this time more strictly. Something about the next clue and where I will find it, I replied. That is good. Now we must leave. Follow me, she said, and then she started running. She took me down into the basement. I did not understand what was going on, as in such as in such condition we should have been running away, but instead it seemed that she wanted to hide. But I was wrong. Down in the basement, she opened a door, and to my amazement, there was a secret underground passage there. Tunnels. This passage was built by your parents in order to evade any such situation. There are many confusing turns in here, and all of them lead to a dead end except one, she added. They won't be able to follow us in here. Cecile had thought we managed to lose them, but what my parents had said before disappearing was still a puzzle. We followed the passage for the next half an hour, after which we came out and found us in some garage with as many as 10 cars parked in it, including many expensive luxury and sports cars, a Jeep, and a bike. Come on, get in the car before they reach here, Cecile instructed me while climbing aboard the Jeep. I, as told, hopped in without wasting any time. Cecile stepped on the accelerator as hard as she could, and we rushed out of there. So where to now? Cecile asked me. I don't know, I answered. What do you mean? Cecile asked back. What did your parents tell you? It was some riddle I didn't understand, I answered her. Yet, she said in an encouraging tone, give it some time and you will surely understand what your parents were trying to tell you. Even you were not able to see them, were you? No, Jonathan, your parents were not there, and nor were there ghosts or spirits. It was your imagination, a hallucination. It always has been. Cecile replied as politely as she could to make sure she doesn't hurt me or make it sound like I was crazy and belonged in some asylum. These hallucinations were based on your past memories about your parents, and that is why you don't know that the ghosts you had been seeing all your life were actually your parents. I didn't understand, I said, scratching my head. Jonathan, you wanted to know why those ghosts whom you call Paul and Lisa hid their real names from you, she stated, didn't you? Yes, I nodded in agreement. Jonathan, as I told you, those ghosts were a projection of your memories, and so what you didn't know, they couldn't possibly know either. Thus, until and unless I showed you the photograph of your parents, those ghosts were just faceless. They were just like blurry memory, but after you knew how your parents actually looked, both of those ghosts too developed faces. Also, as you didn't know those ghosts were an interpretation of your parents by your mind, so you didn't know that their real names were actually Billy and Gregory Jackson, and not Paul and Lisa. Thus, they didn't know either, and in that case, they couldn't possibly tell you their names. Cecile cleared her throat. After that, I felt an even bigger nut. I felt an even bigger nut. It meant that all those years, those bullies at the orphanage were right for calling me a freak. It wasn't years though; it was a week. He was at the orphanage for a week. And Cecile, you said that me going crazy wasn't a coincidence, and somebody did this to me. But who did this, and why did he do this to me? Your parents, she said in a pitiful tone. After that, everything became quiet. I did not want to ask any more questions. All I wanted now was to rest, and so I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Dee 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 deem, dee dee deem, dee dee deem, dee deem, dee 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 dee. Ba-da. Lost in the thick of it all. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Doo 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 doo. Dee 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 deem, dee 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 deem, dee 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 deem, dee 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 deem. Dee deem. Ba-da-da-dum, ya-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Dee 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 dee. Meow, 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 dee, 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 dee. In Japan. Freaking Japan. I'm still upset that he's not over there murdering everybody. The exchange at the graveyard, chapter 24. As per tradition, I this time as well saw a dream while sleeping. In my dream, I found myself in some creepy graveyard in the middle of the night. Full moon shone in the sky, and freezing cold winds blew across the terrain. There were graves along with tombstones and crosses all over the place. Tall grass and overgrown weeds, along with wild bushes, made the place look all the more scary. A huge banyan tree stood tall in the middle of a graveyard, and its widespread network of branches made it look like some terrifying ghostly figure with claws. Hooting sounds of owls came from the tree's direction, and made it seem even more frightening. Under the tree, I noticed two human shaped figures standing in the dark. At first, I got so scared that I could hear my own heartbeat. I could feel the warmth of adrenaline rush in my muscles, and my gut rumble out of terror. But on looking closely, I realized that they were actually real people. I could not see their faces, nor could I get an idea as to what they were doing at such a place at such an odd hour. Suddenly, I saw a bright light at a distant point, and it was approaching the two people under the tree. As the light came nearer, I realized it was actually a third man carrying a flashlight. He was wearing a black suit with a black bow tie. His face was covered with cloth, and his body language stiff and tensed. It's Stephen and his parents, right? He ran towards the two people under the tree. When the light from the torch lit the faces of the other two waiting for him, I caught a glimpse of them. There they were. They were my parents. I'm glad you could make it. We were afraid you won't show up, said my father to the newly arrived man. His tone was filled with a mix of joy and relief and tension and sorrow. How could I not? You and Gregory mean the world to me, and I can do anything for you, said the man. Then do one thing for me. Take care of Jonathan for me, my father said, trying extremely hard to keep himself together. You mean Benjamin? No, my friend, my father politely explained. Our son Benjamin died the day we decided to go forward with this plan. For his own safety, he'll have to live by this false name. He'll have to become Jonathan Blaze. The third man took a long pause. He seemed to be trying to analyze and digest the thing my father explained. I understand, he nodded. From now on, I don't know any Benjamin. All I know is that my life's only purpose is protecting Jonathan Blaze. The way he was talking about protecting me, I thought that this man was Robert, but I was proved wrong the next instant when he said, But I thought Jonathan was going to live under the care of Robert. Yes, but it would not be long before they find him with Robert, and so when the time comes, only you would be able to keep him safe, my mother said to that man. Yes, yet it is necessary for him to stay there, no matter how dangerous it is, because the quest that he must undertake one day requires guidance, knowledge, and information that only Robert can provide him, my father added. We always thought we had more time, but the circumstances have gotten out of hand so quickly that we were not able to do anything, and the situation has worsened beyond what we had anticipated. We are out of time, and so we need you to hold on to something for safekeeping, and give it to Jonathan when the time is right. My mother told him while handing something to him. How will I know when it is time? The man asked my parents. You won't, my father politely replied, keeping his hand on his shoulder, and then he continued. He will. Though Robert might be the guardian and guide of Jonathan, but only you can take care of him the way we would have if we could. The person who held him at the time of his birth after us was you, and so the person who has the right over him after us too shall be you. He wiped a large tear rolling down his cheek. May God give an acquaintance like you to everybody, so nobody ever feels alone. He hugged him as tightly as he could. Goodbye, Stephen, my old friend. Now it seemed to make sense, and at the very moment I understood what my parents' riddle meant. Chapter 25. The conversation was much needed. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a bed in a decent little room. There wasn't much furniture except an almirah in one of the corners, a couch along the wall in the front of the bed, and a dressing beside it. The bright green walls left the soothing effect, and the ceiling fan hung just above my head. Almirah, what is that? Whoopsies. Almirah in English, especially in Indian English, refers to a cupboard, cabinet, or wardrobe, often a large freestanding storage unit. Almirah. There was like a cupboard cabinet, clothes like somewhere in the corner. Good to know. It's always good to learn new vocabulary, chat. Don't be a dumb idiot. Suddenly, the room's door opened and Cecile entered in. She had a cheerful smile on her face and looked fresh and relaxed. Good, you're up. I brought breakfast. How do I always wake up in some place other than the one where I fall asleep? I tried to sound sarcastic. The people after us were close, and so it was necessary to lay low for some time, she replied. Moreover, I think we do deserve a little break. And where exactly are we now? Just a few hours' drive from home, she responded with a gentle smile. When she mentioned the people after us, I felt somewhat troubled. They were responsible for the blast at my school. They attacked us on our way to Brazil, and most of all, they had kept my parents prisoners and tortured them like animals. Also, what amplified my anger and frustration was that I didn't even know why they were after me or my parents. Why are they even doing this to us? I banged my fists onto the bed out of aggression. I don't know, but we are going to figure it out, Cecile responded, trying to calm me down. I shook my head in agreement and took a deep breath. Just that I want to know more about my past, my parents, and what happened to them. I understand, and I promise you, we will find out. She passed a welcome. Oh, she passed a welcoming smile and placed her palm over mine. We will do so together. Her touch released all my stress. My heart felt much lighter, and a wave of freshness ran inside me. I'm sorry, it's just that every one of these questions is now killing me from inside. I've come a long way looking for answers, and now, for the first time, I can feel that I am extremely close to finding them, and so it is extremely hard for me to wait any longer. There's just too much mystery. I felt helpless as a downed bird, a bird whose not one but both the wings were taken away. I know that my parents left me with some Robert, but I don't know how I ended up at the orphanage after that. I know that I know that I know from my I know that I know you from my childhood, but I have no memory of the time we spent together. Neither do I know how I became mentally unstable. Also, if I really spent only a week at the orphanage, then how did I develop the false memories of living there for years? Cecile saw me with eyes filled with pity, as well as compassion. I could see on her face how much she wanted to release me from the burden I was carrying, but I don't know what was stopping her. For over a minute, we just kept on staring at each other, quietly. At last, I broke the silence. You don't know what it feels like when you are a stranger to yourself. So if you know anything, please tell me. I beg you. I wish I could, Cecile said, took a deep breath. Jonathan, you yet do not understand the extent of your mental problems. And telling you everything can make things both complicated as well as risky. Jonathan, I assure you that everything I know I will tell you, but now is not the time. Her eyes started getting teary, which she tried extremely hard to hide, and so she walked away without speaking another word. I understood that something about the conversation troubled her. Chapter 26, Cecile's Foundations. Foundations? Is that a word? Did he make that up? Is that a word? Oh my god. I mean, it probably is. Oh, yes. It's likely a misspelling of boundaries. Cecile's boundaries. Bounden. Obligations? Oh, if it's related to bounden and not boundaries, foundations. It would be under obligations or beholden. Her duty. Okay, yeah, it's an Indian word. Okay, it's a good thing we looked this up. The state or quality of being bound or obliged, obligations. That's cool. I'm glad. It's Indian vocabulary. It's not just learning new English words. That's from India. I'm glad that I was an ignorant bitch. But now we have knowledge. We've gained knowledge, chat. Do-do-do-do. The sealed foundations for obligations. I felt guilty for Cecile leaving. I felt that she was crying because of me, as I had pushed her too far, and she must have thought I don't trust her, and so I ran after her. I found her leaning against the wall just outside the room, crying. She looked miserable. Her cheeks were wet and red, and her lips were trembling. I approached her and very gently wiped her tears. I placed my palm over on her cheek, and with all my affection, all my love for her, I stared into her eyes. Cecile, if something is troubling you, let me know. I am here for you. Jonathan, you don't understand how difficult this is for me. There's so much burden I've been carrying around inside me till now. There's so much I want to share with you, but I cannot do so, she said, punching the wall. I could see the helplessness on her face. I wanted to tell you about your past, and a lot of times I almost did so as well. Even back at the mansion when you completely recognized me, I got so happy to get you back. I got overwhelmed with emotions and was about to do so, but then I stopped myself for your sake. She cried. You have no idea how much I want to tell you everything, but I must not do so, no matter how hard it is for me. I did not understand a bit of what Cecile had said. What do you mean by my sake? I asked her in a surprised tone. Cecile wiped away her tears and took a deep breath. When I told you that telling you the truth can make things risky, I meant risky for your life. All the fake memories that you have developed have left your brain addled with confusion, so it has been fighting with itself. Your mind has been hammered to the point of insanity, and it has been under too much pressure due to your conditions and dreams. Tears started to fill her eyes once again. She, wiping them away, said in a cracking voice, At this point, telling you anything can paralyze you or may even prove to be fatal to you. You must discover everything slowly on your own. I can merely help you. Jonathan, I cannot lose Jonathan, I cannot lose you once again. She tried to control her emotion. You won't. I pulled her close and gave her a tight hug. And I promise you that I won't put you in such a situation again. I held her hand and took her back to the room. Now have some rest and forget it all. I firmly ordered her, pointing towards the bed, gesturing her to lie down. She looked at me for a moment, then quietly, without saying another word, lied down. I could sense a certain fear in her body language. I could tell that she was feeling lonely, and I exactly knew how she felt. So I said no more and decided to give her the space and time she needed. Chapter 27. Another fatal attack. This is a longer one. But we are about 60% of the way through the book, chats. We're on the Kindle version, so it gives you like a little approximation down there at the bottom. We're getting there. We're getting there. Chapter 27. Another fatal attack. I took her inside the room and made her lie down. It had been over an hour since our conversation, and Cecile was still very disturbed. I quietly sat in front of her, wishing I could take all of her worries away from her. When all of a sudden there was gunfire outside the building, followed by a natural panic, followed by the natural panic-filled screams and shouts of pedestrians. Cecile's facial expressions hardened. Already terrified, Cecile turned even more disturbed. It is all my fault. I should have been more careful, she wailed in a tone filled with panic. Got up as quickly as she could and was about to rush out when I stopped her. First of all, stop punishing yourself. There was nothing you could do about it. Cecile looked at me like a traveler tired from his journey looks towards us. Cecile looked at me like a traveler tired. Cecile looked at me like a traveler tired from his journey looks towards shelter. We will get through it. We just don't lose faith. Cecile pushed. Cecile pressed both their lips against each other and hummed in agreement. Suddenly, a heavy voice came and echoed through the air. We know you're in there. Show yourself, he continued in an even heavier voice. Jonathan Blaze, if you don't come out in 5 minutes, your friend will have to bear the consequences. For a moment, I froze. I got afraid for Cecile's well being. Jonathan, they're just trying to fool you into their trap. We must leave now, Cecile said, pulling me towards herself. Just then, we heard another man cry, Jonathan, do not listen to them. You simply run out of there. His voice sounded weak and filled with sorrow. We both recognized the voice instantly, and our jaws dropped down. It was Stevens. Cecile and I both looked at each other, terrorized for a moment, and then rushed out as fast as possible. We took a peek outside from a window, and what we saw was enough to bring tears into our eyes. Stephen, a fatherly figure to both of us, was laying down on the concrete ground about 100 meters far from the building entrance. One huge, muscular-looking guy stood right beside him, leaning against his red Jeep with a megaphone in one hand and a gun in the other. He was wearing the exact same attire every other guy who attacked us was wearing. A big scar ran across his left cheek, and his black hair were all messed up, and a dense beard gave him a fierce look. His foot rested upon Stephen's cheek, while Stephen's other cheek rubbed against the rough ground, due to which his face got all bruised up. Blood was running down from a wound on Stephen's forehead, and from the creases on his forehead and his stiffened eyes and lips, anybody could tell he was in unbearable pain. On seeing Stephen in such miserable condition, I lost all my control, all my power of judgment, and was about to run out to save him, even if it meant surrendering to them. I was just about to reveal myself and surrender when Cecile pulled me back behind a wall. Jonathan, sacrificing yourself will do no good. They will kill Stephen anyways, so calm down and think it through carefully. She kept her hands on my shoulders. I realized that Cecile was right. Poor Stephen. Oh man, he's definitely gonna die here. Well, can't he go in and with his superpowers and go and like defeat all these guys? Come on, save him, save him, save him, please. Carefully took cover, looked around, trying to figure a way to save Stephen. Meanwhile, Cecile produced a gun, which she must have kept for situations like this, from one of her stock, and took aim at the man. And another man standing at the window of a nearby building caught my eye. He had a sniper in his hand, and I was sure that he had his aim set on Stephen, so that in case we tried to save him from his partner, he could shoot Stephen and finish the task. Wait, I said. I instantly pushed the gun away, disturbing Cecile's arm. Oh, disturbing Cecile's aim. What happened? Cecile asked for an explanation. I pointed my finger in the direction where I saw the man with the sniper. But that means the sniper can see them too, right? Why don't they just take a shot at him? Cecile automatically understood what I was trying to explain. I felt completely helpless and my heart grew heavy. There was nothing I could do. Jonathan Blaze, you have only 3 more minutes left. My heart skipped a beat and started thinking harder to find a way out of it. Jonathan, we can't hit him from this distance. We must find another way to get rid of him, Cecile said. Time was running out, and we didn't have any other option than me going out there and buying Cecile as much time as I could so she could sneak into that building and take out the other man. Good luck, she took a deep breath. We're gonna need it. Okay, here it comes. The very next moment, Cecile, with all the strength she had in her legs, ran, while I sat behind the wall in case the situation worsened and there would be no option left except surrendering. As the time passed, my pulse was getting higher, and before I knew it, 3 minutes passed. The muscular man brought his megaphone in front of his face and screamed, Your time is up! Show yourself now, or your dear butler loses his precious life. He raised his one hand and started his countdown. Every second, he folded one of his 5 fingers. Just before he said, 1, I rang out shouting, Wait! There you are, he replied in his heavy voice. Now let Stephen go, or I will. I tried to threaten him. Or what? He chuckled. I could see the confidence in his eyes. What will you do? Don't you even try to do anything foolish, or else I have a friend waiting up in that building who can finish off both of you. The way this is written, sorry guys. Don't you even try to do anything foolish, or else I have a friend waiting up in that building who can finish off you both in less than a second. So now put your hands up in the air while I come and tie them, he added. I knew if I protested, he could easily murder Stephen in cold blood within a second, so I did as told. A wide, vicious smile spread across his face. He put his hands in the pocket of his torso and took out handcuffs and slowly started to walk towards me. While he was heading toward me, the smile on his face too became wider and wider, and my tension multiplied with his every step toward me. I did not know how much more I could delay him for Cecile to take down the other guy standing at the window. Within moments, he was right in front of me. He simply stood there for a minute, staring at me. He was enjoying the terror on my face. My helplessness humored him. I stood absolutely still, praying and hoping that Cecile would complete her task before he could finish his. Today I capture our biggest enemy, he spoke in his heavy voice. Your biggest enemy? I questioned him, hoping to engage him in a conversation. What do you mean? And my biggest foe as well, he answered with the same vicious smile. What are you trying to say? I once again asked, this time trying to sound even more surprised. You know how I got this? He pointed toward the scar on his cheek. He passed me a blank look. You gave it to me years ago when I was sent to capture you. You threw a knife at me. It seemed weird, but I tried not to think about it and focus on keeping him engaged in the conversation. You're mistaken. No, you are, he sounded furious. You have been living a lie. He then started frisking me in order to check if I had any weapons. Nervousness gripped me from head to toe as I knew I could not delay him any longer. I had almost given up when came the sound of gunfire. Both of our expressions got stern. I got afraid for Cecile when he too looked confused and pointed his gun at me. What was. He had a finger on the trigger and was about to press it when once again the sound of gunfire echoed through the air, and before I knew it, he was lying on the ground, bleeding from his chest. Within a second, he was dead and his clothes red from blood. I understood that Cecile had shot him with a sniper, and the first gunfire was actually of her shooting the other guy who had the sniper aimed at Steven. Only then did I gain peace of mind as we had overcome that obstacle without any collateral damage. They saved him! Let's freaking go! Steven's still alive! Nice. Good job, team. Go, team venture. Maybe he's a clone. He could be a clone. Have you ever considered that, chat? Have you thought about that? Possibility that this guy is a freaking clone? Sorry, watching a thing. What the? In Japan. All right, we're back. No, no, no. Chapter 28 Burden I Must Live With. Due to all the drama that just happened, there was no question of staying. Also, as the people who attacked us could have tracked us down again, so to be on the safer side, we decided to leave our own Jeep there and take the red Jeep of the attackers instead. It's a Jeep now instead of a truck. Interesting. So yeah, what they were going through that harsh terrain of getting down to Brazil. Because yeah, apparently those roads really aren't very easy to traverse. Okay, okay, okay. Why did they even leave Steven behind though, right? They should have just taken him with them in the first place. Why did they go off on their own? Isn't it even more suspicious of them riding around in the attacker's Jeep though? Because what if like their friends see them? They're like, hey, that's not our friends driving that Jeep right now. I don't know if this is the most thought out plan. All right, we're going. We're going. We quickly gathered our stuff from our rooms and got ready to leave, as Stephen was pretty weak, so we made him lie down in the back seat of the Jeep, and I sat along with him and kept his head in my lap. His forehead was red with blood, and he seemed to be in a lot of pain. His pain-filled wails pricked my heart like nails, and all I wanted in that moment was to be able to share his pain. I carefully washed and dressed his wound. Sitting next to Stephen, I felt the warmth I always wanted. His mere presence seemed to have filled that void that had always been in my life. For the next hour, I stared at Stephen with my eyes gleaming with hope. Hope of starting a new peaceful life, hope of finally having somebody whom I could call family. I was quietly looking at Stephen with his lips when his lips showed slight movement. All of a sudden, his eyelids too started to move. He's regaining consciousness, I announced to Cecile. Though I should have been dancing with happiness and excitement, but instead a nervousness gripped me. I was rendered blank from the fear of meeting the person who raised me after such a long time. I didn't know how to react. Cecile saw me in the rearview mirror and sensed my discomfort. Jonathan, he loves you, and you mean the world to him. Just talk to him. But I don't remember anything about him, I cried. He loved you since he first heard your cries echo through his ears, and will always love you, no matter what. So just be the way you are. It doesn't matter what you remember. As Stephen opened his eyes, an awkwardness surrounded me, but as soon as his eyes met mine, it was clear that Cecile was right. Past didn't matter. All I could see in his eyes was compassion for me. His eyes were moist with tears, and a welcoming smile rested upon his lips. How have you been, little master? Stephen said in a voice cracking out of emotion and pain, and his shaky hands coming to touch my face. Stephen's voice felt like wind chimes in my ears. It felt as if my world was complete. In no time, my emotions took over as well, and I, without any further delay, bent and hugged him. I'm sorry, Stephen. Please forgive me. Tears started to fill my eyes as well. Don't be, son. It was not of your making. When Stephen called me son, I started getting back some flashes of my time with him, where he tucked me into bed, fed me, and played with me. Stephen managed with all his strength. Your parents gave me a chest and asked me to pass it on to you. He evidently had to put even more effort than before in order to speak, and he was becoming weaker and weaker by the minute. I know, let's talk about it later. You must rest right now, I tried to stop him. No, listen, I kept it hidden in my closet at Madame Cecile's place in New York. Just then, white foam started coming out of his mouth. I lost my control and screamed, No, what is happening? White foam. This guy's been poisoned or something. There's no way white foam just starts pointing. And so, yeah, I told you they were in New York. There's no way they drove from New York to Brazil. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked the question. 2 days. There's no way. So unless they took a flight and like got closer to Brazil, there's no way. There's no way. I'm sorry, Chet. I'm sorry. No, listen, I kept it hidden in my closet at Madame Cecile's place in New York. Just then, white foam started coming from his mouth. I lost my control and screamed, No, what's happening? Cecile immediately stopped the car and turned back. She rushed to check for some medication in the glove compartments of the Jeep. Seems that they poisoned him. Oh my God. Just then, Stephen's hand on my face fell down and his body started to turn pale. An unknowing fear gripped me, a fear much more intense than the one I experienced when I was about to face Stephen. And only now I understood the true meaning of fear. No matter how much I tried, I could not stop my tears and was screaming out of desperation. Stephen, you can't do this to me! Wake up and stop this joke! I wailed. I started screaming for help, but we were in the middle of nowhere. All I could see were canyons and dirt all around. Cecile immediately stopped the car and checked Stephen for pulse, but there was none. Shock and sorrow clearly showed themselves on her face. She looked at me with sympathy. I, in that moment, felt like thirsty sailors stuck in the middle of the seas. I realized what it feels like to have everything I ever wanted right in front of me, within palm's reach, to still not being able to grasp it. I quickly got down from the car and started kicking the tires out of frustration and anger. I was furious at myself for being so careless and not checking if Stephen was fine beforehand. Jonathan, we need to bury him. I was too shaken to respond. Are you listening? Cecile called again. Try to keep yourself together. I simply looked at her and shook my head. Come, he'd want you to do it. I nodded and wiped my face. Well, you got to make sure that the scavengers don't get him. That's what it is. That's why it's like at least 6 feet deep, because like any higher than that, and things can go and like dig it up and like feast on his corpse. So yeah, make sure that they can't get him. But do they even have tools? Do they even have tools to be digging this hole? They need a 6 feet deep hole for a guy that's what, average size. So he's got to be at least like 5'10" to like 6 foot ish maybe. Ugh. Okay, they got this. They got this. I'm sure they have a shovel somewhere inside the Jeep, right? I nodded and wiped my face. Under the back seat of the Jeep, Cecile found some tools that could be used for digging. With a shovel, I dug up a grave nearby and buried Stephen there. For hours, I sat next to his grave. Every second I spent there staring at Stephen's grave, my sorrow changed to anger. Till now, I always considered all this to be my parents' fight, but now the fire had spread far too wide. Now this war was as much mine as my parents', and the only thing I wanted now was to make Stephen's death meaningful. Chapter 29, The Senseless Number. So they did find tools. That's good. Okay, so now this next part is dealing with that number that you have, which is probably coordinates of some sort. Or maybe it opens up the secret chest. He has that secret chest. They have to get back to New York. They have to get back to New York so that they can get that chest out of the closet. There's so much happening. There's so much happening here. Chapter 29, The Senseless Number. I knew the mob was behind us trying to find us, but I was no longer afraid. My anger gave me courage. I climbed onto the driver's seat and drove as fast as the car could go. For hours, we traveled without any breaks. Without any tiredness, our grief fueled our urge for revenge and justice. Both of us were shaken from the inside, but for the sake of Stephen, we were trying to keep ourselves together. We reached Cecile's place in the evening, and the sun was almost about to set. Wait, what? 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 He said New York. They drove for 4 hours and they got to New York from Brazil. What do you mean? What do you mean? What is happening here? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so confused. Where are they? This is just the location. That's all that's driving me insane. That's all that it is. Like what? I'm so confused. Dun-dum, dun-dum, dun-dum. Rio de Janeiro. There's no way they're going from the freaking coast of freaking South America driving up to New York in 4 hours. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? All right. So I mean, I guess he said New York. He specifically said that it was in New York. They're New York and Brazil. Look, been on the bus. It's 20 hours. It's 20 freaking hours. I guess if they 13 hours, 13 hours in a car apparently. Maybe. Okay, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about the infrastructure of the roads and all that sort of stuff. Okay, maybe it's just me overthinking things I don't know anything about. I mean, I have to assume the writer did some research. I'm just over here reacting. All right, on we go. I climbed onto the driver's seat and drove as fast as the car could go. For hours, we traveled without any breaks. Without any tiredness, our grief fueled our urge for revenge and justice. Both of us were shaken from the inside, but for the sake of Stephen, we were trying to keep ourselves together. We reached Cecile's place in the evening, and the sun was almost about to set. The beautiful sunset and magnificent orange red sky meant nothing to me today. When I saw Cecile's house, painful memories stormed me. I remembered when Cecile kept me there after the blast at my school. It was the same place where Cecile and I started on our quest. And most of all, it was the place where Stephen first met me as Cecile's butler. When we entered the house, my school, so they're back in New York because the orphanage. They have. Oh my god, I'm so. Oh my god. When we entered the house, it was all dark and lonely. Every second in that house felt like a rock hitting my heart. When we turned on the lights, we found everything in a mess. Curtains were torn, and chairs and tables were and cupboards broken to pieces. All the things were thrown on the floor. Somebody had clearly been there before us. Those people must have found this place, she said. I suspect this is where they must have gotten hold of Stephen. It was evident that they had searched the place, and I doubted that they must have found the chest we were looking for. I quickly ran to Stephen's quarters. There, too, everything was in a similar kind of mess. For a second, I got tense. Panic completely froze me. Sweat started to accumulate in the creases on my forehead. I got afraid that I was late, that I failed, and because of me, the sacrifices that Stephen and my parents had made were about to go in vain. But then, in the middle of all the clothes and furniture lying on the floor, I saw the chest. A wave of relief ran across my body. I wiped my forehead and quickly went ahead and picked it up. Once again, my hopes fell to the ground as its stalks was cracked open. I once again went blank with terror. I, with a heavy heart and without much hope of finding anything inside, opened the chest and surprisingly found in it a translucent papyrus scroll. On unrolling the scroll, I found a quote written on it. What you know, others cannot know. What others know, you must know. What you see, others cannot see. What others see, you too shall see. Underneath the quotes was scribbled a set of some random senseless symbols. Slash slash wah, colon colon dash dot uh colon dot. For once I didn't understand what this was all about. Seeing the blank look on my face, Cecile came forth and took a look at the scroll. I was really hoping that she knew about these symbols, but she remained silent. Her tense expression made it evident that she knew something, but preferred to keep it to herself. I was about to ask her if she knew anything about those symbols, but before I could, I heard something. We heard the sound of honking of horns. Cecile immediately ran out to check on the situation. I too understood that we didn't have much time before we were surrounded, and so I decided to trust my instincts and concentrate on the task of undeciphering the symbols in the scroll. Though the scribblings on the scroll seemed irrelevant and those symbols seemed to be a dead end, but they definitely meant something, and I, with all my wit, tried to find out the hidden meaning. I thought from every angle, but couldn't figure out what the set of symbols meant. According to my dream about the meeting between my parents and Stephen in the graveyard, understanding what was written in that scroll should have been a piece of cake for me, but no matter how hard I thought, I couldn't do so. I felt I was failing my parents, Stephen, and also Cecile, who was expecting a lot out of me. I was so tired of all of this that for the first time I was missing my life at the orphanage. I was missing Paul and Lisa, who guided me throughout my life. Just then, the last words of Paul and Lisa that they said to me at the mansion in Brazil echoed in my head. The mansion in Brazil, the mansion in Brazil, all those hours ago, those short hours ago that they drove back and forth to Brazil from New York. Oh my god. The quote written on the scroll indirectly said that I and only I could find the answer to my parents' riddle, and I quite understood that this answer was lying somewhere in my dreams, and so I desperately recalled all the visions and voices I had ever seen or heard in my dreams, or while hallucinating. I tried to find a link of my dreams with the set of symbols scribbled over the scroll, anything that was as senseless as those symbols and could complement it to make something meaningful, and suddenly it hit me. I remembered about my dream at the World Trade Center and that other number 11092001084633040711 and 740-125W. Moreover, that same number was also there in the letter I received on my birthday from my parents. I understood why I failed to understand the meaning of that number as well, just like the set of symbols in the scroll. It was because they were both incomplete, and now it made more sense than it ever did. I quickly took out the letter from my bag and placed the scroll on the letter with the symbols on the scroll directly superimposing the numbers written on the letter. Due to the translucent nature of the papyrus scroll, I could still read the numbers in the letter and expected both of those senseless pieces of text together formed a valuable piece of information. 1109 2001 to 08 46 30 to 40 7117 and 74.0125W. Just then, I slipped into a hallucination. This time, once again, I heard similar voices that I heard when I visited the World Trade Center and also saw the number with blood dripping from it. But this time, the number wasn't incomplete like last time, and for once, I understood where my destiny awaited for me. There indeed was a deep connection of mine with that place. Chapter 30, Death Dealing. I rushed to give the news to Cecile and found her standing in front of a window. Cecile, I've solved the riddle, I said. Let's talk about it later. We must escape first. She gestured me with her to stop with her hand. She pointed her finger towards the window. Have a look. I, as told, took a quick peek and saw dozens of cars heading towards us. You're right, we must find a way out first. We rushed back to the Jeep and I occupied the driver's seat. I inserted the key and turned it, but the engine refused to start. I once again turned the key, this time with more force than the previous time, but got similar results. All the engine did was make weird noises. What happened? Cecile asked. The engine won't start. Tension could be seen on Cecile's face through her twitched lips. Moreover, the sound of the approaching vehicles was getting louder and louder, and it was a matter of seconds before we became their captives. I kept on trying to get the engine to start, but even after multiple attempts, I failed to get the car to run. Suddenly, a bullet hit the side mirror of the car. I could feel the tension grip me. A chill ran down my spine, and I was so full of fear that it started coming out in the form of sweat. We need to slow them down, Cecile screamed. She jumped down the Jeep and ran to the back of the car. We're lucky I realized that it was hidden there while I was looking under the seat for a shovel. They have a RPG. They have like some sort of missile, right? She took out her knife and started cutting the leather back seats. Within half a minute, she managed to create a large hole in the seat's cover. Oh, I gotta do that. She took out her knife and started. Let's get to the next chapter. Yeah, next. Um, hold on, 1 second, Chan. Uh, okay, good to go. Okay, we're back, chat. We're lucky I realized that it was hidden in there while I was looking under the seat for the shovel. She took out her knife and started cutting the leather back seats. Within half a minute, she managed to create a large hole in the seat's cover. It all seemed extremely weird. For a second, I thought she had a mental breakdown from the tension, but what she did next was even more unexpected. She put her arm inside the hole and brought out a huge machine gun. I knew it. There you go. Jonathan, carry on your attempts to start the engine. I will hold them off as long as I can, Cecile said to me, and then started firing. Oh my god. The way Cecile used the gun, it seemed that some violent war goddess had possessed her. I too quickly got my head together and rushed to the front of the car to look under the hood. I didn't expect much time to get the engine started. I was desperately looking around, checking every aspect of the engine, but couldn't find the fault. On the other hand, Cecile was ruthlessly firing in order to buy me more time. A bullet hit the driver of one of the cars and it went toppling to the side. Another got its tire pierced, lost its balance, and bumped into the car moving parallel to it. Subsequently, the two cars behind them couldn't stop in time and crashed into them. I quickly turned back to repairing the engine, as by now counter-firing too had started. Cecile had taken cover behind the back seat of the Jeep, and I doubted she could grant me any more time for repairing the engine. Tension started to build in my veins. I did not know how to react. The pressure was weighing me down, and I had lost all hope on getting the engine to start when suddenly a loose wire coming from the battery caught my eye. I quickly got I quickly got to connecting the wire when I heard Cecile's pain-filled scream. A wave of panic ran throughout my body. Cecile, I called. Jonathan, don't worry. Just make it quick, she shouted back. Her voice was full of pain. He's gonna lose someone else. She's gonna die too now. Oh my god. I connected the wire into place as fast as I could and rushed to see her. She was laying partly unconscious on the back seat. Thankfully, the bullet had hit her below the shoulder, but there was a massive amount of blood loss, and it was necessary to get her to a hospital, which didn't seem possible with those masked men after our lives, and now I had to get rid of them once and for all. It was now time to take a stand. It was now the moment of judgment. I was told that I had an essential role to play, and a lot was riding on my back, and so it was time to see if it was really worth, if I was really worthy, if I was really worthy it. And so it was time to see if I was really worthy it. I quickly sat in the driver's seat and drove the Jeep inside the mansion, straight through the wooden gate. Follow him and kill him, I heard a man shout from outside. I had a little time before I was once again surrounded, but it didn't frighten me. What frightened me was the thought of not being able to get Cecile to a hospital in time and losing her. I dragged her gently into the room. Cecile had hidden me after the blast at school. She was still bleeding at a rapid rate and looked very faint. She at best had half an hour before she got the right treatment. I pulled off a sleeve of my shirt and tore it apart in order to bandage the bullet wound tightly to minimize the blood loss. I looked at her dreary face. It felt as if something broke inside me. One of the most dreadful feelings I ever had experienced was weighing me down. Cecile's lips had turned pale and her red cheeks had lost all of the color. And on seeing her like that, a complicated urge was born inside me. Initially, I resisted, but then I closed my eyes, went with my heart, and did something I should have done long back, but my ego and hesitation never let me. And only now, when I knew I was about to lose Cecile, I realized that it didn't matter who she was to me before all this, how we first met. The only thing that did matter was what she was to me now. The next moment, my lips were resting in contact with Cecile's, and that very touch seemed to have rejuvenated me. My heart felt tons lighter, and it seemed I was finally at peace. I felt that I had just finished an incomplete task, and now this was the very feeling I had to protect. You better save her instead of just kissing her, man. What the heck? She's running out of time, buddy. Stop making out with her. I opened Cecile's bag and found her pistol, a knife, and two grenades. I hung the bag around my waist, took out the machine gun, and with one last look at Cecile, went out for my final face-off. As soon as I came out of that room, I saw a four-armed man. I didn't know what to do. I tried to remember the night I fought the men on the roof of that truck. I didn't know how I did it, but right now I needed to repeat it. Come out, boy. We've played enough. You cannot escape this time. We have the complete building surrounded, said one of them while firing a bullet into the air. Shh. As soon as I heard the gunshot, everything turned plain white like a lightning flash. Gradually, my vision returned, but I found myself in a very different posture than the one I was in before the flash. Now I had my right eye closed, my finger on the trigger, and my gun aimed at the man, but I didn't know how and when it happened. I had no memory of doing any of it and felt as if somebody else was controlling me. I could sense the blood gushing under my skin and sweat trickling down my forehead. I was still there on my knees with my gun aimed at the guy, wondering how it happened, when I heard another gunshot. For a moment, I thought that bullet was fired on me, but instead I saw that the sweater of the man I had my gun aimed at was turning red. His face twitched out of pain, his blood started dripping down on the floor, and he fell down. I was confused, but this confusion of mine didn't last long, because when I saw my finger on the trigger, I found that the trigger had been squeezed, and it was me who had fired the bullet. Playtime is over. This is your last chance to surrender, screamed another man. But I didn't understand what just happened. I neither had any intention of shooting nor I shooted. I was freaking out and started painting. I was freaking out and started panting. I could sense an anger taking over me. There he is, one of them said one of them, and then they all lifted up their guns and opened fire upon me. Luckily, I managed to dive and take cover behind a couch. In time, though, I didn't know how. Luckily, I managed to dive and take cover behind a couch in time, though I don't know didn't know how because I didn't dive intentionally. It just happened. Subsequently, my panting was becoming heavier and grumming sounds were becoming louder. By now, I could feel myself losing whatever control I had on my muscles. The very next moment, I was banging my fists on the floor like an angry gorilla. Suddenly, it hit me. It explained everything. I understand how I changed my posture, shot the guy, and dove without even knowing it. It was because I didn't do it. The monster that I had become in my sleep did. I was no longer me, but that mindless beast in my body. But this time it was different. Unlike before, I was neither asleep nor unconscious. I was awake as I could be. I was as awake as I could be, and this time I was watching everything as it happened. I could feel and experience everything that I did while I was this wild monster, but did not have any control on myself. So he's actually alive, awake in the hallucination or whatever it is that he snaps into. By now, all the men were rushing towards me. Suddenly, I felt an adrenaline rush, and I hopped up with both my guns ready and started blindly shooting on those men while running towards the nearby wall for cover. One after the other, four men fell down on the floor. The remaining men, too, hid behind a table and started exchanging fire with me. Hearing the sound of shooting, more men started to pour in from nearby rooms, and within no time, there were 10 men spread around the room, and there was no more scope to hide. I became a little nervous, and suddenly, in my nervousness, it all went plain black. After a few seconds, when my sight returned, I found myself standing up, opening fire at those men while they were running due to some reason. Suddenly, there was an explosion. I understood that during my blackout, I had used the grenade as a distraction for taking the attention of those men away from me, thus giving me a good chance for firing. Within moments, all of them were lying dead on the ground. With my gun held up, I slowly moved towards the building's exit. There were four men in the adjacent room with their aim right in my direction. There was no way anybody could have entered that room without taking a bullet. I could sense frustration and anger of the beast that was in control of my body. Suddenly, a trolley in the corner of the room caught my eye. The next moment, I on my own started to run towards the trolley. I now had no control on my body's movement whatsoever. My limbs were working as if they had a brain of their own. I couldn't control any of my actions, but merely witness whoever or whatever was controlling me was making me do. I lifted the trolley, lied down on it, and pushed myself toward the exit. The next moment, I was sliding through that room, shooting my way out. In a matter of seconds, everybody was dead. I quickly glanced all around, but found nobody else. My exit now seemed to be clear. Suddenly, I experienced a severe headache, and then everything around me seemed to start spinning, and I fell down. While I was unconscious, I could hear someone laughing in a very heavy voice. His laughs were vicious and evil. Every second I was unconscious, I kept on hearing that same laugh continuously. For some reason, I felt a certain satisfaction and happiness while I was in that dream, and then I woke up. Even though I was now unconscious, I could still hear that laugh in my head. I tried to get up, but my legs refused to obey me. I tried to move my hands, but I couldn't control them either. The evil laugh suddenly stopped echoing in my head, and that same voice came. Jonathan, it is time. After that, I felt an acute shock in my chest, as if I just touched a live wire. I had my hands tightly holding my chest out of pain and was shouting loudly. I was restlessly struggling on the floor like a fish struggles for air when taken out of water. It took another few minutes for the pain to wash away, and only then I realized that I had command over my body back. I remembered about Cecile, and I already had lost a lot of time. I rushed to see her. She was looking even paler, and her condition seemed critical. I immediately took her near our Jeep and made her lie down in the back seat and drove the Jeep as fast as possible. Unfortunately, there was still one car following us. I suspected that they were standing out of the building as a backup to ensure we didn't sneak out of the building. One guy was shooting at us, and his bullets pierced our back windshield. There was no way we could survive that for long. I ducked as low as possible to avoid getting hit and was trying to keep the car going straight as fast as possible. Amidst all the gunfire, it was getting hard to control the Jeep. For a second, I thought it was the end of the road for Cecile and me, but I guess we were due for some luck as the firing stopped. I quickly took a peek around the rearview mirror and found that the gun was out of bullets and the man who was shooting was reloading his weapon. I knew that it was the best opportunity to get them off our tail. Suddenly, I felt another shock, this time really mild one. After the shock, I once again found that my limbs had gone haywire. Before I knew it, my left foot was went to apply the brakes, and my hand was turning the steering wheel for a hard right. Our car went skidding and took a 180-degree turn. My left hand against my will went to my jacket's pocket, took out the knife, and tossed it straight under the car's tire, followed by the loud boom sound of bursting of tire, and the car going toppling to the side in the walkway. After that, there were no problem in getting Cecile to the hospital. Thankfully, we managed to escape what had just come our way, and now what troubled me was the question that what happened to me while fighting those men. They were after clues that I sought, then why they let if they were after the clues that I sought, then why they left this that scroll from the chest back there for me to find? Most of all, what troubled me was Cecile's condition. When we reached the nearby hospital, I quickly got down and lifted Cecile in my arms. The next minute, a young nurse and two ward boys rushed to attend Cecile with a stretcher. I helped them make Cecile lie down on the stretcher gently, and they quickly took her inside while I stood there hopeless and alone, staring at them, taking Cecile away. I lifted my eyes and with hope that this place would give me my Cecile back. Took a glance at the hospital board, which now in bold letters was written Manhattan City Hospital, New York. Then trying to keep myself together and my hope alive, I went inside. They're back in New York. They're back in New York. They're back in New York, chat. They're back in freaking New York, chat. They're back in New York. What does it mean? What driving to Brazil and coming back? They're now back in New York, chat. They're back in New York. I am going insane. Man. Yep. Controversies. What? Oh my god. Japan's still freaking playing Divers. Chapter 31: The Secret of the Letter and the Scroll. All pretty short chapters coming up. Oh, actually, this one's pretty long. It's almost there. Yeah, we're 44 chapters. 41's kind of longer too. Yeah, that one's a huge chapter. Damn. Compared to every. Oh wait, but that's the last one. War games. Oh, here's okay. Curtain of Light is coming in fall 2017. That's the one that was currently working on. War Game Saga Rook's Move coming in fall 2018. So that's the next one. Rook's Move. But see, we're at the end. We're already at the end. There's. I thought there was more. Yeah, with this chapters are pretty quick, and then the last one, 41 is the. Yep, we're pretty close. There, we're pretty close. Yeah, we shall finish this book today. I guarantee it. I'm a good reader. It's just Doing it all in one go. It's a bit of a chore. But we got this. We got this. We're here. We're there. We're doing it. Do 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 do. I say we'll be done in the next hour or so. Honestly. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Plenty of time to screw around. Yep. Dum 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 da 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 dum da 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 dum. Bum 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 dum da da dum dum da dum dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum dum da dum dee 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 dim dee 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 dim dim da da dum dee dim dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dim meow 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 meow. Do 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 do. Sorry, me. Man. I should not have dropped you. Do 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum dum da da dum dum da dum dum da dum dum da da dum da dum 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 da dum da dum da dum da dum 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 da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da dum da 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 dum da dum da dum da 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 dum da dum 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 da da dum da 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 dum da dum da 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 dum. Oh my god, this is so sad. How sad. Oh, X Twitter. What a place. What a All right, I gotta finish this book so we can get on to other things for today. Figured it might take a while. So yes, this was what I had planned on doing today. Well, let's get to the end of it. It's in sight. The ending is in sight, chat. Let's go. Do 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 da 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 dum. Da 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 All right. Chapter 31: The Secret and the Letter. The Secret of the Letter and the Scroll. Chapter 31: The Secret of the Letter and Cecile was in the operation theater, and the doctors were rigorously trying to take the bullet out of her body. But as she had lost a lot of blood, operating her was difficult and risky. My heart was in my mouth, and my pulse was racing. Seeing Cecile in such condition had shaken me from inside, and I felt completely helpless. In order to take my mind off the matter, I went out to get some fresh air. Just in front of the hospital entrance, I saw the jeep in which we drove there blocking the way. I had just left it there in a hurry. I quickly hopped into the driver's seat and drove it to the parking space. How long was he in there, though? They would have towed that thing. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. I was about to get out of the jeep when the scroll I found in Steven's belongings, kept in the bottle holder of the jeep's dashboard, caught my eye, and all of a sudden, all of my other problems and questions once again started ailing me. I remembered that I had many more problems as well, but then I decided to keep them to myself, as for now there was nothing more important than Cecile's life. I stuffed the scroll into the pocket of my trousers and rushed back in to see how Cecile was doing. The next 2 hours, I waited while the doctors operated on Cecile. Every second felt like eternity. The lit red bulb outside the operation theater, signifying the ongoing operation, made me even more tense. When the doctor who operated Cecile came out of the operation theater with his gloves and apron covered in blood, I rushed to him. I was about to ask him about Cecile, but before I could do so, he gestured me to stop. Don't worry, he removed his mask. She's out of danger now and just needs a little rest. He passed me a gentle smile. We'll be shifting her to the ICU ward and we'll keep her under observation for a while, but due to tremendous blood loss, she's too weak and thus we cannot allow you to meet her right now. I took a sigh of relief. The words were like wind chimes in my ears. It felt like a heavy load was off my chest. My consciousness felt tons lighter. Not that Cecile was fine, I wanted to end my other confusions and problems as well. I brought out the scroll from my pocket, opened it, and stared at the symbols scribbled on it. Why didn't they take it? I blabbered to myself, trying to figure out an explanation. Why did they just throw it away? I was deep in my thought when somebody interrupted. I think you're mistaken, son. I looked up and found an elderly looking man sitting beside me. He looked like he was in his early 50s. He was wearing a gray turtleneck sweater and a pair of black khaki trousers, along with a gray hat and black leather shoes, which were all dusty. He had round spectacles resting on his nose, and his mild wrinkles ran across his forehead. A cane rested in his lap. What do you mean? I asked him. Sir, I don't quite understand you. He cleared his throat and in a soft tone explained, You see, son, the scroll you are talking about is completely blank. The words drilled through my ears and left every part of my brain awestruck. I handed him the scroll for a closer look and very politely asked him again, Sir, are you sure? He adjusted his spectacles and very carefully examined the scroll. Very hopefully sat there staring at him while he examined the scroll. Yes, son, it is completely blank, he said. I'm fully sure of it. Got the idea what it meant, but I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. So he has special eyes. They did something to his eyes where he's the one who's only one who's able to see what's on the scroll. But that was part of the riddle. You will see what others cannot, right? So I guess he has like special vision. Maybe he sees the UV in the UV spectrum. I'll be back in a minute, I said to him, quickly getting up from my seat. Please don't go anywhere. I ran as fast as I could to the spot where I had parked the Jeep. From the back seat, I picked up my bag and rushed back to the elderly man. I quickly took out the letter I had received from my parents on my birthday and handing it to him, requested, Sir, can you please read this letter for me? He first seemed confused, but then took the letter from my hands. After clearing his throat, started reading the text and the letter to me. Dear son, happy birthday. Today you have turned. Sir, do you see any number written there? I interrupted. He very carefully looked through the letter and replied, No. He tried his hand back to the letter to me. There's no number in this letter. I took back the letter and gave it a quick look, but I could still see the number. I showed him the letter once again and asked him, Are you certain? I pointed my finger at the part where I, for some unknown reason, could see the number written 11092001. No, son, he cut me mid sentence. There's no such thing written here. In that one moment, I understood that nobody except me could read the clue. Just like Paul and Lisa, that number and that sequence were never there in the letter or the scroll. They were just in my head, and the letter and the scroll were just meant to trigger that sequence in my mind. I all of a sudden got answers to a lot of my questions. I understood that those people left the scroll because they didn't even know that the scroll contained important information. All of a sudden, there was a whole new dimension to the riddle of my life. Chapter 32: Steele's Father. Kept on wondering for hours until the nurse came to tell me that Cecile had woken up and I could see her. For a minute, I didn't even know how to react. So many things were going on in my mind simultaneously that my mind felt like a mixer. But I buried all my other problems and went to see Cecile. When I entered the room, I noticed that Cecile's eyelids showed movement. I, in an instant, forgot all my troubles and held her hand. She struggled to open her eyes. She was evidently very weak. Jonathan, she called in a feeble voice. I'm here for you, I instantly replied. The riddle, she muddled with a lot of effort. Cecile, we will talk about it later. You just rest now, I replied to her firmly. Jonathan, please tell me. I must know, she said in a weak, crackling voice. I became silent for a while. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't bear the fact that Cecile was in this condition. Still, instead of being worried about herself, she was worried about the quest. Why do you want to know? I asked her in a very loud voice out of frustration. I'm into this because my parents, but why are you doing this? I continued. It's my war, not yours. Because I lost as much in this war as you, so please tell me if you have figured out the riddle. Still, I trust you, and you know everything about me, maybe even the things I don't know myself. So I think I too deserve to know your secrets. You can't just dodge your past. You were there when I needed your help to overcome my miseries, and so now here I stand with my arms stretched out to help you rise up from your nightmares. I tightly gripped her hand and tried to comfort her. You just have to hold my hand and trust me. Tell me what troubles you. Cecile's face went dull, like I refused to give her something very precious to her. Lines of worry covered her face, and her eyes started to fill with tears. In that one moment, I understood how much the answer to the riddle meant to her, so considering her condition, I decided not to add to her worries. As the code written in the letter and the scroll was only visible to me, so I took a piece of paper from the prescription pad and a pen kept by her side and wrote down the complete code for her to read and told her how the code triggered the same dream I saw at the World Trade Center. As soon as she saw the code, she took a deep breath and immediately declared, "You're right. We need to head back to the World Trade Center." She sounded very low. 11 9/11 2001 to 2008 basically. That's so it's 11/09 2001 dash oh 08 46 30 to 40 and then 7117 north 7.012 to 5 west. She read out the number. Jonathan, see this code carefully? This is actually the date and time of the 9/11 attacks at World Trade Center, along with the geographical coordinates of that plane. No wonder this code triggered the same dream you saw at the World Trade Center. So he did 9/11. What's happening here? Dartiel. Dartiel. Oh my god. What in the world? What in the freaking world? What? What? I did that wrong. I think we need to wait at least like 10 seconds. Nightbot can post the thing. Bot can post the thing. That's not what I said. Wait 10 seconds. So Nightbot can post the thing. There it is. Go follow Japan Spits. Japan Spits on the YouTube. He's still live right now, chat. He's still live. Hill diving with no brain cells. In Japan. This freaking story is wild. He did 9/11. He did 9/11. Did he plant the weapons of mass destruction too? What's happening here? What is this story? What is this story? I could see the fear I sensed in her voice now show through her face at the first mention of the World Trade Center. I could surely tell that there was something related to that place that ailed her, and from her condition, I knew that this time she needed me, and I was not going to let her down. Cecile, I broke down the silence. What exactly? I stopped myself as I felt it wasn't the best time to talk, and I started walking away. I was just at the room's door when from behind Cecile called, "Wait!" She wiped her eyes. "Jonathan, it wasn't you. I just." Before she could finish, her voice collapsed and her eyes shut closed. I ran back towards her to check on her. I quickly bent forward to check her heartbeat and placed my index finger in front of her nostrils to check her breathing. I took a sigh of relief when I was sure that everything was fine and that Cecile had just passed out due to weakness. Suddenly, a photograph in Cecile's hand caught my eye. She held it as tightly as she could, as if it was something very precious to her. I gently unwrapped the photograph from her hand in order to give it a casual look, but as soon as my sight fell on the photograph, my mind completely blew off. In the photograph, there was a man standing in the middle of a garden. Sunflowers and roses and tulips blossomed along the white wooden fence to the garden. White clouds covered the entire sky with only specks of blue visible here and there. The man had a cute little girl in his arms. The girl had an innocent smile on her lips, and her long blonde hair were tied back in two plaits. Her pink frock was covered with mud, but the big story was that I recognized both of them. The man was Robert, and the little girl he was holding in his arms was Cecile. I looked at the photograph again and again to confirm I wasn't mistaken. But there was no denying the fact that the man and the girl in the photograph were indeed Robert and Cecile. Also, in the bottom right corner of the photograph was written with a red marker, "I miss you, Daddy, from your rookie, Cecile." Only one person calls her rookie. Chapter 33, Newspaper Cutouts. That photograph was the answer to dozens of questions that lured in every cell of my body. I understood now. I understood how I knew Cecile. All this time I was with Robert's daughter. I took a deep breath and turned my sight towards Cecile. Seeing her lie so quietly stung my heart. I could not bear the pain and immediately rushed out of the room. I took another look at the photograph and my eyes filled with tears. Round tears drops of the size of big pearls rolled down my cheeks. I wiped my face and quietly went out, trying not to think about the terrible past Cecile and I had gone through. After an hour, when I went back to check on her, I found her lying absolutely still with her eyes closed. I quietly went forth to her and gently stroked her hair. "Cecile," I called out as quietly as I could. Slowly opened her eyes and quickly threw her arms around my waist. I instantly froze, unable to move. "What happened with Uncle Robert?" I asked in a serious tone, showing her the photograph of her and Robert's. Cecile raised her sight and glanced at me. For a minute, she went completely blank. "Oh, you know," she cried. I nodded with a grim expression, wiping her cheeks. "Cecile, what happened to Uncle Robert?" I asked again. Cecile's facial expressions turned firm like a rock. "Fine," she said. "Where's that diary I gave you?" Her tone clearly showed how painful the discussion was for her. I brought out the diary from my bag and handed it over to her. Cecile quickly browsed through the pages of the diary and brought out a newspaper cutout. She handed me the newspaper cutout. When I looked at it, I found an article written on it. Gas explosion due to leakage in outer Los Angeles. On February 27th, 1993, at about 6 in the evening, there was a gas explosion in a house located on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The house was owned by Robert Swift, who lived there with his family, which included his wife, daughter, and a son. When the accident took place, Robert Swift was not present there. The police and fire brigade arrived at the scene 15 minutes later, but could not save any of the three trapped inside, and after the fire was extinguished, they found the dead bodies of the three victims. The police suspect the police suspects that there was a leakage in the gas pipeline of the house. With every word I read on that with every word I read written on that piece of newspaper, more and more of my doubts got washed away. By the time I was finished with reading, everything started making sense. In that article, I found a lot of the answers I had been seeking. The so far random memories of mine started making logical sequences. This article proved to be the key to explaining my memories of my foster parents, because according to the article, Robert was my foster parent, and the gas explosion which killed them was actually the explosion I saw in my dream during my school picnic to the World Trade Center. When I saw Cecile after I had finished reading the article, her eyes were wet. I could see the pain in her eyes and feel the fear that gripped her. But this article made many things clear. I wanted to comfort her, but before I could say anything, she said in a voice filled with anger, "The explosion wasn't due to a leakage in the gas pipeline." "What are you trying to say?" I exclaimed. "Somebody intentionally caused that blast, and I can't find peace until I find out who did it and why he did it." "But how can you be so sure?" She brought out another piece of newspaper cut out from the diary and handed it over to me. In the newspaper, in big bold letters, was written, "Terror strikes at America's heart." Just beneath the headline was an article regarding the incident. On the 26th of February 1993, all of the world, along with the United States of America, was left in awe after one of the most prominent buildings in the world was targeted by a terrorist organization that suffered a major bomb blast. The incident has stricken terror in the hearts of people of America as they no longer feel safe after New York, the biggest city in the world, has fallen. Many people are still stuck in the rubble, and there is no word about the death toll or the wounded count. As soon as I read the article, images and memories started flashing before my eyes. In no time, I slipped into another vision. This vision turned out to be a memory from my childhood. I saw myself and Cecile. Cecile's mother, too, was present with us and was standing just by Cecile's side. Cecile and I looked exactly the same from the dream I saw when I fell asleep in the bus while going to the World Trade Center. Same cute innocence and liveliness on our faces. A wide smile resided on our lips, and not a trace of worry could be seen. We were standing at the center of a grand hallway full of people of different age groups, with some having briefcases in their hands, while some had satchels and others had backpacks. Everybody was busy in their work. The hall had high ceilings and shining white tiled floor. Standing there, we could clearly see what was going out of the building through the toughened glass the whole building was made out of. Security guards wandered around the place, and anybody could tell it was a very popular public place. Your father will be back soon. He has some work to attend to, Aunt Helda said to Cecile. What is this place? Cecile inquired back. This, my dear, Aunt Helda kneeled down. This is the World Trade Center. Before Cecile could ask any more questions, from nowhere came sound of a blast, and people started running and shouting. Everybody rushed towards the exit and to save their lives, and within no time, it was a stampede. Aunt Helda looked confused. She had no idea what to do. A mask of terror and worry covered her face. She glanced through the hallway, her eyes seeking her husband. For over half a minute, she scanned the area, but she didn't get a glimpse of Uncle Robert. Run, Helda! Get the kids out of here! Suddenly came a scream from behind a crowd of people recklessly running and pushing each other in order to save their own lives. When Aunt Helda saw towards the direction from where their scream came, a big smile covered her entire face. Her worry got replaced by relief, as if something very dear to her that she lost was found again. She nodded and then held my hand, but now Cecile was nowhere to be seen. She got separated while Aunt Helda was distracted and got lost in the crowd. Started to look around and search for her desperately. Hurry up, Helda, we don't have much time. Once again, panic gripped Aunt Hilda. Uncle Robert, too, was equally terrified. For about 15 minutes, they both did the best they could to find Cecile, but finding Cecile in the middle of that mess seemed next to impossible. Their faces clearly showed that inside they had lost all hope of seeing their daughter again, but they still were rooting for a miracle. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, Uncle Robert saw a girl lying down on the floor. It was Cecile. He immediately ran over and to her, lifted her in his arms, and then ran towards the exit, with Aunt Helda and me behind him. As soon as we got out, another terrifying blast was heard. After that vision, I knew what haunted Cecile and what demons awaited her at the World Trade Center. Before I could even completely open my eyes, I heard Cecile say, Jonathan, it was no coincidence that we were present in the World Trade Center that day at the time of the blast, nor was it a coincidence that the attack on the World Trade Center took place on the 26th of February 1993, and the very next day, on 27th of February 1993, there was a gas explosion at our house. Now that I thought about it, I remembered how Aunt Helda came out running to us and asked us to run away. In the dream I saw in the bus the other day, which definitely proves Cecile's theory right. This indeed was not my war until that day, but now it is as much my fight as it is yours, Cecile said. Her voice was cracking out of the fear and anger and sorrow sewed inside her conscious since that day. So, on February 26, 1993, a truck bomb exploded in the parking garage beneath the North Tower of the World Trade Center, killing 6 people and injuring over 1,000. Precursor to the 9/11 attacks. Chapter 34: How I Survived the Bullets. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. These ones are 36 is one of the longer ones. Do 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 da 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 dum da 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 dum do 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 dee 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 dim dee dim dim dee dim dee 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 dim dim dee dee Chapter 34: How I Survived the Bullets. I rushed out of the room. Cecile kept calling in order to stop me, but I was done listening, not because I was too angry, but because I did not want Cecile to once again lose everything dear to her because of me. And so I decided to go to the Trade Center alone. But as soon as I kept my first step out of the room, Cecile called from behind. You promised to always stick with me and trust me. I instantly stopped. My feet froze. At the very spot, I said, My feet froze at that very spot, and I said to her while turning, now I don't want to. My voice was filled with fear of losing her. I could show bravery in any war against anybody, but when it came to her, I wanted to be a coward. Still, it troubles me that you were almost dead years ago at the World Trade Center because of me, whereas the only person who should have died is me. Now Steven is gone because of me, and you two were fighting for your life. It troubles me that I could dodge a dozen bullets fired upon me, but I could not save anybody dear to me. A smile wrapped Cecile's lips. Who said you dodged those bullets? My eyes became wide open. What do you mean? Have a look at your left knee and you'll see, she replied. I quickly folded my pants, and to my surprise, I found a scar on my left knee along with 3 stitches. My knee was mildly swollen. I could see in her eyes that she was enjoying seeing me this confused. Suddenly, I started feeling dizzy, so I quickly got up and ran to the bathroom to wash my face and try to calm my nerves. But my daily dose of surprises wasn't done yet. There on the floor of the bathroom was spilled blood, and in the center of the puddle of blood lay a blood-stained bullet. I naturally panicked, and in my panic, my head started spinning, my legs began to tremble, and I fell on the ground. A few minutes later, when my head stopped spinning, I found myself standing on the roof of a truck with a helicopter hovering above it. The same 2 masked men who attacked me and Cecile were standing in front of me at a distance of about 10 meters. I understood instantly that I was in the middle of a dream. I was really hoping that this time I would find the answers to all my questions that originated in my mind after the previous dream about that night's incidents. But most of all, what I wanted to know was the reason why not even one bullet of the dozens fired upon me was successful in even scratching me. Where will you run now, kid? Taunted one of the 2 men, pointing a finger on me, and then both of them started firing. Only now did I realize that this dream was different from the previous one. This time, the dream was from my own perspective, and not from the point of view of a third person. This time, I was not just a mere spectator watching the scene from the side. It felt as if I had gone back in time to experience those events once again. One after the other, they fired bullets at me, but I did not feel an ounce of fear because now I knew none of them would hit me. But guess what? I was wrong again. What followed was much more shocking than what I had anticipated. A bullet came and hit me right in the right shoulder. Then a second one hit my left thigh, and a third in my belly. Another hit me in my right knee, and then another in my upper left arm. In a similar fashion, one after the other, every bullet was a bullseye and not a miss. But what surprised me more was that there was not even the slightest hint of pain when the bullet pierced my flesh. And even after taking so many hits, I was still standing. It was evident that neither the aim of the shooters was terrible, nor was I very lucky. Instead, last time when I saw the same dream, I had witnessed the whole event from far away and could not make out what really happened. And my previous conclusion turned out to be a mere misconception, and Cecile was right. Guess now I won't be needing the answer to the question about the reason behind those bullets missing their mark, because after all, it turns out even that question of mine was wrong, and the question should have been, how the hell was I still alive after taking a dozen bullets? And believe me, this question was much bigger than the previous one. Chapter 35: First Aid. As soon as I gained back my consciousness, I quickly picked up the bullet from the floor and ran out to show it to Cecile, only to find her laughing. It was evident that she was finding this extremely entertaining. I was about to show her the bullet when she pointed her finger at my right elbow. Only now did I notice that there was a bullet wound on my elbow. The flesh was vaguely stitched together, and it was evident that the stitching was done by untrained hands. My jaw was virtually on the floor. The other night when we were attacked at my place, you got hit in your elbow, she said. I was extremely confused and fed up from all this nonsense. The very bullet in your hand right now, she added, the same bullet hit you. The bullet dropped from my hand onto the floor. Once again, the same thing was happening. That happened when I fought the 2 attackers on the truck's roof. I got hit by a bullet, and I didn't even know about it. Who took it out and stitched my elbow? I asked her. The same person who stitched your knee. She gave me a huge smile. You. I shouted out of frustration. I need to walk. I need a walk. And furiously stormed out of there. When my anger was at bay, I noticed that there was a mild soreness in my knee. Suddenly, my elbow too started to sting. Gradually, the soreness turned into an ache, and the stinging transformed into pain. Within no time, my own body weight seemed to be too much for my leg, and I stumbled onto the railing. But my arms in this pain weren't strong enough to keep me from falling, and so my body slammed against the ground. Very next moment, everything turned pitch black. Slowly, it all became lighted again, and I once again found myself in a dream. In my dream, I found myself in a strange room. There wasn't much furniture except a bed, two chairs, and a cupboard. But still, for reasons unknown, the room felt familiar. In front of me was standing Cecile facing the other side, and her clothes were stained with blood. Her white shirt was all red and black, was all red and black. Lower with her white shirt was all red and black. Lower was covered in mud. Black lower was covered in mud. What? Her blonde hair were all messed up, and the blue denim jacket all ruined. Good night, she said. Cecile kept something on the bed and left the room. Only now I got a glimpse of the person lying on the bed, who turned out to be me. I was lying there still with a completely blank face, and not a pinch of emotion on my face could be seen. But the most important thing was on my trousers too were drenched in blood from top to bottom, and there were some red spots on my shirt as well. As soon as the door closed after Cecile left, I saw myself get up from the bed. For a second, I thought that the sound of the door being closed woke me up. But when I saw closely, I discovered that my eyes were still closed and I was still sleepwalking. This time I looked much calmer than I usually was while I was sleepwalking, and that gave me some peace of mind. While sleepwalking, I slowly folded up the left sleeve of my trousers to reveal the source of the blood. There was a bullet wound on my knee. I instantly understood why the room seemed familiar. It was the motel room we stayed in after I fought the two masked men on the truck's roof. I then saw myself slowly extend my hand to pick up the needle with a very fine thread in it and kept there on the bed by Cecile, and slowly started sewing my wound. Gradually, with every vague stitch, the wound closed a little bit until slowly it was shut off completely. And after that, my dream ended and I woke up back in a hospital bed. Interesting. So he's like a first aid expert as well. Chapter 36, The Mystery Behind the Mysteries. We're getting there. We're getting to mysteries behind mysteries, chat. Let's find out. When I opened my eyes, I found Cecile right in front of me. She now seemed much better. Her paleness was wearing off, and she looked much more energetic and fresh. Come on, you've been sleeping for 2 days now, she calmly said in my ear. What happened? I asked her softly. You fainted out of weakness, she replied back, and I started remembering about my dream. I just saw myself, I tried to say to her in my weak voice. I know, she interrupted. But how? I asked her slowly, getting up from my bed. After 2 days of rest, I felt much better as well. Steele gave me a grin and then reached out to the box of my medications and my asthma inhaler and then tossed it at me. I caught it out of the air and stared it in confusion. And stared at it in confusion. Jonathan, all these years the pills you've been taking for asthma were not really asthma medications. In fact, you've never had asthma. This is really a special drug formulated in secret under American Secret Services by a combination of drugs like Rufilin, oh my god, various antidepressants, sleeping pills, and synthetic hormone tablets of serotonin, adrenaline, and noradrenaline, she said. I was literally shaking out of shock. By the Secret Service? What do you mean? This isn't in CIA or freaking FBI or anything. This is the freaking Secret Services that are doing this. These hormones and drugs affect one's memory, reflexes, and thinking capacity, she added. I was rendered speechless. I wanted to protest, but I was so shocked that the words didn't escape my mouth, and all I could manage were slight lip movements without any phrases. Theo continued. Drugs due to be given to you right from your childhood has established a chemical imbalance in your brain, thus inducing multiple personality syndrome, or what in clinical terms is known as dissociative identity disorder. It is a psychological condition in which a person thinks of himself as more than one different personalities, each of them thinking in totally different fashion, independent of the thought process of the other. I was still confused, and my wrinkled forehead clearly reflected it. Cecile sensed my confusion and started explaining to me the details. Jonathan, every human has his mind divided into three different parts: the consciousness, the unconscious, and the subconscious mind. Each of them active under different situations and dominant under different states. Our unconscious mind is responsible for tasks that happen automatically without us even knowing about them, like digestion, blood circulation, and excretion, and it always acts in the same way. But the tricky part is the relation between the consciousness and subconscious mind. When we think, it's really our conscious mind thinking, and whatever we think and do while we are awake is by the action of our conscious mind, and during this time, our subconscious mind is passive in nature. Whatever we do under the influence of our conscious mind is according to our wish, and we remember those actions. And though unable to determine any of those actions, our subconscious mind is always aware of what our conscious mind is thinking or doing, but the same is not true, vice versa. Thus, all our past experiences and memories automatically get passed onto our subconscious mind without us even knowing. But when we are asleep, our conscious mind goes in resting phases and our subconscious mind becomes more active. During this time, our subconscious mind protects our memories, nightmares, our deepest secrets, and desires in the form of dreams. If there is something troubling us, our subconscious mind will try to help us find a solution on the basis of our past experiences. Through these through these dreams and will help us find a solution on the basis of our past experiences through these dreams, and that is why I was able to predict what your dream would get to, would you get that is why I was able to predict what dream would you get, as I know all your past experiences and which fact about your past will trigger which memory of yours. Interesting. I mean, I guess she's just super analytical, right? I was absolutely stoned. I just closed my eyes and carefully tried to listen to Cecile. To try to and carefully tried to listen as Cecile carried on with her explanation. Antidepressants weaken one's memories in order to relieve him from tension and stress of his bad experiences of the past. On the other hand, Rufilin is a drug that weakens the control of one over his actions and thus doesn't even know what he is doing after he consumes Rufilin, nor does he remember anything that happened to him after he consumed Rufalin. Due to all these drugs being given to you continuously in the developing stages of your mind, together prevented your consciousness from accessing those old memories, thus making you impossible to remember any of the stuff that happened to you in your childhood until those memories were triggered by the letter of your parents. On the other hand, another drug, ecstasy, is known to develop a false sense of being in the subjects. It makes you experience things that you want to experience, hiding from the people all your life and running from one place to another often make you wonder how your life would have been if your parents had left you in an orphanage instead of in my father's care, and thus under its effect you developed all the false memories of your living life of your living at the orphanage since you were 3. And due to the lack of access to any of your real memories, your mind was tricked into believing that these false memories were real. So they gave him a bunch of ecstasy, and so he created this false reality that he lives in his own mind now. Wild, so wild. The conclusions that they're reaching. Every word felt like a cloth being rubbed against my heart that was so far covered with the dust of lies. Also, Jonathan, serotonin is the sleep hormone of our bodies. It helps our conscious mind to relax and therefore make our subconscious dominant and ultimately leads to dreams. But in order to prevent our body to enact those dreams in our sleep, the conscious part of our mind secretes counteracting hormones, GABA, glycine, which prevents our subconscious from completely taking over our body, our muscles, over our body muscles by temporarily paralyzing our body. But due to providing you this sleep hormone from outside, we created an excess of it, thus making your conscious mind dormant to such an extent that its deep sleep that in its deep sleep it cannot release GABA and glycine in ample amount to prevent your subconscious from taking over your body. And as your subconscious had completely different memories, completely different experiences from what your conscious was made to believe by drugs, it thinks and acts differently. And due to the lack of control of your conscious on your body and your sleep, it has developed into a completely different personality that has been hiding under from your conscious, and in your sleep it acts just like your conscious does in your daily life. And it is this alternate personality of mine that takes over me during my sleep and shows me my past memories in the form of dreams. And when I am sleepwalking, it is actually not me, but him, I interrupted. Seal nodded and added, not only during sleep, but sometimes when you experience extreme emotions like stress, anger, or fear, adrenaline and noradrenaline from your medication lead to higher blood circulation, which do make your reflexes faster, but simultaneously awaken your subconscious as well, thus awakening the alternate personality in your brain, your other self. So this is what happened while I fought the masked men after us at your mansion and on the roof of the truck. Yes, in such intense situations like those, our body naturally produces a lot of adrenaline and noradrenaline. But as these hormones were already in your system, an excess of both of these hormones was created in your body, thus triggering your subconscious and leading to blackouts and transfer of your body's control to the other side of your personality. But I managed from my shivering lips whatever revelations Cecile made my made left my brain addled with confusion and shock. Why didn't I realize I had wounds on my knee and my elbow before I? And how did this other personality learn to sew wounds with and fire bullets? Teal nodded like she was thinking whether to tell me or not. After a few seconds of wondering, she very politely spoke. He was trained to do this. What do you mean? I groaned out of frustration. You didn't know about the wounds because your subconscious was cloaking them from you, she elaborated with a lot of confidence. Jonathan, as I told you, this other personality of yours has completely different experiences, thinks independently, and is controlled by your subconscious mind, and as your conscious mind cannot access the memories of your subconscious mind, nothing that happened with you during your body was under your other personality's control. Nothing that happened with you during your body was under your this this really needs a bit more editing, chat, just so you know. Nothing that was happening that happened with you during your nothing that happened with you while your body was under your other personality's control will be known to your real personality, the one under control of your conscious mind, the one you are right now. In fact, your other personality, by creating hormone imbalance in your body, will try to hide everything it did and everything that happened with it while it was dominant in order to keep its existence hidden. Ecstasy and rufilin, the drugs that I told you promotes false sense of being and dulls one's senses, which were already present on your body due to the pills you have been taking all your life, Cecile firmly stated. Your subconscious mind used them to fool your conscious mind that there were no wounds. Also, painkillers help suppress the pain so that you didn't suspect that you were hit, continued with her explanation. Therefore, you didn't realize that you had bullet wounds before I told you about them. Felt like banging my head again in the wall. Saying that I was shocked seemed to be an understatement. Also, this other personality of yours learned to sew wounds and use guns from my father, she added. When your parents left you under my father's care, they had instructed him to train you in every form of martial arts, every first aid technique, and every way of decoding and hacking. They asked him to make you the perfect soldier, the perfect spy, and so he trained us both until the blast at the World Trade Center and our house, she told me. And I understood what my parents had meant when they told Stephen that there was something that I needed to learn from Robert before I could go and live with him. And then Uncle Robert sent me to live with Stephen. I spoke, still trying to think and analyze it all. Still gently nodded and said, yes, after the blast at our house, he sent you to live with Stephen. For 8 years, you stayed with him, and after that, on the September 11th, 2001, Stephen came over to my place and told me that you and my father went missing. And since then, I never found him. Steele's eyes were starting to get teary. Then how did you find me? I asked her out of the wish to know more as well as to take her attention off Robert. Steele took a deep pause and spoke in a very light voice, as if she wanted to keep it a low profile. I received a phone call from some unknown person 7 years later that you were in Mumbai with him, and then he asked me to come and get you. Get it? I brought you from Mumbai and upped your drug dose to create a false persona for you so that you could blend in and then put you in the orphanage. By now, the rest of the rust of doubt was completely removed from my heart, and from beneath the iron of truth was visible. That was a bit of a long-winded, interesting chapter. So all the drugs that been giving him because of that inhaler that he's been puffing away out. They're supposed to be steroids. So if you have asthma, there's steroids that help your lungs to, contract and do the things that they need to do. If you're having an asthma attack, they're not opening up; they're just constricted. So the steroids help open them up. But apparently, they were giving him ecstasy and roofies and all kinds of other crap that causes his body to become superhuman. Don't do this at home, chat. Don't freaking do this at home. This is purely science fiction. This combination of chemicals is not going to make you a super soldier capable of withstanding bullets and healing like freaking Wolverine. All right. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a second part to this book and I need to find it. We're definitely reading it, chat. Here we go. Chapter 37. Almost there. We got 4 more chapters. Last one being the longest. Wild. This book is freaking wild. Japan, where are you? Japan. Oh, he. Okay, we hit 6 hours. Almost there, chat. Almost there. We shall be ending soon. Don't worry. Do not. Chapter 37. The story unfolds. If it were me writing this, as you can see with my streams, usually I do the Winnie the Pooh style of it and be like, in which the story unfolds, in which we first aid, in which, as you can see my title here, in which we read The Last Pawn by Shubh Dhingra. I put Satyen. What the hell? Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I can't even spell my own name. Okay, fixed. I was gonna say maybe I should make some more tea, but we're so close to the end now that no. Fine. We're gonna finish this off and then I'm gonna end stream because I've been sitting here reading all day, which is not a bad thing, but you gotta take breaks, right? Especially looking at the screen to read. I definitely prefer to have had a hardcover copy of this. Man, look how big those words are. I thought this was gonna be a longer book. Operation Neptune, June 6, 1944, just before dawn on the English Channel. June 6, 1944, the Nazis are terrorizing Europe. On their evil quest to conquer the world, the only way to stop them, the biggest, most top secret endeavor ever, with the Allied nations coming together to storm German occupied France. Welcome to D Day. D, a young US soldier, is on the boat racing towards the French coast, and D, along with his brothers in arms, is terrified. He feels the weight of World War II on his shoulders. But D is not alone. Behind enemy lines in France, a girl named Samira works as a spy trying to sabotage the German army. Meanwhile, Paratrooper James leaps from his plane to join a daring midnight raid. In the thick of battle, Henry, a medic, searches for lives to save. In a breathtaking race against time, they all must fight to complete their high stakes missions. But with betrayals and deadly risks at every turn, can the Allies do what it takes to win? Best-selling author Alan Greats weaves a stunning array of voices and stories into an epic action-packed tale about teamwork in the face of tyranny and how just one day can change the world. Four men killed in a single blast, and with had gone their only heavy gun. James put a hand to the wall of the gatehouse and set a silent prayer for the major and the. If they, the practice jumps in England, the anti-aircraft fire over the channel, parachuting into France, British bombing, each of them had been real, frightening in their ways. The Major McLeod and others had been there a moment. Okay, so we're gonna do this one next. But yeah, we're almost done here. Oh my god, just the oh my god though. It was all in the inhaler. The inhaler did this to him because they were drugging him up since he was a kid. Interesting, very interesting cocktail that they came up with. The writer in this one though, yeah. Chapter 37. The story unfolds. It was too much to absorb, and I needed some alone time. I got up. I'm just gonna take a walk. Cecile nodded. I slowly went out to catch some fresh air. For the rest of the day, I didn't talk to anybody else. I just wanted a few peaceful moments. That night, too, I had a short dream while sleeping. In the dream, I found myself in a grand hall. There was a chandelier hanging from the roof. The floor was made of wood, and the hall was very well furnished with a sofa and dining set. There was a staircase in the back of the hall. A sofa set was kept right in the center under the chandelier, and beside the sofa set was a leather armchair. A little boy about 10 years old was sitting on it reading a book. I could not see his face as it was hidden behind the book. Suddenly, from the back came a known voice I was dying to hear. Master Blaze, there's a parcel for you. The little boy removed the book from his face. I immediately understood that the boy was me, and the man who called me was obviously Stephen. When I turned, I found him standing there in his usual uniform, but he looked much younger. His hair were darker and wrinkles lighter. He had a box wrapped tightly in brown paper in his hand. I cannot explain how much lighter it felt. I felt on seeing Stephen, even though I knew it was a dream. Stephen went forward and handed over the parcel to me. Come on, Master Blaze, let's open this together and see what is inside for you. The boy nodded, and with big, innocent, and mischievous smile on his face, nodded with a big, innocent, and mischievous smile on his face, and then immediately started tearing off the packaging like a wild animal, while Stephen quietly cherished seeing his child happy. When unwrapping was done, it was found that the parcel carried a red box. On seeing the red box, all of Stephen's smile disappeared. He snatched the box from my hands and immediately opened it. There inside the box was a tape recorder. Stephen's face twitched. I could see the tension in his eyes. He immediately pressed the play button and kept the tape recorder on the table in front. From the tape recorder came the recorded voice of a man. It's been a long time since I heard your voice or seen your face, but Jonathan, my child, I hope you can forgive me for abandoning you. Then there was silence everywhere. I could see my little self getting confused as well, and I started asking Stephen questions about that recording. Stephen, who is that man, and why is he apologizing to me? Stephen was sitting there quietly, ignoring the questions as if he had no answer to feed that to that innocent little boy that day, and today I can understand why. Suddenly, after a small pause, the voice from the tape recorder resumed, and the man's voice once again echoed through the room. Jonathan, I know you don't remember what happened 8 years ago, and you have every reason to forget those 2 days. Neither would anybody like to keep the memory of that tragedy fresh, and would certainly prefer to forget them. Nor can you keep it fresh even if you want to, but do remember that you are not alone. When I heard that voice in my dream, I felt that I had heard that voice before, and I knew that voice, but I could not clearly make out whose voice it was, as the recording was unclear and the voice was cracking. Stephen, it is time. We must now play our role and continue our journey from where we left it 8 years ago. You know where and when to meet me. I will be waiting. After that, the recording ended. My dream started getting blurry, and within seconds, I was awake. 238, they know it. When I woke up, I knew one thing. I knew one thing that I was on the right path. Now that I was sure than anything else about going to the World Trade Center. I got up, rubbing my eyes, and went to check on Cecile, but she was nowhere to be seen. I got a little worried and went out to check on her. Just as I opened the door of the room, I saw Cecile running towards me. She looked worried. You should be resting. You should be resting, I taunted her. Jonathan, I was coming to you, she said, panting. We must hurry. I got a vibe from her that there was something that she wanted to tell me. What happened? I asked her. The World Trade Center, she said. She still seemed a little out of breath. They're going to blow it up. What do you mean? I asked, shell shocked. Do you remember where did we get the Jeep in which we came here? Chat. The editing. Do you remember where did we get the Jeep in which we came here? Yes, it belonged to the man who abducted Stephen. Recalling that incident filled me with an uncontrollable aggression, even more with regret and sorrow. Today in the morning, somebody came to tell me that some weird phone rings were coming out of that Jeep, so I went there to check. Found this mobile hidden behind the radio and it had a voicemail, she said while showing me the phone. Seal closed her eyes and pressed the play button, and a coarse voice echoed from the speaker of the mobile. Soldier, you have shown extreme valor by going against the system for your own rights, and I promise you that after this is over, you will be free. Nobody would be able to deny you justice. Your accomplice will rendezvous with you at the World Trade Center today at 5 p.m. with all the equipment you will need and will explain to you the plan. Your identities have been kept secret from each other as necessary precautions. You will find a tracker inside the phone, and you must activate it for him to find you. It was not something we were expecting. But how did they know that we were heading there? I muttered out of shock. They couldn't read the clues. Steele, too, looked surprised as I was. I was about to smash the phone into the ground and break it in order to retrieve the tracker, but Cecile stopped me. You might damage our last chance of finding the other bomber and stopping him. I nodded and started looking at the phone closely for any hinge, lock, or screw from where the phone could be opened, but there was none. I got disappointed and sat onto my bed. There was a lot going on in my mind. Come on, Cecile encouraged me. We must do it. I nodded and gave it one more try. I was looking around the phone and I noticed a sticker on the back of the phone, which had the instructions and precautions for use of the device. I simply peeled it off and found a joint from which the device could be opened. As told in the message, there was a small chip hidden just under the display. We must hurry, I said. I quickly gathered my belongings, took a few painkillers to suppress the pain from the bullet wounds, and then rushed to the jeep. I quickly sat in the passenger seat, and Cecile boarded the driver's seat. But how did they come to know that we were heading to the World Trade Center? I asked Cecile once again. I have no idea, she throttled the engine, but we must stop them. They're listening. They're listening in on their conversations somehow. That's what's happening. Okay, this one's pretty long. That one's pretty long. And then we're done. Yeah. Here we are. We're reaching the climax of the story, everybody. Chapter 39. History repeats itself. Chapter 39. In which history repeats itself. It wasn't long before we reached it wasn't long before we reached our destination. When I saw the World Trade Center, my old memories and past experiences related to that place seemed to be flashing before my eyes one by one. All the miseries this spot had brought me were triggered like a flood. I could see the visual of people running for their lives. I could hear the people shouting and screaming for their lives in my head. I could feel the heat of the victims burning in the building. My heartbeat increased and my breathing got elevated. I could feel the excessive blood running inside my veins. I felt just like I used to feel every time I had the dream of burning fire and shouting people in my room at the orphanage. Jonathan, are you okay? I heard Cecile's voice. All of a sudden, I was pulled back into reality. I quickly took a deep breath and nodded. I could still feel that guilt and anger building up inside me like it used to every time I saw that dream. Are you okay? She asked. We're here. Her voice was filled with horrors of her past. She was as disturbed as me. I nodded in reply. I didn't want to make this visit even more difficult for her than it already was. I nodded in reply as I didn't want to make this visit even more difficult for her than it already was. With heavy steps and an even heavier heart, I got down from the car and stood outside the building where I lost my everything. I handed over the tracker to Cecile and patted her on the back. Let us do it. Cecile took it from me. By now, her eyes were wet. Her fear was binding her. The shackles of her past were stopping her. You can do it, I encouraged her. Cecile closed her eyes and flipped the red switch. The other terrorists would be expecting only one man, Cecile said. She now sounded better than before, as if flipping that switch had given her some control over her fear and some peace with herself. You wait for him as the other bomber, she suggested. I will hide and watch over you. May God be with us, I said. I hugged her as tightly as I could, for I didn't know if I would ever be able to meet her again or not. I didn't know if I would be able to stop the blast or not. Nor did I know whether I would survive this or not. But what I did know was that I was not letting Cecile risk her life for me once again. And so while hugging her, I injected her with a Broto Zero, the same drug she used to knock me unconscious. Gradually, her body started to become loose, and she found it hard to keep her eyes open. Why? She groaned in her partly unconscious state. Please forgive me for this. I can't put you in harm's way. An ambulance from the hospital will be here shortly to take you back. I gently made her sit on the seat of the Jeep. I just stood there quietly and watched her. I just wanted to paint a picture of her in my mind's eye. Deep inside, I knew I might never get a chance to see her again, and I was ready to make peace with it. If it meant she could see all her days, live a happy life, and grow old. Within moments, she got completely unconscious. Not a bad guy, Jonathan. Not a bad guy. Cecile, Cecile, you better live a happy life. Damn it. Who knows what's gonna happen? We're here at the end, but yeah, you tried, Jonathan. You did your best to keep her out of it. Good job. Just then, I saw an ambulance come rushing towards us. The ambulance stopped right behind, and the jeep and two ward boys came out. There's your patient, I told them. They simply nodded and gently lifted Cecile to take her to the ambulance. They were taking Cecile away when I asked them to stop. I ran towards her. Goodbye, Cecile, I said while kissing Cecile on her forehead, and then instructed the two ward boys to take her. They, with confused looks, nodded, confused looks, nodded, and went back to work. As soon as they were gone, I started to walk towards the building to seek my answers, to seek my salvation. Once I entered the main building, a fear gripped me. On seeing so many people right in front of my eyes, I understood that there were thousands of people in the building who didn't even know what peril awaited them, and the fright of failing all those souls haunted me right to my core. I sat on a couch kept beside the wall in the central hall of the building and waited for the other guy to show up. All of a sudden, the tracker started vibrating and making beeping sounds. I started to desperately look for any suspects, but I couldn't find any. Just then, somebody's hand fell on my shoulder from behind. The bomb is in place and only a push away from getting triggered. When I turned, I saw a man with slightly dark complexion in a blue suit and black loafers. He had fully grown long beard covering his entire chin. As soon as he saw me, tension started to ail him. His forehead showed creases of worry. His face turned blank. All of a sudden, he started to run. I understood that my cover was blown and he had somehow recognized me. I was seeing my plan getting collapsed. I could not let them escape at any cost, for only he knew where the bomb was. I too ran behind him with the complete strength in my legs. He kept on running through the hall full of people, and I followed him. The other people too had started to notice us. He slammed against the door with his shoulder and ran out of the building while I was still far behind him. My legs were starting to to give up, and my breathing was getting heavy, but I could not give up, and so I tried harder and harder. I saw him climb down a manhole right in front of the building. I too followed and found myself in the sewers. Dark black and greasy sewage water came up to my knees. Foul, rotting smell filled the air, and breathing the toxic air felt like acid being put into my nostrils. I desperately looked around, but the other bomber was nowhere to be seen. I could not understand what to do when I heard the sound of splashing water being made by his walking in the sewage water. A gust of relief blew inside me, and I quickly ran towards the direction from where the sound came. A little ahead, I found a diversion in the sewer system, and I found him right there, standing in front of a pipe. On the pipe was kept the bomb. Mild beeping sounds could be heard coming from it, and it was evident that the bomb was on the pipe and it was now triggered. But the thing was that added to my worries was that this whole conspiracy was much bigger than I expected. For if that bomb went off, the blast could even make the complete building collapse. By now, the bomber had noticed me as well, and he tried to quickly draw his gun on me. But before he succeeded, I quickly ran toward him and gave him a hard push, making us both fall down. We both fought in the sewer water, landing punches on each other and struggling to get up while trying to stop the other from doing the same. The water was splashing all around us. Just then, he got a hold of an iron rod lying in the water and hit me with it on my head. Blood started to flow from my forehead and down my face and pour into the water. I started to feel dizzy. His subconscious is going to come and take over and do some ninjutsu stuffs. I started to feel dizzy. My head started to spin and vision got blurry. I could not make out my surroundings. Just then, a fierce cross from the right hit me in the face with another left hook in my gut and a jab in the chest. I fell down with both my hands tightly pressed against my belly. I lied there wailing out of pain for a minute. When my senses were fine, I noticed a gun pointing at me above my head. A lump formed in my throat. A hopelessness covered my mind, for I felt defeated. I could feel 1,000 depraved souls that had failed wooing me and sucking me dry of my courage and strength. I simply closed my eyes and remembered all my good memories. I visualized the faces of Cecile, Stephen, Robert, and my parents and apologized to them for letting them down. Just then, I heard the bullet being fired. An intense shiver ran throughout my body, but the next moment, I discovered that the bullet didn't hit me. Instead, the gunman's shirt started to run red with blood. He evidently was struggling to keep his eyes open. Gradually, it got hard for him to stay on his feet, and he fell onto me, covering my hands and clothes in his blood. For a moment, I was stunned at what happened. I rigorously looked around me for any weapon that I might have used to kill him, under the influence of my other self, but didn't find any, which made me sure that it was not me. Just then, I noticed Cecile standing in front of me with a gun in her hand. Next time, before you decide to leave me behind, she said with a lot of attitude, remember this. Sure will, I said with a lot of relief. Okay, so somehow she overcame the drugging and is here now. Oh, these guys, superhumans, they're all superhumans. All of a sudden, the beeping from the bomb got louder, and that didn't seem to be good news at all. My moment of relief was over, and now Cecile and I had another problem at hand. You must defuse it, she said. We don't have time. But how? I could feel the pressure cause. I could feel the pressure cause rumbling in my stomach. Have faith in yourself, she spoke. You were trained for it. Man, yeah, he's like this ultimate super spy. She came forth and stared into my eyes and was trying to say something. I understood what it was. Tears originated from the eyes of both of us, for we both knew what this moment of crisis could mean. We both weren't blind to the fact that this could be the last time we were together, and now our fates too were tied with all the innocent people in the building. Steele held my chin with her palms and gave me a kiss on the lips. The memory of the sensation from the previous kiss filled my veins. I felt rejuvenated. But she was unconscious. What do you mean? Oh my god. Just be one with yourself, she said with with her cracking voice. Don't be afraid of your true self and let yourself loose. Let it control you. I showed no reaction in turn. With heavy steps, I advanced towards the bomb, for no matter what happened, I wanted to get the burden off my shoulders. But as soon as I saw this ticking time, but as soon as I saw the ticking bomb, I became nervous. A web of dozen wires of various colors seemed to have been knitted around a big rectangular timer that showed only a little over a minute left before the bomb went off, and I did not have the slightest idea of what to do. Sweat started to accumulate in the creases of worry on my forehead. I tried to close my eyes and concentrate, but nothing happened. As Cecile had told my conscious, as Cecile had told my conscious was now blocking my, as Cecile had told my conscious was now blocking my subconscious and was keeping a check on my other self. I knew that I needed some force strong enough to bring it into action, but no matter how much I tried, I could not find one single way of doing so. My hands were trembling, and tension seemed to be having an inverse relation with the time bomb before the bomb exploded. I looked back at Cecile. She was chewing her nails. The worry on her innocent face pricked me. I had lost all hope and now wanted just to see her as much as I could before dying when I felt a nasty sensation in my head, as if somebody had just pinched my brain. After that, I heard a voice in my head. Hold the red wire tightly, then cut the orange wire. I took a deep breath. I could not think of any word for expressing my happiness. I quickly did as told. I removed the green wire from the timer. I inhaled and removed the green wire. Instantly, the beeping sound halted. The timer too stopped with the 32 seconds left. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and leaned back against the sewer's wall. Cecile stared at me in confusion. I passed her the good news through a gesture by showing her my thumb. Her tense expression faded away, and a big smile found its way onto her pretty face. We must have lost so much along the way, yet we have so much left. The voice of Benjamin once again echoed in my head. And that is what we must preserve. It was clear he was referring to Cecile. Yes, we will, I said to myself in an almost inaudible tone. Cecile ran towards me and helped me up. Tears of joy filled her eyes. You did it, she cried. We did it, I corrected. Then let us go and finish it once and for all, she exclaimed with joy. Let's find the secret that we came here for. I nodded with a big smile on my face and then, with Cecile's help, limped towards the manhole from where I entered the sewer. As soon as I saw the World Trade Center, I remembered the quote from the paper from the chest I found at Cecile's place. You know, others cannot know. What others know, you must know. What you see, others cannot see. What others see, you too shall see. I knew that the answer lied in those sentences, but it didn't make any sense whatsoever. Just then, I once again heard Benjamin talk to me. Uncle Robert had hidden something at the place where the shadow of the World Trade Center pointed at the time of the 9/11 catastrophe. It all made sense now. It was Uncle Robert who had sent me the tape asking me to meet him, but coincidentally, the attack happened and we could not meet, so he did this. Jonathan, Cecile brought Jonathan, Cecile brought me out of my stance. What is it? I quickly regained my concentration and from my pocket pulled out the letter from my parents. In the letter, the time of the catastrophe of 9/11 was mentioned to be 8:37 a.m. What is the time now? I inquired. Cecile quickly read the time from her wristwatch and declared 8:27 a.m. We only have 10 minutes left, I said while sprinting away. We must hurry. Chapter 40. Phone call. Chapter 40. In which phone call? Yeah, I like seeing it. Luckily, we located the right spot in time. It was in the middle of the playground. Nobody could be seen in the playground except half a dozen people sitting on the green grass of the wooden benches. Flowers and trees and bushes made the place look lively and beautiful. All we had to do now was wait until 8:37 a.m. to locate the exact position of the treasure that Uncle Robert had hidden for us to find. At 8:37 a.m., the shadow of the World Trade Center pointed towards a small bush. On minor digging, I found a wooden box buried under it. I took a deep breath and opened the box. Inside the box lay a mobile phone with a note. Switch it on. What is this for? Cecile inquired. I placed my hand on her cheek. I think your father is alive, I said while trying to see her expression of joy, spreading their color all over her face. Maybe he just left behind this mobile for us to find so he could contact us. Suddenly, a phone call on the mobile intercepted my attention. I crossed my fingers and pressed the answer button. As soon as I placed the phone on my ear, the person on the other side said in his very coarse voice, "The orphanage where you live." He took a small pause. "Meet me there." And then he disconnected the call. Who was it? Cecile asked excitedly. Was it my father? I had no answer to feed her. I didn't want to shatter her hopes. Seeing my reluctance, her excitement too melted away. I don't know for sure, I said, feeling disheartened, but it didn't seem like him. Oh, Cecile said in a squeaky voice. I could still see the spark of hope in her eyes, a spark I very well recognized. I came all the way here to find the answers about my parents, and she had done so much to help me do so. Now I had to do the same for her. He asked us to meet him at the orphanage, I told her, trying to raise her hopes. and we're going to find out who he is. She held herself together and nodded in agreement. All right, chat, we're here. Longest chapter yet. Home stretch. This book is freaking wild, honestly. So many crazy things happening. Oh my god! It was all in the inhaler. It was all in the inhaler chat that made him a superhuman. Some sort of steroids in his body. They didn't need Captain America stuff. They just needed freaking roofies and ecstasy and adrenaline, adrenochrome. Wild, freaking wild. What a crazy story. Dortio, Dortio. Hmm. All right, chat, let's go. Last chapter. Saved up our last little bit of tea for this. Ready. Ready, brother. Let's go. No, brother, brother, brother. Good freaking close. We did it, chat. We read a whole book in a day. I mean, like I said, not something that I'm not incapable of, but I mean, doing it all in one go on stream, yeah. New experience. Chapter 41 The Broken Links. I'm just looking at this. Yeah, this is a long chapter. I let Cecile drive us to the orphanage to take her mind away from her problems. All through the way, I could not stop wondering how did she wake up and reach the World Trade Center to save me, as the dose of protein zero I gave her was strong enough to keep her unconscious for 24 hours. That's my question. Also, I kept on thinking about what would have happened if Cecile had not reached there in time. I wasn't sure if I would have survived being shot again or not, and if yes, then how. As the orphanage wasn't far, we reached there in a mere half an hour. I was praying that our questions find their answers and our sufferings come to an end. I was praying that the person who had called us to the orphanage turns out to be Uncle Robert. When I laid my eyes on the building of the orphanage, I felt something break inside me. Old memories hit my conscience like a tsunami. Let's go, Cecile's voice was filled with pain along with the stench of hope. Let's get it over with. Cecile was getting down from the vehicle, but I stopped her. There's something I need to know before I go in there, I said to her softly. She stared at me without speaking a word. How did I survive the day I was shot on the roof of the truck? Cecile didn't reply. There was an awkward silence. Cecile suddenly, from her backpack, produced a small packet with some rusty iron pellets. You mean these bullets? She exclaimed. She took one out of the packet and handed it over to me. When I held it in my own hands, I realized that it was extremely light, as if it was almost hollow. The bullets that hit you were fake, she enunciated, nothing more. My guts rumbled with all its potential. I had no idea how to respond. Once again, I experienced the same feeling of not knowing anything about myself. I felt like an ignorant infant. While sending me to fight the two attackers on the truck's roof, you told me that the attackers won't be able to harm me, I said. You knew the bullets were fake, didn't you? Yes, I received a phone call before we started for Brazil, she said. On the phone, a man informed me that the people who attacked us at the school knew that we were going to Brazil and were planning to attack us on the way, but to ensure our safety, he had switched their bullets with fake ones. Seal interrupted my train of thought. So I do not have any idea why he helped us. So this guy is working for the other side, but he's over there sabotaging them. This, oh my god, the twists and turns. And here we are at the last chapter, and it's still this Uncle Robert guy. Oh my god, what? He switched out their bullets? This is wild. This is a wild story. All I know is that the person in this photograph was the one who called me. She said, she added, handing me a photograph. The photograph was of some man roughly my age, though he looked quite tough and rugged for his age. He had long hair falling upon his forehead, light beard covered his cheeks, and a goatee rested on his chin. His skin was white as snow. Who is he? Cecile shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea. She pointed at the photograph and said, but what I know is that this same person also helped us once before. He was the one who called me and informed me that you were in Mumbai. I had a gut feeling that something huge was underway, something even bigger than what Cecile and I could imagine. So she's just flying from Mumbai to New York, driving down to Brazil. Man, these guys are rich. Just then, the phone from Uncle Robert that we found started to ring. Cecile and I stared at each other. She gestured me to answer the call. I nodded and pressed the answer button. From the other side, the same voice spoke. There's not much time. I'm waiting for you inside. Before I could ask anything, he hung up. Let us go, Cecile said, reading my facial expressions. I shook my head in agreement, held Cecile's hand, and we both started to walk towards the building entrance. As soon as we entered the building, I found everything to be exactly the way it used to be. The furniture was all in the same place as before. The only thing that seemed different about the place was that the orphanage was empty. Nobody could be seen anywhere. Old memories flooded my mind, but now that I knew they were false, it felt odd and gave it the sensation of emptiness. All of a sudden, there was a single beep in the phone. When I checked, I found a text that said, "Come to your old room." It was the last place I wanted to be, as it was the last place I wanted to be, as for me, it was a symbol of all the lies I had been living. Cecile gently placed her palm on my back in order to encourage me to do what was necessary. With a lot of unsurety about what waited for us there, we both reached my room. As soon as I saw the door to my old room, my body froze. I felt a sensation to run away and never return, but I controlled myself for Cecile's sake. As soon as I took my first step inside the room, I heard the same man's voice who was calling us. Welcome, Jonathan Blaze. I quickly relocated my attention and quickly glanced all around the room to get a peek of the speaker when he once again said, "You're wasting your time looking for me." Only now I realized the voice was coming from under the bed. I quickly bent down and looked under the bed. There was a heap of dirty bed sheets lying there. I quickly pushed them aside, revealing a small speakerphone lying there. Listen carefully, the voice called. I am nearby and can see you as well as hear you clearly. His voice was firm and full of attitude. What do you want from us? Cecile cried from behind. From her voice, I could make out that she was overwhelmed by now and could not take it anymore. Cecile's question was followed by rigorous laughter. Simply nothing, but I cannot say the same for you, as there's something I have that you need. Truth. How do we know that we can trust you? I asked. You would have been dead by now if I wouldn't have helped. What do you mean? Who do you think gave Cecile the antidote to the protein zero so she could help you? He said with full confidence. It was me. But why are you helping us? Cecile asked with a lot of desperation. And what truth are you talking about? Cecile's question was followed by a minute-long awkward silence. The truth about Jonathan's parents. The statement propagated a heat wave through the room that made the already hot circumstances even hotter. We stood stoned right from our head to our toe. Goosebumps formed under our flesh, and our heartbeats seemed to be racing against time itself. So he keeps saying stoned, but like as stone, like not like so in the U.S. our slang stoned. You see over there, high on marijuana, but it's stuck just frozen as stone. I think it's the way that they use it here. Remember, the writer is Indian. Goosebumps formed under our flesh, and our heartbeats seemed to be racing against time itself. Jonathan, I know what the people after you want from you, and from where you get the dreams about your parents, he added. I can tell you why the bullets they hit you with were fake. My throat went dry out of thirst for answers, and finally the water of truth seemed to be right in front of me. How did you know the bullets were fake? I desperately waited for a reply, but there was an immense silence for the next minute. Every second felt like an eternity. My forehead was wet with sweat. All of a sudden, he broke the silence. I know that the bullets were fake because it was I who switched the real ones with them. Both mine and Cecile's jaws were down on the floor. So it was you who did it. You informed me about Jonathan's location in Mumbai, Cecile said. Indeed, but how did you manage to do it? She questioned. How did you switch the bullets? For an outsider, it might be a difficult task, he stated, but I am one of them. I could feel my jaw getting heavier and the goosebumps under my skin changed to huge lumps. Then why are you helping us? Cecile asked him. Because Robert asked me to. At the first mention of Uncle Robert, Cecile broke into tears. I understood that she was thinking the same thing I was thinking, that Uncle Robert was in some massive trouble, and that this is why he had asked this guy for help. He was supposed to contact me on this phone he left for me to find, I stated. What happened to him? In the top drawer by your bed, I kept some newspapers, he said in a firm tone. Have a look. I got confused for a minute and didn't even have the slightest idea how to respond. Cecile, on the other hand, was getting curious about her father's fate, and so she slowly advanced to the chest of drawers and opened the drawer as instructed. She gently lifted and unfolded all the newspaper one by one, placed them on the bed to reveal a bunch of random articles about various terrorist attacks all over the world in the last 2 decades. One depicted the terrifying attack on the 9th September 2001 at the World Trade Center. Another showed a still from a horrifying event of Mumbai attack of 26 November 2008, where five terrorists opened fire on innocent people on the roads and railway stations of the city, and then breached into two of the biggest hotels in the city, Hotel Taj Mahal Palace and Hotel Oberoi, and held everybody hostage for 5 days before the local police could safely rescue them. The third newspaper reported bombings in London, while a fourth stated about similar attacks in Paris. It all felt senseless and took me nowhere close to my answers. What are you trying to tell us? Nothing more than the truth, he replied. Do you think that all these attacks were random events? I got a gut feeling that I did not want to hear what he was about to tell me. Have you ever wondered why all these terrifying incidents ever happened in the first place? Have you ever wondered what the plotters behind these attacks, the schemers behind this urban warfare wanted? He enunciated with a lot of confidence and attitude. And most of all, why these plotters chose that specific time, that specific date, and that specific place for their attacks. By now, he had succeeded to awaken my curiosity. I took a quick glimpse at Cecile's face, and she too looked equally curious. Well, what does it have to do with us? Cecile broke the silence. No, it doesn't, he said with a lot of attitude. Not with both of you. Say clearly what you want to say, Cecile said. Her voice was cracking under the misery of the mystery behind her father's disappearance. Every single one of these catastrophic incidents wasn't a casual coincidence, but a planned chain of events with a pattern. Both Cecile and I had our foreheads creased, our brows raised, and our cheeks tightened out of confusion. What pattern? I questioned in a frustrated tone, but Cecile and I were drooling for the reply. Both Cecile and I were drooling for the reply, but none came. Do not play with us, Cecile added to the frustration. Filled question. Do not play with us, Cecile added to the frustration filled question I asked, and then she broke into tears. Cecile's wails were filled with so much agony that they left me wondering how could anybody bear so much pain? How could she still be fighting and not break? How could her spirit still have this much fire? It seemed that Cecile's cries got to the man on the phone as well, because he finally replied, Cecile, the only thing I cannot bear now is you crying. Jonathan, you were the reason, the pattern behind those attacks, he said. Those bombings happened because of you. There seemed to have occurred a landslide beneath my feet. What do you mean? Cecile asked. How was Jonathan responsible for these attacks? She asked for an explanation while picking up one of the newspapers scattered on the bed. Be clear. In the lowermost drawer, I have kept some photographs. Have a look, he stated. As soon as the instruction fell on our earlobes, Cecile wiped her tears and with brisk steps rushed to the chest of drawers. From the lowermost drawer, she took out a bunch of pictures. I was excitedly waiting for it to return with the photos, but instead she tossed the photos on the floor, angrily calling, Jonathan, they're yours. You were present there, she continued. You were present at every single place where the bombings happened. My brows knitted together in surprise. I quickly picked up one of the photographs from the floor and took a quick look. In the photograph, I was showcased rushing out of the World Trade Center among many other people while the top of the building was on fire and the sky had gone dark due to the massive smoke clouds that rose up from the burning building. I got on my knees and started glancing through the other photos lying on the floor, but every photo I viewed proved the claim of me being present on the scene during those terrorist attacks true. My body got paralyzed from shock, but somewhere deep inside I had another fear, a fear born from guilt, and I could feel it choking me. With a lot of difficulty, I managed to ask in my cracking voice, why was I present at each of these attack sites? Because of your parents, he very calmly answered. The creases on my forehead deepened further. What do you mean? Your parents were known social workers who worked for the United Nations, he started to explain. Their main task was to examine a region's social conditions and to keep peace among the locals and stop any upheavals in the society that could lead to mass killings, such as regional revolts. My blood was gushing towards my head. I didn't know how to process all of it at once. My curiosity was ever increasing. And in November 1988, then USSR was on the verge of diversion. And so, due to growing tensions in the area, your parents were stationed in Moscow to help the local authorities in keeping law and order by assisting them in winning over the people. And there, while interacting with locals, they learned every hidden secret behind the breaking of the USSR alliance. They knew who was causing the differences amongst the Soviet nations and his motives, but they lacked proof and so couldn't reveal to the world the knowledge they had. While I listened to what this man had to tell, I could feel my pulse getting stronger and my teeth clattering. What did they know? I interrogated in a fierce tone. Who caused the diversification and why? I do not know, he replied, trying to sound truthful. Nobody does. All I know is that his true intentions were big, he continued, something that would affect the whole world at a level even the two world wars didn't. The people behind this conspiracy came to know about your parents, and their lives were in immense danger, so they had to leave behind clues for someone to discover their secret and bring it to the front of the world before it was too late. He added in a voice full of firmness. I had once understood where he was going. Me? I interrupted. Yes, he said in agreement. Dreams and voices, and also Paul and Lisa were created with the help of drugs as a reflection of those clues to help you hatch this conspiracy. This is such an intricate plot. Oh my god. My mouth at once went dry and my skin felt cold as ice. You were their one last hope of bringing out the hidden truth, their one last move for clearing their name, their last pawn. That is why Jonathan's parents left him with my father, Cecile interrupted. Yes, he answered. After a small pause, he said, Jonathan, your father was a close friend of Robert, and as these conspirators came to know about you carrying the key to to their destruction and that you could be a problem for them in the future, they planned to murder you as well, and so your parents had to hide you with Robert's family. Robert as instructed by your parents, taught you every skill you needed to understand and interpret the meaning behind those clues in order to discover your parents' secret. He cleared his throat. Have you trained in combat and taught he trained you in combat and taught you techniques of code cracking and puzzle solving, such as Norse code and binary code. My legs were shivering from excitement and adrenaline rush. You must remember your visit to the World Trade Center with Robert and his family when you were 2, he said with confidence, which showed that he knew everything about me and every single event of my past. There was a blast in the building. I recalled my dream I had seen about that day. I recalled that Cecile had gotten lost there in the stampede of people rushing out with panic to keep their breaths running. I quickly turned to Cecile and found that the horrors that had made place in her mind that day found their way back on her face. Her lips were shivering and the fear was making her take deep breaths. And the explosion at Robert's house the very next day, he added. Yes, well, your enemies had found you, so when Robert took you to the World Trade Center, they, in order to kill you, planted a bomb in the building. But we escaped, Cecile stated. Yes, and that is why they once again attempted to kill Jonathan by blowing up your house. You mean the explosion at Uncle Robert's place? Precisely, Jonathan. He sounded so sure that though I didn't want to believe any of it, I couldn't doubt it either. Cecile, as you know, at the time of the explosion, your father had gone out for some important work, and only you, along with your mother and Jonathan, were present at your home. And so it was a perfect opportunity for them to kill Jonathan. But your mother somehow came to know that there was going to be an attack, so she sent you two away. But how did she know about the attack? I broke in. The secret went to her grave with her. Crossed my arms in order to try to connect all the broken links. Now that the people after you knew about you being with Robert's family, you weren't safe with them anymore. Something your parents knew would eventually happen, and this is why they had charged Stephen with the responsibility of hiding you safely and taking care of you when the day came. My dream about the last meeting between my parents and Stephen in the graveyard, in which they had given him the chest and asked him to pass it on to me, became fresh in my mind. Also, the sweet moments and memories I had of Stephen found their way back into my mind, like a flood, and out of my eyes in the form of tears. That's nice. He got those memories back. Cecile came forth and kept her hand on my shoulder. I wiped my tears and brought myself together. After the explosion at Robert's place, he sent you to live with Stephen, who raised you away from danger in the Jackson mansion in Brazil. The truth was coming out layer by layer, and every broken link made sense. 8 years later, when Uncle Robert tried to meet me, I bragged, "What happened then?" I barged in, not bragged. 8 years later, when Uncle Robert tried to meet me, I barged in. "What happened then?" "The most inhumane event ever," he answered as seriously as one could. "I understand now." Cecile cut his explanation in between. "I know why Jonathan was present at every single one of these bombing sites. At the World Trade Center, when we were two at our home the next day, 9/11, Mumbai, the attacks of 26/11, 11/26, and then all of these other places around the world," she said, pointing towards the photographs on the floor. "Yes, you got it right," the man spoke on the speakerphone again. "That is the reason why Jonathan's meeting with Robert was not successful that day." The conversation went over my head. I felt left out. "What are you talking about?" I tried to barge in. "What was the reason?" "That catastrophe of 9 September 2001 at the World Trade Center." "What do you mean?" I shouted. "Every single one of these terrorist attacks," Celine interrupted. Cecile, Cecile interrupted. "They were an attempt to assassinate you." What the heck? The words hit my head like rocks. I wasn't sure what to speak now. Shock and fear and guilt came like a storm in my head. "The news that Robert was trying to meet you reached your enemies, and they planned the whole attack, this time on a scale much larger than their previous attempt in 1993. And in order to ensure that you got safely out, Robert surrendered himself to them to draw their attention away from you. But before they caught him, he managed to send me a message asking me for help." He added, "He told me the location of the transmitter from which to contact you once you found the receiver he hid for you to find. That day, you got separated from Stephen. Neither Sil nor me have any idea where you went and how you managed to stay hidden from us and your enemies," he explained. "Though I do know this, there were some sightings of yours with another man, first in Oklahoma, then London, Paris, Munich, Berlin, Delhi, and Sydney. You two kept on running from one place to another in order to avoid getting found." "Another man?" I inquired. "Who?" "I have no idea, Jonathan," he answered very politely. Okay, so see, this Jonathan is not even capitalized. This is a lowercase j. Seems like as we get further and further along in the book, a lot more typos and things start popping up here. "I have no idea, Jonathan," he answered very politely. "I just know for a fact that it was neither Stephen nor Robert, as Stephen was here with Cecile and Robert was in the custody of the people who were after you." "You say we kept on running to avoid getting found," I said with a lot of attitude. "But they did find us, didn't they?" "Yes," he replied. "And whenever they did, they just like every time tried to kill you by planting a bomb in some public place and creating an illusion of a terrorist attack. The ones shown in these photographs are just a few examples of the numerous terrorist attacks that happened around the world for murdering you," he continued, "the most prominent ones. But the unexpected happened 3 weeks ago when you and the other man with you got stuck in Mumbai. Your enemies found you, and thus happened the Mumbai attacks of the 26th of November. The terrorists attacked the terrorists attacked the two hotels and held hundreds of hostages for 5 days and wanted you to surrender in exchange for their release. I too came to know that you were in Mumbai and were in grave danger, so I somehow contacted Cecile, informed her about your whereabouts, and told her how to get you to safety." All right, that's flimsy writing right there. "So I somehow contacted Cecile and informed her about your whereabouts and told her how to get you to safety." Of course, Cecile stepped forward. "Somehow, magically, some way, you did it. And then, as you instructed me, I gave Jonathan the drugs to create his false persona and hid him in the orphanage." There's a lot of things happening here at the end of this book, man. So intriguing. But how did you come to know I was in Mumbai? Didn't I already tell you that, Jonathan? He tried to sound cynical. I'm a member of the organization that wants you dead, the one that implemented all those terrorist attacks. So when they knew where to attack you, I knew where to find you. Now I too was able to link the rest of my dreams and incidents to create patterns. I get it, I confidently declared. You all had to keep me hidden until my 18th birthday when I was scheduled to receive the letter from my parents that was supposed to retrigger the clues which my parents had left me in forms of dreams to hatch the plot of the conspirators. So complex. You all had to keep me hidden until my 18th birthday when I was scheduled to receive the letter from my parents that was supposed to retrigger the clues which my parents had left me in form of dreams to hatch the plot of the conspirators. Exactly. What all happened after all that is very well known to you. Felt like my ledger was dripping red with the blood of thousands of innocent people. Their depraved souls seemed to be wooing in my ears. I could feel the pain that they felt in the last moments and the agony of all the children who lost their mothers and fathers, all the brothers and sisters who lost their siblings, and all the mothers and fathers who had lost their sons and daughters due to me. I could very well feel the weight of the curses. I could very well feel the weight of the curses originated from the miseries of all those who had lost their everything just because I didn't lose my life. Why didn't they simply kill me? The burden on my soul seemed to be weighing me down. A big round drop of tear formed in my eye and slowly rolled down my cheek and fell onto the floor. Their enemy, their enmity was with me. Then why did they drag all these good people into our personal war? My voice came out louder and clearer than ever before. I felt as if something new was born inside me, like a part of me was asleep all this time. That was asleep all this time suddenly woke up. I could feel the blood in my veins boil from the need for justice for those victims. They couldn't, the voice from the speaker broke the silence. Simply killing you would have raised too many questions. What do you mean? They would have killed you without portraying their attempt as a terrorist attempt. The police would have investigated the matter, and they could have got an idea about the whole conspiracy going on as till date your the whole conspiracy going on as till date your parents' disappearance is still a mystery. Okay, this is just all kinds of bad. There's no exclamation marks over here. So he says, "What do you mean?" But this is supposed to be the man on the phone replying, but they didn't put it in any sort of quotations. If they would have killed you without portraying their attempt as a terrorist attempt, the police would have investigated the matter, and they could have gotten an idea about the whole conspiracy going on as till date your parents' disappearance is still a mystery. So it would be about the whole conspiracy going on as to this day your parents' disappearance is still a mystery. And killing me would have shown the pattern and proved that my parents' disappearance wasn't just a coincidence. Yes, it would have proved your parents' so far unproven claim about the conspiracy behind the splitting of the Soviet Union, and who would have put up those conspirators and their plan at high risk. Thus, they masked their attempts of killing you in the form of terrorist attacks, causing mass genocide in order to avoid attracting any attention. I felt the fire burning inside me getting hotter. The rage seemed to be making my blood more and more red. Who are these people? How can somebody be so inhumane? My fists were clenched tightly as I waited for an answer, but even after a minute, none came. Speak! I shouted with anger. Suddenly, I heard the sound of footsteps of somebody climbing the stairs. Al Qaeda, Lakshar, Taliban, Osama bin Laden, all are different names they used to perform their cruel deeds. But the real name of the organization behind you is the Zephyr. I heard the same voice from behind, only much clearer. When I turned, I found the same man whose photograph Cecile showed me standing there. He had exactly the same beard and hair in the photograph and looked much more mature and muscular in real life. His posture was perfectly straight and his personality looked like that of a military man. This is all I know, he declared calmly. The rest you must discover yourself through the clues and dreams in your head, and I will help you do so. But why are you helping us? I asked firmly. Because I need you to do for me what I just did for you, to help me find my path. What do you mean? I was just like you. I just like you know nothing about my past. I don't know how the people at Zephyr found me, neither do I know how I became a part of their organization. I have no memories at all, and Robert told me that you and only you can help me discover my past. But how? I inquired. My voice was reeking with doubt and confusion. Jonathan, this war since when it began has been reduced to a mind game where you can either win or lose. A game your parents began 19 years ago and bet their everything on it. And when they seem to have lost, they sacrificed everything and to get you inside the enemy's defense so that you could bring them back in the game. You were their last pawn, and that's why Robert believed in you. And seeing how far you have come, I do too. I had no idea what to say. I could not get any bigger reason to continue on this quest, as it was no more a question about discovering who I was, but about who I was meant to be. It was now about fulfilling my destiny, my parents' vision, and getting justice done for the sake of all the people who had laid down their lives in those attacks, and for Stephen and Aunt Helda. Robert told me about a file regarding your parents' project, which you must find. I know where to look for it. Great, then. Great, then. I spoke out of excitement. Wait, Cecile harshly interrupted. First of all, you have to tell us who you are, and how can we trust you after knowing that you worked for our enemy? The man took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Cecile. He very quietly stood before her. His lips were shaking and his throat was struggling to produce sound. It seemed as if he was gathering the strength to speak. Cecile, you might find it hard to believe, but what I am going to tell you is the truth. Robert himself told me. He gulped down the saliva. I am Leo, your elder brother. The statement echoed in our ears. All of a sudden, I felt as though I wasn't the last pawn, but still, the chessboard wasn't empty. The statement echoed in our ears. All of a sudden, I felt as if though I was the last pawn, but the chessboard wasn't empty. So that's why the next one, the rook's move. Okay, the end. Chapter, book one of the War Games saga. I'm confused. I'm thoroughly fucking confused. So this boy, Jonathan, was secretly trained, was drugged by this. So he's traveling around the world, running away from these terrorists because he's the one who's supposed to take down the terrorist organization. And they're not just gonna kill him because if they just kill him, then they would have to investigate the parents' disappearance, which maybe they're not dead. Possibly, we only know that they were tortured. There's a good chance that they're dead, but he only has the visions of them being tortured and not necessarily their death. So they could still be out there somewhere in the world. But so if they were to investigate the disappearance of the parents, then they would uncover this entire plot across the world. Terrorist, Al Qaeda. Also, oh my god, this is a wild story, guys. But we're done with it for now. I suppose we shall be doing Rook's move if I can find it. Let's look it up really quick. I wasn't able to find anything about the War Games series, so but I didn't notice that last page here that actually listed the title of the book. So because I did type in Shubh Dhingra, it says coming fall 2018, so it should be out, but maybe he didn't release it yet. Rook's move. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he released it. Rooks makes a move. That's not it. Yep. I don't think he released it. Maybe he will someday, but yeah, it doesn't seem like it exists, honestly. Interesting. I mean, maybe it was just too hard to follow these plot threads. Maybe who knows? But thank you for stopping by. Like I said, we will have more Satyen reads next time. We're doing allies. I think this one will be shorter because it looks like there's like text on this, like really short chapters. These are both like young adult books that I recommend. Might be why. I don't think Flatland will take us very long, so maybe we can do Allies and Flatland next time. We may even be doing some of these books in like actual parts, like stream part one, stream part two. Was glad that we were able to get this one done all in one go, though. So yeah, I think that's it for us for today. Thank you for stopping by. We see, we got the socials, we got the Discord, we got the follow Japan Spits. Next time for sure, we will be doing it over on the new channel, Satyen Reads. Which, like I said, needs a day in order to get our approval, so we can go ahead and start streaming over there. But once that's through, that will be where we will be putting these videos up. I guess I can download this one and post it over to that other channel too as well. So I'll probably do that just so that they're all in one place. I can leave it. I can leave a version of it over here too as well. I don't know that I'll be doing any editing of this. Like I said, just like having the text on the screen like makes it. I'd rather just all be stream of conscious kind of thing. Everybody, make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Drink plenty of water. Stay hydrated out there. Go get some air. Play some Monster Hunter Wilds. Damn it, it's such a good game. It's so good. Gravity Rush 2. Go play it too. Go for a climb. Have some tea. Enjoy your day. Go look at the stars, and we will see you next time with something else. I'm glad we're branching out over here. maybe we'll maybe we'll do like a karaoke stream one of these days or something. I mean, I'm always singing, but maybe we'll just do like one dedicated to like singing. Who knows? See you later, everybody. Bye, 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 meow, 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 bum, bum. Thank you again, Dortillo, for the recommendation. Oh, well, actually, last things last. That story got freaking wild. It got so wild at the end. I have no idea. It was just the drug cocktails that caused you to become a super soldier, which are like readily available things that you can just make, like probably tomorrow. The this guy having multiple personalities that they created them inside this poor kid. They did this to him. They did this to him. They did it to him. It was always them the whole time, his parents. And now he needs to help Cecile's older brother Leo uncover the truth behind him being sent into as a sleeper cell inside the terrorist organization. What the heck? What's going on here, man? CIA, FBI. Wild. That was a crazy, strange book. Like I said, editing got really crazy towards the end. It seemed like they really just stopped editing. But yeah, pretty intriguing overall. Suspended a lot of disbelief over there, but yeah, we made it through. Worth a read. I mean, I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3 out of 5. Right. It wasn't terrible, but I mean, did it change my world? Only because now I'm even more confused. So confused. And there's no sequel yet. I hope he releases it. I really hope that he releases it so we can come and do it over here. But 3 out of 10. It's a good read. interesting ideas. I'm trying to be nice though, because Dortio said it was a really good book. It really shows that the writer was a bit young when he wrote it. I guess I should say, right? He wrote it when he was 20. Well, if you have Kindle Unlimited, it's free on there. Honestly, maybe check it out if you're interested in like this sort of like thriller. But there's no sequel yet. Just so you have, there's no conclusion. You're not gonna get any like payout for the ending of it all. Obviously, for this book, we got our climax and our conclusion. But for the whole series, I have no idea what the hell is happening. So maybe wait until the sequel gets released if you're interested. If not, enjoy. Take care. Be well. And we will see you all next time, probably with some gaming. Tune